The author opens this story with two epigraphs. The first is a quote from a statement given to the House Committee on Homeland Security by Dr. Todd Humphreys. Civil GPS receivers are built deeply into our national infrastructure, from our smartphones to our cars, to the internet, to the power grid, to our banking and finance institutions. Some call GPS the invisible utility. It works silently, and for the most part perfectly reliably, in devices all around us, devices of which we are scarcely aware. The second quote that begins this book is from El Sicario, the autobiography of a Mexican assassin by Molly Malloy and Charles Bowden. His story is about power, but he is never really in control. His world is not as imagined in novels and films. He is always the man who comes and takes you and tortures you and kills you. But still, he is always worried, because his work stands on a floor of uncertainty. Alliances shift, colleagues vanish, sometimes because he murders them, and he seldom knows what is really going on. He catches only glimpses from the battlefield. And now, the Polaris Protocol.
Chapter 1. December 2011. Sergeant Ronald Blackmer never heard the round before it hit, but registered the whine of a ricochet right next to his head and felt the sliver of rock slice into his cheek. He slammed lower behind the outcropping and felt his face, seeing blood on his assault gloves. His platoon leader, First Lieutenant Blake Alberti, threw himself into the prone and said with black humor, "You get our asses out of here, and I'll get you another Purple Heart." Blackmer said, "I've got nothing else to work with. The 81s won't reach and the Apaches are dry." Another stream of incoming machine gun rounds raked their position, and Alberti returned fire, saying, "We're in trouble, and I'm not going to be the next COP Keating." Both from the 25th Infantry Division, they were part of a string of combat outposts in the Kunar province of Afghanistan, ostensibly designed to prevent the infiltration of Taliban fighters from the nearby border of Pakistan. In reality, they were a giant bullseye for anyone wanting a scalp. Attacked at the COP on a daily basis, they still followed orders, continuing their patrols to the nearby villages in an effort to get the locals on the government side. The mountains of the Kunar province were extreme, and afforded the Taliban an edge simply by putting the Americans on equal terms. Everything was done on foot, and the mountains negated artillery, leaving the troops reliant on helicopter gunship support. The same thing COP Keating had relied on when it was overrun 2 years before. The incoming fire grew in strength, and Alberti began receiving reports of casualties. They were on their own and about to be overrun, a trophy for the Taliban. Blackmer heard the platoon's designated marksmen firing, their rifles' individual cracks distinctive among the rattle of automatic fire, and felt impotent. As the forward observer, he knew the purpose of his entire career had been to provide steel on target for the infantry he supported. He was the man they turned to when they wanted American firepower. And now he had nothing to provide, his radio silent. Alberti shouted, "They're flanking! They're flanking! We need the gunships!" Blackmer was about to reply when his radio squawked. "Kilo 79, this is Texas 13. You have targets?" He said, Yes. What's your ordnance?" 500-pound GBU. GBU? A fast mover with JDAMs? He said, "What's your heading?" The pilot said, "Don't worry about it. I'm a buff, way above you." Blackmer heard the words and couldn't believe it. He'd called in everything from 81mm mortars to F-15 strike aircraft, but he'd never called fire from a B-52 Stratofortress. Not that it mattered, as the 500-pound JDAM was guided by GPS. He lazed the Taliban position for range, shacked up his coordinates, and sent the fire request. The pilot reported bombs out, asking for a splash. He kept his eyes on the enemy, waiting. Nothing happened. Alberti screamed, "You hit the village! You hit the village! Shift! Shift!" The village? That damn thing is 700 meters away. He checked his location and lazed again, now plotting the impact danger close as the enemy advanced. He repeated the call with the new coordinates and waited for the splash. Alberti shouted again. "You're pounding the fucking village! Get the rounds on target, damn it!" Blackmar frantically checked his map and his range, shouting back, "I'm right. I'm on target. The bombs aren't tracking." The volume of enemy fire increased, and Alberti began maneuvering his forces, forgetting about the firepower circling at 30,000 feet. Blackmar called for another salvo, recalculating yet again. No ordnance impacted the enemy. 30 minutes later, the American superior firepower meant nothing, as the fight went hand-to-hand. Captain Tiny Shackelford noticed the first glitch when the coordinates on his screen showed the RQ-107 unmanned aerial vehicle 100 miles away from the designated flight path, which, given his target area over Iran's nuclear facilities, was a significant problem. Flying the drone from inside Tonopah Air Base, Nevada, he felt a rush of adrenaline, as if he were still in the cockpit of an F-16 over enemy airspace and his early warning sensors had triggered a threat. He called an alert, saying he had an issue, then realized he'd lost the link with the UAV. He began working the problem, trying to prevent the drone from going into autopilot and landing, while the CIA owners went into overdrive. The RQ-107 was a new stealth UAV, the latest and greatest evolution of unmanned reconnaissance, and as such it was used out of Afghanistan to probe the nuclear ambitions of Iran. It had the proven ability to fly above the Persian state with impunity, and was a major link to the intelligence community on Iranian intentions. Losing one inside Iranian airspace would be a disaster. An army of technicians went to work, a modern-day version of Apollo 13. They failed. Mark Oglethorpe, the United States Secretary of Defense, said, "We've had 42 confirmed GPS failures. We've identified the glitch, and it's repaired, but we lost a UAV inside Iran because of it." Alexander Palmer, the National Security Advisor, said, "Glitch? I'd say it's more than a glitch. What happened?" The new AEP system of the GPS constellation had a software-hardware mating problem. It's something that the contractor couldn't see beforehand. Bullshit. It's something they failed to see. Did it affect the civilian systems? Am I going to hear about this from transportation? No, only a military signal. But you're definitely going to hear about it from the Iranians. They're already claiming they brought our bird down. Palmer rubbed his forehead, thinking about what to brief the president. "I don't give a damn about that. They got the drone, and that's going to be a fact on tomorrow's news. Let 'em crow. You want to allow them the propaganda of saying they can capture our most sophisticated UAV? We look like idiots." "Someone is an idiot. But I'd rather the world wonder about the Iranian statements." "As opposed to what?" "The fucking truth, that's what." Chapter 2. Present Day. Joshua Bryant saw the seatbelt light flash and knew they'd just broken through 10,000 feet. Time to shut off his iPod, but more important, it was his turn in the window seat. Only 15 years old, his passion in life was airplanes, and his singular goal was to become a pilot, unlike his younger sister, who only wanted the window to aggravate him. She'd complained as they had boarded, and his mother had split the difference. She got the window for takeoff, and he got it for landing. "Mom, we're coming into final approach, and it's my turn." His sister immediately responded, "No, we're not. He's just talking like he knows what's going on." Joshua started to reply when the pilot came over the intercom, telling them they had about 10 more minutes before parking at their gate in Denver. Joshua smiled instead, just to annoy her. She grouched a little more, but gave up her seat. After buckling up, he pressed his face against the glass, looking toward the wing jutting out 3 rows up, watching the flaps getting manipulated by the pilot. The aircraft continued its approach, and he saw the distinctive swastika shape of Denver International Airport. A flight attendant came by checking seat belts at a leisurely pace. Then another rushed up and whispered in her ear. They both speed-walked in the direction of the cockpit, the original flight attendant's face pale. Joshua didn't give it much thought, returning his attention to the window. He placed his hands on either side of his face to block the glare and began scanning. On the ground below, he saw a small private plane taxiing. With as much conscious thought as someone recognizing a vegetable, he knew it was a Cessna 182. The Boeing 757 continued to descend and began to overtake the Cessna. Strangely, the Cessna continued taxiing. With a start, Joshua realized it had taken off directly underneath them. He watched it rise in slow motion, closing the distance to their fragile airship. He turned from the window and screamed, "Plane! An airplane!" His mother said, "What?" The Cessna collided with the left wing just outside the engine. A jarring bump, as if the 757 had hit a pocket of turbulent air. Passengers began to whip their heads left and right, looking for someone to explain what had happened. 20 feet of wing sheared off as the Cessna chewed through the metal like a buzzsaw, exploding in a spectacular spray of aluminum confetti, followed by a fuel-air ball of fire. Joshua knew the wing would no longer provide lift. Knew they were all dead. He was the first to scream. The aircraft yawed to the left, seeming to hang in the air for the briefest of moments, then began to plummet to earth sideways. The rest of the passengers joined Joshua, screaming maniacally, as if that would have any effect on the outcome. The fuselage picked up speed and began to spin, the centrifugal force slapping the passengers about, 1 minute right side up, the next upside down, filling the cabin with flying debris. 4 seconds later, the screams of all 187 souls ceased at the exact same moment. Chapter 3. 3 days ago. "They're here. I just heard the door open and close." Even though the door in question was to the adjacent hotel room, the man whispered as if they could hear him as clearly as he could them. "Jack, for the last time as your editor, this is crazy." "You didn't say that when I began." "That was before you started playing G. Gordon Liddy at the Watergate." Jack heard voices out of the small speaker on the desk and said, "I gotta go. Stay near your phone in case I need help." He heard Jack, but ended the call without responding. He checked to make sure the digital recorder was working, then leaned in, waiting on someone to appear on the small screen. The thin spy camera had slipped out of position just a bit, making the room look tilted. A hefty Caucasian sat down in view, wearing jeans and a polo shirt that was a size too small. The contact. Another man began speaking off-camera, in flawless English with a slight Spanish accent, which, given what Jack was investigating, was to be expected. The words, however, were not. Nothing the man said had anything to do with the drug cartels or America. It was all about technology. Eventually, the contact spoke. Jack leaned in, willing him to say what he wanted to hear, wanting to believe his insane risk had been worth it. He also said not a word about drugs, but blathered on about the right of the masses to digital technology and the developed world government's undying interest in monopolizing information. Jack rubbed his eyes. What the hell is this all about? Who gives a shit about information flow? The guy sounded like an anarchist, not a connection for the expansion of the Sinaloa drug cartel into America. The contact droned on about his ability to free up information, then said something that caused Jack to perk up. He mentioned the U.S. Air Force in Colorado Springs. Now we're getting somewhere. Colorado Springs was just outside Denver, and was the American crossroads for the Interstate 10 drug corridor leading out of El Paso, which passed right by the hotel he was now in. Running straight up until it connected with U.S. Interstate 25, the corridor branched left and right at Colorado Springs into the heartland of the United States, the future battleground he was trying to prove was coming. Jack leaned in, straining to catch every word, but most had nothing to do with drugs or Mexico or anything else he was investigating. He sat back, disgusted and angry that he'd paid the informant who led him to this meeting. Angry at the risk he had taken. Something bad was going on, but it wasn't anything he cared about. Wasted money, wasted time. Through the speaker, he heard the door open again, not really listening anymore, cataloging how he could reconnect with his sources and informants, trying to figure out how he could get back on the pulse of his story. A voice in Spanish splayed out, begging for mercy. The sound punctured his thoughts, not because of the words, but because of the terror, the cheap acoustics doing nothing to mask the dread. Jack stared at the screen, but the man remained outside the scope of the lens. He begged for his life, the fear seeping through like blood from a wound. On camera, the American contact had his hands in the air, his mouth slack, clearly unsure of what was going on. Jack heard his own name and felt terror wash over him like an acid bath. Jesus Christ. It's the desk clerk. He sold me out. He slammed the lid to the digital recorder, closed and shoved it under the bed, then grabbed the speaker and yanked it out of its connection to the wireless receiver. He threw it in the bathroom, then fumbled for his phone, his hand shaking, looking for a way out that wasn't the door. He realized there was none. Realized he'd made a catastrophic mistake. He pulled up speed dial and hit a button. The phone went straight to voicemail. He shouted, "Andy, Andy, I'm in trouble. I'm in big trouble. Where the fuck are you?" The door burst open, and he remained standing, the phone trembling in his hand. Two men entered, both pointing pistols at him. He shouted, "No, no, no," throwing his arms into the air. One snarled in Spanish, and he feigned ignorance. The other said in English, "Get on your knees. Now." He did so. The fear so great he thought he would pass out. He'd studied the Mexican drug cartels for over 4 years, seeing the savagery they would inflict on those who attempted to thwart them, and in no way did he want to provoke their ire any more than he had. They handcuffed him with efficiency, no outward abuse, no punches or smacking just because they could, which did nothing but raise his alarm. They weren't local thugs. They were trained and had done this many times before. He began calculating what he could do, how long he had. He knew they wouldn't kill him here in El Paso. The drug trade was vicious, violent beyond the average human's comprehension. But it still wasn't here. They'd move him, which meant some time. At least a day while they tried to get him across the border to Ciudad Juarez, where they could torture him freely. 1 day, 24 hours. He looked at his watch and saw the seconds begin to disappear.
Chapter 4. I opened the door and felt like I needed an oxygen mask from the smoke spilling out. The nightclub so full of fumes from cigarettes that I was having a hard time seeing 5 feet. Guess this place hadn't heard of the secondhand dangers. I felt Jennifer recoil and pulled her inside. Sometimes you get to play baccarat and Monte Carlo in a tuxedo. Sometimes you have to belly up to a smoke-infested bar in Turkmenistan. Story of my life. The room reminded me of the bar at the beginning of Raiders of the Lost Ark, where Indiana Jones met up with his ex-girlfriend. A bunch of burly men and raunchy women yelling and shouting at each other. All I needed to do was get Jennifer to challenge some big-ass bear of a man to a vodka-drinking contest, and the image would be complete. Sotto voce, Jennifer said, "This place looks like the cantina in Star Wars." I chuckled and said, "Wrong movie. Come on. We've got 30 minutes before the meet. Let's see if we can blend in that long. We found a table in the corner, and I checked my phone, seeing I had lost service yet again. The cellular infrastructure inside Ashgabat, the capital of Turkmenistan, was pathetic to say the least. It was making our surveillance effort very difficult, and in truth, no harder than it had been for our commando forefathers who worked through the Cold War. It just meant we had to go old school. I keyed the radio strapped to my leg and leaned into Jennifer, as if I was talking to her. "Knuckles, you staged?" "Yes. We got a box. You send the photo and trigger and we'll do the rest." "Roger all." Jennifer glanced at her watch and said, "This guy is cutting it close." "I know. He's not stupid. He's aware of the curfew and he's going to use it." Nobody was allowed to walk around after 11 at night in the capital. But really, that was a crapshoot. A lot of people did, and the police then usually picked on the Westerners to fleece for bribes. Or other unsavory things. There had been reports of them arresting women, taking them to jail, then extorting sexual favors. It would make a surveillance effort after the witching hour very, very hard. What if he doesn't show? Are we going to push it and try again tomorrow, or head to Gunur? We still have 48 hours, one more night. If he doesn't show then, we're leaving for Gunur. We can't blow off the contract. This was just a freebie anyway. Gunur was a 4,000-year-old archaeological site set in the middle of the Karakum Desert, and we, as the proud owners of a company called Grolier Recovery Services, had been hired to help a team of experts take a look at the dig. Well, at least that's what the government of Turkmenistan thought. In reality, we were a cover corporation using counter-terrorist operators as employees, all working for an organization so removed from the traditional U.S. defense and intelligence infrastructure it didn't even have a real name. We simply called it the Taskforce, and it had sent us to Turkmenistan to identify a wealthy Saudi Arabian who was funding the Islamic movement of Uzbekistan. Unfortunately, our cover took precedence over the mission. So if we didn't locate the contact, we were looking at spending a few days sweating in the desert, something Jennifer would love. She enjoyed anything and everything dealing with old crap. She waved her hand in front of her face, trying to clear the smoke, while she surveyed the bar, looking for our linkage target. She said, "I can't believe Pedro would meet a rich Saudi in this dump. Why not in a mosque, or any number of coffee shops? The intel seems off to me." Pedro was our nickname for a terrorist affiliated with the IMU. He was all set to be removed from the playing field in Uzbekistan when the task force learned he was meeting a contact in Ashgabat. They decided to see if we could identify the contact, implant a collection device in his personal effects, and try to swim upstream to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with the end state being identification of the money man. I said, the mosques here are all owned by the government. In fact, the government monitors everything here, like it's still part of the Soviet Union. He'd need someplace noisy, someplace that self-defeats the bugs all over this damn country. Which was why we wouldn't be doing anything overt against Pedro. Much easier to take him down when he returned to Uzbekistan. Our mission was pure snoop and poop. No high adventure. I went to the bar, happy to see a smattering of Europeans, including one old couple clearly forcing themselves to enjoy the culture. Jennifer and I wouldn't stand out. I got a couple of glasses of hot tea, and by the time I had returned to the table, Jennifer said, "Pedro's at the door." I casually glanced that way and saw him, our linkage target. He was swarthy, with a full head of chestnut hair and a red beard that looked like a briar patch. Dressed in a striped shirt, the sleeves rolled up to the elbows and the tails hanging out over a pair of black slacks made of rough cloth, he looked like every other regular. He glanced around, locked on something, then began walking toward our 3 o'clock. I followed his line of march and saw a single man sitting at a table smoking a cigarette. Bingo. "Jennifer, you see where he's headed?" Yeah, I got him." "It'll be your camera." We each had a covert digital setup embedded in our clothing, me in the upper shoulder of my jacket, and Jennifer in a brooch on her chest, the battery pack, brains, and Bluetooth transmitter hidden in our clothing. We'd purposely sat at 90 degrees to each other to give us complete coverage of the room. If he had gone toward the 9 o'clock, I'd have been getting the picture. The cameras were digital marvels, controlled by our smartphones. They had limited optical zoom, but a very, very good digital zoom, complete with digital stabilization. The hard part had been getting the things to line up naturally to what we wanted to see, as my jacket kept shifting when I sat down, and Jennifer, believe it or not, couldn't get the thing to aim level because of the swell of her breast. After screwing around with them for a while, we'd managed to figure it out. Jennifer brought out her phone and began working it. The image from the camera fed to it via Bluetooth. I waited to confirm the man was Pedro's contact, then began relaying to Knuckles as a backup to the photo. Knuckles, Pike. Zulu 1 located. Prepare to copy description. After a few seconds I heard, "Send it." Dark top, black, possibly blue, long sleeve, button front, no jacket. Sleeves rolled completely down. Youngish, 25 to 30, hawk-like face, long nose, swarthy, looks Saudi. Long hair down to his collar, but well kept. Looks long on purpose, not because he can't afford a barber. Small mustache, but clean chin. No outstanding identifying marks. Sort of looks like Jake Gyllenhaal in Prince of Persia. Jennifer, working the digital zoom, looked up and said, "He doesn't look anything like Jake Gyllenhaal. What an insult." I keyed my radio. Correction. Apparently, Jake is much, much more attractive. Stand by for photo. Jennifer fiddled with her phone for a second longer, then nodded at me. My radio crackled to life, and I heard, "This guy doesn't look a damn thing like Jake Gyllenhaal, except for the hair." Jennifer grinned, and I said, "Sue me. You guys collapse in?" "Yeah, we're set." I saw Jennifer scrunch her eyebrows, still looking at her phone. I glanced at Jake and Pedro, but they weren't doing anything suspicious. "What's up?" "My phone just picked up a signal. I have a missed call and a voicemail." "Who in the world is calling you in Turkmenistan?" "Jack. My brother Jack."
Chapter 5. The desk clerk, a trembling, rail-thin man of about 60, was brought in and slammed into the wall next to Jack. Behind him, a dapper man in a business suit entered, taking a seat. The original hardasses both remained standing. All four were of Hispanic origin. The gunslingers stayed mute. In Spanish, the dapper man said, "Who do you work for?" Jack feigned ignorance again, saying, "I don't speak Spanish." In English, the dapper man said, "You may call me Carlos, please. Tell me why you are here." Holding nothing back, knowing it might help him survive, Jack said, "I'm a reporter for the Dallas Morning Star. My editor knows where I am and will be looking for me. It does you more harm than good to hurt a reporter inside America, and I swear I didn't hear anything incriminating." Carlos turned to one of the gunslingers. "His phone?" The man passed it over, and Carlos checked the call log. "What did you tell the man on the other end of this phone?" "Nothing," Jack said. "It went to voicemail. All I said was I was in trouble. I swear I haven't heard anything." Looking at the number, Carlos said, "Then why would you feel you were in trouble?" "Because of who you are, what you represent." Carlos squinted at the phone and said, "This isn't a Dallas area code. Who did you call?" Confused, Jack said nothing, unsure if Carlos was trying to trick him. Carlos held out the phone, allowing Jack to read the number. His heart sank deeper into the void. Andy isn't going to do anything. He said, "It's nobody. I misdialed." "Misdialed the entire area code? Who is it?" Jack struggled to come up with an answer, anything to deflect attention from the true answer. "It's just a friend I have on speed dial, someone I went to school with. His speed dial number is next to my editor's." Carlos brought up the menu, checked the speed dial, then chuckled and pulled out his own phone, saying, "Not exactly Woodward and Bernstein, are you?" He dialed a number and stood, moving to the bathroom and letting a gunslinger close in on Jack. Carlos began speaking in Spanish, laying out what had occurred up to this point. Fairly fluent, Jack learned he had interrupted something much more sinister than the expansion of drugs into the United States. No, Senor Fox still believes we're computer people like him. Hacktivists. He does not know the reasons behind our meeting. He's paranoid, but not stupid. He just about fainted when my men came in with pistols. He'll realize something else is afoot if I don't give him some misdirection. The man on the other end spoke, and Carlos answered, "Yes, I think he can do it. He works at the Air Force Base in Colorado, the one that controls the navigation satellites, the ones that tell the drones where to fly. I think it's worth continuing. We take out their eyes, and we can go back to the old days, the old ways. We'll be the only ones who can do it. Los Zetas will still get caught by them, and the plaza will be ours." Carlos listened a few seconds longer, then turned his eyes on the desk clerk, saying, "We have paid him handsomely many times in the past. He deserves death for his treachery, but I think we can use him to deflect attention if anyone comes around asking. Keep him alive a little bit longer. I'll pay him before I leave and remind him that I know where his family lives." "What about the man himself, the reporter?" Jack saw the desk clerk's eyes widen and strained to keep his face neutral, waiting on his own fate. What he heard caused his heart to stutter. "I can't do that here in America. I'll need a car that can get across the border. Send someone with a sentry pass. I'll be staying at House 4. They're going to take me to Juarez. Kill me using our own trusted traveler program." Carlos hung up and said, "Watch him." Carlos re-entered the original hotel room and saw Mr. Guy Fawkes sitting in a chair, pasty and sweating. Guy Fawkes. Cute little alias name. Playing me for a stupid cabron. An obese Caucasian with greasy hair and a 3-day growth of beard, he was clearly out of his depth. "Mr. Fawkes, sorry for the interruption. My men thought someone had followed you, but apparently they are just overeager." "Carlos, I don't do violence. I do computers. I'm about transparent information. I was told you could use my information. Let it out inside Mexico." "I understand completely. I'm sorry, but where I'm from, violence is a way of life. I apologize, but tell me, why didn't you send this to someone here? Someone you trust in the networks in the United States?" Fawkes licked his lips and rubbed the sweat off his brow. "With my job, I can't afford it getting back to me. I want it nowhere near me. You saw what happened to Bradley Manning, the WikiLeaks soldier, or Edward Snowden, the NSA whistleblower? The damn U.S. government's all over this stuff. They have tendrils everywhere in America, but not in Mexico." Carlos nodded. "I see. So it has nothing to do with the money I'm willing to pay you." Fawkes looked flustered for a moment, then said, "Hey, don't question why I'm doing this. I want it out. Everyone wants it out. Fuck this man. I didn't ask for some Miami Vice shit. I'll go somewhere else." Carlos said, "Calm down. I just have to make sure. If you want it out so badly, I'll take it for free, because I'm in Mexico. And as you say, I can get it into the world." Fawkes shuffled in his chair a bit, then wiped his nose like a fifth grader. "I have what you want, but it's not free. Understand?" Carlos remained silent for a moment, watching the man twitch and knowing he could get whatever he wanted without paying a dime. But he needed something more. He needed the man's skills. He said, "Do me a favor. Run this number for me. Tell me who it belongs to." Fawkes said, "A test?" "Perhaps. I, too, have to make sure you are who you say you are." Fawkes opened up a laptop and got online. Carlos passed him the number, then waited. Fawkes' sausage fingers raced over the keyboard. Eventually he looked up and said, "It's an archaeological firm in Charleston, South Carolina. Not a whole lot of information tied to it. I got a Dun and Bradstreet number, some credit stuff. What in particular did you want? Carlos thought about it, wondering what the hell Jack's call could have been about. Maybe it really was just a friend. Or maybe he's working for the Federalis. Carlos smiled. I'd like you to take a closer look when you get back home. Just poke around and see if you can find anything strange. Fox pulled his head back like a turtle, exposing the folds of his double chin. You think this is someone after me? Not after you. No. I'm just curious. Consider it a favor. How long before your product is ready? Well, I'm not sure. It depends on a lot of different factors. They just turned on a new control system, and it has some glitches. I have to wait for an aberration, and then when they call me to patch it, I can build a bridge. Shouldn't be more than a week, though. Carlos passed across his cell phone. Call me on this when you're ready. Don't use it for anything else. Mr. Fox rose unsteadily, his face glowing with a rancid gleam of sweat. He skipped past Carlos, giving him a wide berth on the way out, his body odor lingering long after he closed the door. A few minutes later, Jack was brought in and thrown onto the floor, the gunslinger passing Jack's wallet across. Carlos flipped through it and said, Well, Mr. Jack Cahill, as I'm sure you are much more self-aware than that one wrong phone call would indicate, I'm really going to need everything you heard. I have to know what I envision is still safe. I swear to God, I thought I was investigating a drug deal. I have no idea what's going on here. I didn't tell anyone a thing. You found this meeting somehow. Someone talked. I need to know who. When Jack said nothing, Carlos motioned to one of the gunmen, who pulled him to his feet. Carlos said, Don't worry. We have plenty of time.
Chapter 6. I could tell the voicemail was eating at Jennifer. She couldn't listen to it because of the crappy signal, and desperately wanted to go back outside where it was stronger. Unfortunately, the mission took priority. He probably just wanted to say hello. She brushed a hair out of her face, saying, That's not it. I talked to him before I left, like I always do. He knew I was out of town. He wouldn't call unless it was important. Jennifer was very close with her family, calling both of her brothers and her mother once a week just to chat. Her father was the only one she had no time for. I said, Well, whatever it is, you can't do anything immediately from 7,000 miles away, even if you could hear the voicemail. It's close to 11. These guys will be leaving soon. She leaned back, and I saw the fear in her eyes. I hope nothing's happened to Mom. I don't know what else it could be. I knew the unique dread she felt because it was baggage we all carried on deployment, that a tragedy would befall our family while we were gone, but it rarely came true. I had a little special sympathy, though, because in my case it had. I said, Useless worry. Whatever it is, we'll handle it, together. She squeezed my hand and said, Thanks. Her eyes shifted over my shoulder, and she squeezed again. Pedro just passed Jake a compact disc. They're preparing to leave. I didn't want to whip my head around, knowing she had the targets in sight. I said, Go ahead. She keyed her radio. Knuckles, this is Coco, Trigger. Jake is leaving first. Pedro is paying the bill. Roger, how long? He'll break the plane of the door in 5 seconds. Roger, all, we got the ball. We waited an additional 10 minutes, and I saw we were going to be cutting the curfew very, very close. Our hotel wasn't far away, but there weren't very many cabs in this weird city, and we'd need to hoof it or be in danger of getting picked up. We hit the streets, and Jennifer immediately shoved her phone in the air, looking at the signal bar. She began walking down the road like a beagle sniffing a scent, holding her phone this way and that. I followed behind her, saying, Jennifer, it's the witching hour. Let's do this from our hotel. She cut into an alley, saying, We don't have a signal at the hotel. Let me just check as we go. She was headed in the right direction, so I let her continue. The narrow space of the alley was lined on both sides with 4-story apartment buildings, turning it dark enough that her face was illuminated only by the screen of her phone. She said, Somebody's got a repeater around here. Signal's getting stronger. Exasperated, I said, Jennifer, it's past 11. Come on. She stopped, read the signal bar one more time, and dialed her voicemail. I looked past her toward the end of the alley and saw two forms leaving the glow of a streetlight, coming our way. Great. They keyed on the light of her phone. One shouted in Russian. I said hello in English. They picked up their pace and reached us in seconds, wearing uniforms of some kind. I had no idea who or what they were, but knew this wasn't going to end well. I couldn't allow them to check our credentials or run our names. We had met all the official requirements to be in Turkmenistan, but with only one more night to accomplish the mission, I couldn't afford to have any kind of spike, any kind of surveillance effort mounted against us again. This country was a strange place, to say the least. It was a cult of personality, not unlike North Korea, with giant monuments to the dear leader all over the place, and the police conducting a healthy bit of civilian control, which included watching all foreigners. We'd already lulled them once, and gotten them off of us. A spike like this would get them back on. The documents we carried would link Jennifer and me to the entire team, which meant we'd have a blanket on us by tomorrow afternoon. Traditionally, they'd keep the effort going only long enough to prove that we were who we said we were. 2 days from now, it wouldn't matter. They could follow us all the way to Gonor. Tomorrow, it would prevent us from executing. Please take a bribe. If they didn't, the mission was blown. Not to mention Jennifer and I would probably spend a night in some dump prison. Damn Pedro, couldn't you have left an hour earlier? I played stupid, saying, "Hello, my friend is trying to get her phone to work." In broken English, the taller of the two said, "It is not permitted to be on the street." I feigned surprise, saying, "Sorry, we didn't know." The shorter one said, "Papers." Must have learned English watching old World War II movies. Jennifer watched the exchange with wary eyes, listening to her voicemail. The taller one tapped her on the shoulder and said, "Stop phone." She complied, shrinking behind me, saying nothing. I pulled out my wallet, letting them see the crisp $20 bills they could exchange on the black market. I withdrew one and said, "This paper?" He took it, glancing at his partner, saying again, "Papers." Perfect. His partner tapped Jennifer and said, "Give phone." She looked at me, and I held out another 20, saying, "Here's more paper." The shorter one took it, while the taller one said, "Give phone, not allowed." What the hell is he talking about? I knew the cellular rules, and we were meeting them. We were on their network and paying their taxes. More than likely, he wanted the iPhone look-alike just because he thought he could hold us up. Since it was working in Turkmenistan, he thought it was unlocked and something he could now use for himself. Unfortunately, it was actually a special piece of Taskforce equipment, and I wasn't going to allow him to have it. I pulled out another 20, looking at the smaller man and saying, "Here, go buy your own." The tall one grabbed Jennifer's arm that held the phone. She jerked it away and took a step back. The shorter one took the 20. The taller one pulled out a baton like he was drawing a sword. Oh, shit. Jennifer saw the weapon and raised her arms in a defensive stance. She did it out of instinct, but the move amped up everything. I said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, there's no need for this. Here, take everything we got." The smaller one snatched the money out of my hand, while the taller one said, "Give me phone." Jennifer said nothing, waiting to see what the taller one would do. He raised the baton, and I stepped forward. The shorter one shouted and jumped back, pulling his own baton. I held up both hands to him, saying, "Stop, stop." The taller one cracked me on the shoulder, and that was it. A perfect little bribery, now in the toilet. I knelt down from the blow as if it had really hurt, then went in low on the shorter man, knowing the tall man was no longer a threat. I used a single-leg takedown, throwing him onto his back, then scrambling on top, pinning his arms and crossing my hands into the collar of his wool uniform. I scissored my hands out, the collar cutting the blood flow to his brain. He was out in seconds. His partner wasn't as lucky. I turned around to find Jennifer holding his head low and pistoning her knee into his face, his arms flailing uselessly in the air, the baton long gone. His head snapped back after the contact, and he collapsed unnaturally onto the ground. I was on him immediately, hissing, "Jesus Christ, Jennifer, you might have killed him." I checked his pulse and relaxed when I found it strong. His face was a mess, though. I left the 20s on the ground and stood up. "Can we get to the damn hotel now?" She was breathing hard, her hair askew, but her eyes were clear. not even caring about what had just occurred. Pike, Jack's in trouble. You mean like a car wreck or something? No, I mean like bad guy life or death trouble.
Chapter 7. The Sicario watched the mechanics of his work with detached indifference. The suffering of his chosen target didn't faze him at all. Like a butcher at the slaughterhouse, he had killed so many living things that it no longer registered as a repulsive task. It was simply work. Unlike the butcher who killed cleanly and with the ultimate goal of creating food, the Sicario drew out the death, with no other goal than that which was dictated by his capo. And he could make it last days if he was told to. A bullet to the head was preferable in his mind, as it was much less messy. But that wasn't his call. Sometimes the capo wanted to make a point. Like today. He listened to the man beg and plead through the gag strapped to his mouth, and reflected on how the times were rapidly changing. As early as a year ago, he could have done this work without any fear of interruption. The violence in Ciudad Juarez was so extreme that nobody would even investigate the screams. The battle that raged for control of the Juarez Plaza, as the crossing points into the U.S. were called, had been horrific, giving Ciudad Juarez the unenviable title of the most dangerous city on earth. A year ago, there had officially been 3,000 screams such as this. He knew there had been many, many more that nobody had heard. Bodies that were yet to be found and tabulated. But that was then. Now it was prudent to prevent the target from alerting anyone, be it the hated Sinaloa cartel, the authorities, or even some splinter from his employer, the fragmented Cetis cartel. So he used the gag as a precaution. The Sicario watched his wild eyes and the drool from his sobs, believing the man could take one more dip before passing out. To his front was a 55-gallon drum sawed in half and filled with water that raged and bubbled like a mountain river, but not from the force of racing downhill, from the propane stove underneath. His target was hung above it on a winch, and had already tasted the pain. His feet burned into a mess of molten plastic-like flesh, extending to just above the ankles. The Sicario spoke to the man next to him, a doctor who was paid to keep the targets alive. "One more, and he'll need to be treated." Yes, he is strong. I can treat him. He won't die." The man was obsequious and obviously afraid. The Sicario had seen the doctor glance at him repeatedly, then look away, and had noticed how he trembled when they were close together. The Sicario understood why. For one, it was simply the job and his reputation for brutality. Coming from the killing fields of Guatemala, he had taught Los Cetis the art of psychological warfare, had brought the techniques of beheadings and other public displays of death, instilling fear in the enemy. He had achieved a mythical status among all who had heard of him. But more than that, he knew his real-life visage lived up to the legend. During a battle in the Civil War, he had been touched by the volcanic flame of a white phosphorus grenade. A grenade thrown by a fellow Kabyl, and had been burned on his head, losing his eyebrows and leaving his forehead looking like melted wax. They had shaved him in the hospital, and he'd kept that discipline ever since, meticulously shaving every bit of hair off of his head. The effect was disconcerting, and he liked it that way. Fewer people to test him. The Sicario watched the target violently shake his head left and right, the spittle from his screams dripping down the cloth of the gag onto his chest. Ignoring the pleading, he lowered the man, and the sweet-sour odor of boiling meat permeated the room again, reminding him of his mother's kitchen, of dinners long ago in Guatemala when he was a child, before he had joined the Guatemalan Kabyl's Special Forces Unit, before he had had his humanity sucked out of him like life-giving oxygen from a hole in a spacesuit. He intently studied the target's face, and when his eyes rolled back in his head, he hoisted the man up. It did no good to punish him if he couldn't feel the effects. As two other men lowered the target to the floor, avoiding the destroyed flesh of his lower legs, the doctor went to work, inserting an IV and treating the burns. The back and forth of treatment and pain would go on until the heart stopped. Some men lasted longer than others. The record had been 3 days, but the Sicario didn't feel this one had that sort of stamina. 2 days at the most. He went into the other room for a drink of water and felt his phone vibrate. He looked at the number and answered immediately. Yes, El Comandante. Pelon, I have a task for you. It needs to be done immediately. Yes, of course. Sinaloa has something big in motion. I don't know what it is, but there is a man who does. He's an American, and I've just found out they mean to bring him here to Juarez. You want me to kill him? No. That's what they're trying to do. He's apparently a reporter who knows of their plans. I want you to snatch him from them. Find out what he knows. Find out how he can help us. That was a tall order. Ciudad Juarez was huge, as big as El Paso, and absolutely flooded with drug cartel safe houses, much like the one he was in. Getting to the man and getting out alive would mean a fight, and with the balance of power between Sinaloa and Los Cetes, it would more than likely mean a running gun battle. He wouldn't get to pick the time and place of capture, like he ordinarily did. Sinaloa would be waiting, and Los Cetes no longer had the monopoly on violence they had once possessed. Initially formed in the late 90s as an enforcement arm of the Gulf Cartel, the core of Los Cetes was defectors from the GAFE, Mexican Special Forces, who took their name from the code letter Z given to them when they were working with the federal police trying to halt the flow of drugs. The government couldn't offer nearly as much money as the Gulf Cartel, and the men had simply switched allegiances. Before they defected, the GAFE had done many cross-training events with the Cabils in Guatemala, and the connection still lingered, pulling in defectors from that Special Forces element as well, including the Sicario. By 2007, Los Cetes was doing much more than simply enforcing for the Gulf Cartel. Their tendrils extended all the way into Central America, and their brutality became legendary. They split from their Gulf masters, forming their own cartel, and the blood began to flow, with Los Cetes proving to be more ferocious than any other cartel. The guard dog had turned on the master. In recent years, almost all of the original Special Forces leaders had been killed, leading to infighting for control and less restraint as the violence spiraled upward. Los Cetes had turned feral, killing each other as much as anyone else. Like a bonfire, they were consuming themselves in a spectacular spasm of destruction and running out of fuel. Now, with the Gulf Cartel in alliance with the Sinaloa Cartel, the Juarez Plaza was in danger of being lost forever, and Los Cetes would do anything to prevent it. The Sicario knew that refusal of the mission would simply mean his death. There was no form of loyalty anymore. It wasn't like the early days, when accomplishment counted and the Special Forces bond meant something. Now it was a day-to-day fight for existence. He said, "You know where he will be taken? What area of the city?" "No, not here. But I know where in El Paso. It's why you have been chosen." "I don't work in America. I can't work in America. If I'm caught there, I won't be deported." "So don't get caught, Pelon. It's just across the border, in an area nobody controls. It will be easy." Despite his fearsome reputation, the Sicario still worked for a boss, was still subservient to the Zetas chain of command, and he knew exactly why he was being given the task. Someone would need to penetrate the border into El Paso, capture the guy, then return. Someone who had the ability to avoid a majority of the scrutiny at the bridge. Someone who knew how to get around in America. The Sicario didn't fit the last requirement. He hadn't been across to El Paso in over 35 years, and had no idea what the city was like. But he did have the ability to get back and forth since he had an American passport. Because he'd been born there. Chapter 8. The Sicario puttered in the northbound traffic on the Paso del Norte bridge, seeing the line of cars snaking out before him. He'd done his research and knew it would be at least a 2-hour wait. While the bridge operated 24 hours a day, he decided to cross when traffic was heaviest, giving the men working border control less of an incentive to focus on him. Inching forward every few minutes, surrounded by all manner of cars, some seemingly held together by duct tape, he reflected on his future, or more precisely, his lack of one. From the beginning, the cartels had led a Darwinian existence of dog-eat-dog with only the strong surviving. Even Ociel Cardenas, the man who had created the original Zetas enforcement arm, had the nickname El Mata Amigos, the friend killer, because he had executed his partner to seize control of the Gulf cartel. Back then, though, there were lines. Reasons for the violence, with a degree of logic. Because random killing was counterproductive for business. The Sicario had seen that change. The leadership of Los Zetas had become paranoid, or maybe they were simply crazy, with the calculated thinking of the original members lost to the savagery of the animals who took over from below. It really didn't matter why. In the past, the Sicario had killed for a purpose, sending a signal to the authorities, getting revenge for transgressions, or simply showing the consequences should someone interfere with cartel business. It had all been designed to retain control. The killings were thought out before they were ordered, with potential repercussions discussed at least as much as the operation itself. Now, Los Zetas butchered anyone suspected of working against them based on rumor alone, with no thought given to the fallout. The man the Sicario had boiled was one such target. 2 days ago, he'd been a valued member of Los Zetas. Yesterday, he had become a target simply because his boss, El Comandante, had heard he might be turning informant. The Sicario was sure El Comandante was crazy. He was like a dog that had been whipped, beaten, and thrown into fights to the death for so long he had lost all sense of what constituted reality. Sooner or later, it would be the Sicario's turn. Of that he was absolutely positive. The only reason it hadn't happened yet was because he had never once shown anything but loyalty, and had never indicated an interest in greater riches or power. That, and because the Sicario had been Los Zetas far longer than anyone else, longer even than El Comandante. He was one of the few members of Los Zetas still alive from when they were the pipe swingers for the Gulf cartel. One of the original Sicarios, and that fact, along with his reputation for brutality, held some importance. He wondered if he himself was crazy. He thought he could discern it in others, but wasn't sure about himself. He didn't believe he was, but in his heart he couldn't see how anyone who executed such heinous deeds couldn't be. He should have been eaten up with remorse or fearful of the afterlife. But he wasn't. The acts, like the one earlier today, never bothered him. Didn't that make him loco? There was only one action that haunted him, made him worry about where he would spend eternity. During the latter stages of the Guatemalan Civil War, his Kabyl unit had been sent to pacify a village. They had slaughtered every man, woman, and child. After everything he had done since in the name of Los Zetas, this was the one event that haunted his dreams, made him sweat when the memories surfaced. The campesinos running left and right like rabbits, the machetes falling, the blood, the stench of spilled intestines and chopped meat. It all returned at night while he slept. The after-effects of that operation had driven him into the arms of Los Zetas. He told himself it was because they paid infinitely more than the Guatemalan army. But in reality, he had decided that if he was going to kill, he wanted to kill someone who wasn't innocent. As if Los Cetas knew the difference. Loco thoughts. He rubbed the little statue of La Santa Muerte on his seat, saying a small prayer for his soul, wondering if the man he had boiled had also prayed to the patron saint of death, and whether that made them both insane. Driving into the El Paso neighborhood known as Eagle, the Sicario reflected that it didn't look a whole lot different from Juarez. Very few trees, cinder-block houses with yards full of rock and dirt, and adobe dwellings interspersed with seedy automotive repair shops and convenience stores. Situated along the Chavez border highway, it was literally a stone's throw from Mexico, butting right up against the Rio Grande River. The thought brought him some comfort that perhaps he could get away with what he'd been tasked. He'd had no trouble crossing over, and was glad he'd kept his passport up to date. He'd never used it to come into the United States, but had always treasured it as a final out, a wild card that might come in handy should he be picked up by Mexican authorities, or should he need to run from other less forgiving types. The Paso del Norte crossing was northbound only, but he was sure the southbound crossing at Stanton Street would, if anything, be easier, since he would be headed into Mexico instead of the United States. He turned left off of the border highway onto Park Street and began looking for the skate park. He crossed 3 intersections and started to wonder if the intelligence was wrong. At the 4th, he saw the corner of the park. He turned left again, now scanning for atmospherics. So far, so good. The Eagle neighborhood had a very high crime rate, but he wasn't looking for police. He was searching for the street gang that owned this barrio and would be acting as lookouts for the Sinaloa cartel. He took a left on South Hill Street, boxing his route in, and saw a tattooed hood wearing a dingy white wife-beater and jeans. He was lounging against the front wall of a meat market and talking to another street thug sitting on an overturned plastic bucket. The conversation stopped when his car came into view. They both eyeballed him as he turned, and the Sicario wondered if this neighborhood was so close-knit that they'd know he didn't have any business here. He ignored them, getting a quick glance at their side of the street, then driving past and looking to the left, away from their eyes so they couldn't see his face, giving them only a view of the wig and hat he wore. 75 meters down, and he saw the safe house. It was a 1-story brick structure with 2 windows, one on either side of a single door. Small, maybe 3 rooms total, butting right up to the sidewalk. No yard to speak of, which meant no chain-link fences to contend with. All in all, a plus for the Sicario. It was getting to be late afternoon, and while the Sicario would have liked to wait until darkness, he wasn't sure when the Sinaloa transporter would arrive. Once the reporter was loaded, there would be no chance of taking him. He drove around the block, passing the skate park again. This time, instead of continuing on, he stopped at the alley that ran behind the safe house, a dirty, narrow strip littered with trash. He backed up to the skate park and wedged his car in between 2 pickup trucks, getting it out of view. He walked toward Hill Street, scanning left and right. When he reached the alley, having seen nothing alarming, he shifted left and went down it at a rapid pace, walking all the way to the next block. When he passed the safe house, he saw a back door, but it was heavily barred with a wrought iron gate. Not an entrance, but it would work as an exit. He circled back to his car, coming up with a plan. It would have to be quick and dirty, but with only 1 lookout position, they weren't expecting trouble. At most, there would be 3 men inside to contend with. None would be expecting a threat, but that would change when he knocked on the door. They would arm themselves out of reflex. Unless... Chapter 9. The Sicario picked up his pace and reached the skate park and his car. He drove it to the mouth of the alley, backing the vehicle just inside and off the street, but not close enough for the safe house to hear the engine. He threw his wig and hat into the back seat, lifted up a special compartment in the right rear door panel, and pulled out a suppressed Sig Sauer P226 9mm pistol. The weapon was bigger than he would have liked, made larger still by the 5-inch suppressor, but it was necessary. He donned a specially made shoulder rig, seated the pistol, then put on a cheap nylon windbreaker to cover it. He exited the car and began walking back around the block, towards South Hill Street and the meat market. He knew that the lookouts would focus on his bald skull and scorched forehead, and the image would preclude their brains from making any connection to the man who had just driven past, which would cost them. He turned the corner and walked with purpose straight toward the meat market, both gang members staring at him intently. He ignored them, stopping short of the building proper, and veering toward a gate in the wooden fence that ensconced the market's property. He opened it like he belonged, and went through a 6-foot-tall barricade that would preclude anyone from seeing what he was about to do. He searched the area with his eyes and saw nothing but old washing machines and beer cans. No windows on the building or witnesses in the yard. He knelt and called out in Spanish, "Help me! Please, come help!" He waited, then repeated the call. Eventually, the one he'd seen on the bucket came through the gate saying, "What do you want, cabron?" He jammed the suppressor into the thug's throat and said, "Call your friend." The man splayed his hands out in a gesture of surrender. The Sicario waited a beat for compliance. When it didn't occur, he twisted the barrel, pushing it deeper into the soft folds of flesh. "Call your friend." The man did, bleeding like a goat. The Sicario shot him from under the chin, the bullet going through the brain and taking out a section of skull as it exited the top. The body hitting the ground made more noise than the suppressed .226. He waited. The wife-beater rounded the corner cursing, walking with a swagger. He saw the body a split second before he felt the suppressor at the base of his jaw just below his ear. He, too, held his arms out. The Sicario said, "Do not talk. Just nod yes. You know the house you are protecting?" A nod. "We're going over there, and you're going to knock on the door. Get them to open it without alerting them something is wrong. If you fail, you will die. If you succeed, you can run away down the street. I'll do the rest. Do you understand?" Another nod, but this time with a snarl on his face. "Trouble. Put your arms down. Look at me." The man/boy did so, glaring at him with a challenge, showing he wasn't concerned. "I know whose house that is, and they are of no help to you. I'm a Los Zetas Sicario. You know what this means?" The toughness cracked, and the thug tentatively nodded. He jammed the barrel deep into the soft fold of flesh beneath the jaw. "Do you understand what this means for you?" The gang member became visibly scared, staring at the molten scars on the Sicario's forehead. "I have made many men such as you cry for death, weeping and begging for their mothers. Your next few minutes will decide if you do the same. Let's go." This time the gang member nodded vigorously. He'd heard the stories, maybe even seen the pictures. He'd played at being tough in his own little fishbowl, had dealt out his own version of justice in the barrio, but understood the man with the gun operated in a whole different universe of pain. They crossed the street, the wife-beater walking in front. When they reached the brick of the house, the Sicario stopped just outside the left window, his pistol down and hidden between the wall and his left leg. Wife-beater looked at him once, a mixture of fear and resignation on his face, then knocked on the door. When someone answered from the other side, he stated he was making another run and wondered if the Jefe wanted anything from the store. The Sicario admired his courage. It was the perfect story, but was predicated on an answer. If the man behind the door said yes, he would have accomplished the mission. If he said no, the door wouldn't open, and he would be dead. The man said yes. The Sicario had counted the locks earlier and seen 3. The gang member glanced at him, holding his position in front of the peephole and waiting on permission to run. The Sicario strained to hear the locks. When he heard the second one click open, he shot Wife-Beater in the temple, the man crumpling to the concrete without a sound. By the time the third lock had turned, he was standing over the body. When the door cracked an inch, he kicked it hard, throwing the man back. The Sicario stepped inside and drilled the guard twice in the face, causing him to slam against the wall and fling the wallet in his hand into the hallway. The Sicario moved forward, training the SIG on every crevice. He saw doors to the right and left before the hallway spilled into an open den. He heard someone say something behind the door to the right. He kicked it open and found a man sitting on a toilet, his pants around his ankles. The man uttered something unintelligible, pure astonishment on his face, a newspaper in his hands. He tried to stand, and the Sicario put 2 rounds above his nose. He raced to the den and found it empty, but identified the back door in the center of the wall. He went to the cubby used as a kitchen and found it empty as well. He shuffled back to the final door, readied his pistol, and kicked it open. On the floor was a Caucasian man bound up like a calf at a rodeo. He held his hands out in front, shouting, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" When the Sicario holstered his weapon, the man's demeanor changed, and tears formed in his eyes. He began to chant, "Thank God, thank God, thank you. They were going to take me to Mexico. Thank you."
Chapter 10. I rolled the dice and moved my backgammon piece, surprised that I was beating Knuckles, since he taught me how to play the game earlier that morning. I'd figured he was an old hand at backgammon, and thus a better player, but then again, we were in the middle of a mission. Maybe he couldn't multitask like a master such as myself. Or maybe he was still pissed at me. Hard to tell. He'd been plenty mad last night, and I wasn't sure which piece of anger had lingered, the fact that I'd let Jennifer go home, or the fact that he'd figured out where she and I stood with each other. The team had treated Jake to a hotel called the President, a gaudy giant monument of white marble that looked like it belonged more in Las Vegas than it did in Turkmenistan. Of course, it was owned by the president of the country. It was billed as a 5-star resort used for dignitaries and diplomats, complete with indoor-outdoor pools, tennis courts, a spa, and a bar on the 16th floor, but like everything else in this strange country, it gave a vibe that was a little off-kilter. Nothing overt, just small things, like getting your hand shocked when you use the shower, or the maids rolling the dice about whether they'd show up to clean your room on a given day, or seeing the typed piece of paper and a document protector taped to the window, telling the occupant not to open the window between certain hours. Strange all the way around. Because the hotel was located far outside the city center, and because of our little altercation last night, we decided to jump talk to its location, re-establishing our operations at the new hotel. We would have had to do it anyway, since it was out all by itself and not within walking distance of anything, precluding conducting operations from our original hotel. But the police fight made it imperative that we get out of the area. It had been too dark in that alley for them to have gleaned any viable description, so they'd fall back on the only thing they had, hotels within walking distance of the scene, and that would have put us in the net. As I was checking out, Knuckles came into the lobby. He'd already completed reconnaissance of Jake's room and built a plan of attack. He'd borrowed a maid's uniform and determined the room cleaning schedule, which is to say there wasn't one, meaning Jennifer could access it at any time of the day and not look out of place. He wasn't too happy when I told him that Jennifer was headed to the airport instead of the new hotel. All the flights left at 2 or 3 in the morning, and I figured it was better to fly her home in the same cycle of darkness. The police would be looking for a couple, and getting her out would throw off their search. Of course, Knuckles didn't see it that way. What do you mean she's leaving? We're in the middle of a fucking mission. Her brother's in trouble. He left a voicemail that's not something to mess around with. So call him and tell him she'll be home in a day or two. How bad could it be? He won't answer his phone. Goes straight to voicemail. Look, her brother's a reporter in Dallas, and she thinks he was working on a story about the drug cartels. That gave him pause. We'd both kept up on what was going on in Mexico because of the potential nexus of the cartels and terrorists out to harm the United States. I continued. I heard the voicemail, and he was really in fear for his life. It sounded like someone was about to jerk the phone out of his hand. He took that in, then said, "You really think this is some type of Sopranos bullshit?" "I don't know, but Jennifer's freaking out about it, and rightly so. She needs to get home." He tried to maintain his anger, but it was a losing battle. He knew the decision was correct, and he would have made it himself if it were someone under his command. He just didn't like the fact that he had no control over our little civilian company, and I understood that. We were still slogging through how such things worked and who was ultimately in charge, because my company was unique. It wasn't established by the government, but by Jennifer and me through our own seed money, and yet we got a Taskforce paycheck for missions such as this. On the one hand, we could be kicked to the curb as too much trouble, but on the other, our company allowed penetration of just about any place on Earth, like it had here, and it was run by operators. Confusing, but that's what the world was when you were working outside the traditional intelligence and defense architecture. With diminishing aggravation, he said, "This damn mission won't work without her. I've already got a maid's uniform and a plan for entry." I smiled at that. A year ago, he wouldn't have used Jennifer at all if he could help it, instead giving her some menial task that wouldn't affect the outcome of the mission. Now he was building operations that revolved around her participation. "That's not true," I said. "The hard part is gaining entry to the room, and you've already cracked that. The rest is just cover development." The locks at the President Hotel were made by a company called Onity. They used key cards just like hotel locks all over the world. The difference was that the Onity lock had a fairly well-publicized hack utilizing the DC barrel connector at the base of the casement, whereby a simple tool could trick it into opening. Onity had done nothing about the vulnerability until a rash of robberies in Houston, Texas, prompted an outcry. They'd created a patch, but they had over 10,000 locks in use around the world, and Knuckles figured this backwater country wasn't high on the list for getting fixed. The hack would still work here. Knuckles said, "It's not that simple. We're going to have to come up with another solution now." Jennifer came down to the lobby with her luggage, and he said nothing else about the mission. When she reached us, he said, "Hey, your brother's going to be okay. It's probably just a miscommunication." She said, "I sure hope so." I said, "I called your cab. It's outside." I let her out, carrying her luggage and giving her a little pep talk. Before she entered the cab, I admonished her about not doing anything stupid. "Hey, I know you're worried about Jack, but don't go hot-rodding to Mexico, no matter what you find. It's probably just bad communication, and I don't want you jumping to conclusions. I'll be back in 3 days, 4 at the most. Promise me you won't run off like the Lone Ranger." Her eyes held nothing but pain and dread. She said, "Pike, I'm sorry I'm leaving. I know I'm hurting the mission. I know I'm letting you down, letting the team down. It's just not like him to call like that. Something's really wrong." I squared her to me, hands on both arms. "Screw that. Let me handle the team. Nothing here we can't accomplish without you." I poked her in the eye to lighten the mood. "Contrary to what you might think, we aren't all wondering how the hell we're going to execute if you leave. Just don't do anything stupid. I'll contact the Taskforce. Get them to track his phone and send you a grid." She said, "You can't do that. For one, it's illegal. For another, it's personal. Don't get in any trouble over this. It's not their problem." Yeah, don't worry about it. You've given enough to the Taskforce to earn a little payback. Just promise you won't go off half-cocked. The trace will probably show up in Dallas." She shook her head and said, "You never listen to anything I say." She put her arms around my waist and stood on tiptoe. "You're a good man. I won't do anything stupid. I'm looking forward to seeing you away from the team. These separate rooms suck." Then she kissed me full on the lips. I returned it at first, bringing her close and savoring the connection. Then I remembered where we were, who was watching. I broke it off and said, Get out of here. I watched her drive away, praying Knuckles wasn't in the lobby. When I turned around, he was still standing there. Maybe he didn't see anything. When I got inside, he said, "What the fuck was that?" Damn it. "What?" I asked. "That kiss, what was that?" "Nothing. That was just a peck on the cheek. She'd have done the same to you." "I never had a peck that involved my tongue." He squinted his eyes at me and asked, "Are you sleeping with Jennifer?" I felt my face flush like I was a teenager caught in the back seat of a car, and he exclaimed, "Holy shit, you are sleeping with her, you damn liar." The anger was real, because he thought I'd broken the trust of a teammate. We'd had long talks about the loss of my family, my life, and how I felt about Jennifer, but the conversations were all the same. I was torn apart by their death. I wasn't ready for a relationship. Jennifer was a teammate, period. Nobody could replace my wife, Heather, yada, yada, yada. All of that was true, except for the last part. While Heather's death had left a hole that would never be filled, Jennifer had covered it over long ago, hiding the scar tissue and burying the rage that Heather's loss had engendered. I had realized the connection, but I had been too afraid to admit it, afraid of rejection. I'd finally worked up the courage, and because of my incredible charm, my fear of rejection had ended up being misplaced anxiety. But that had been only recently. I said, "Knuckles, it's not like that. I swear it just started." He stared at me, saying nothing, wondering what else I'd lied about, because at the same time I was bearing my soul to him about my family, he'd reciprocated with other very personal things, and now he felt betrayed. He said, "You can't sleep with her. She's a damn teammate. Jesus, Pike, you know better." I was taken aback. This was the first time Knuckles had said she was an equal inside the Taskforce. "She's still a teammate. Nothing's changed." "Everything's changed. This is exactly what's wrong with females in combat arms positions. You'll start favoring her, doing things to protect her, like you did here by sending her home." That poked the wrong sore. "Bullshit," I snarled. "I felt the same about her since we met. I was just too screwed up to realize it. Nothing's changed. 6 months ago, I let her free climb off a 60-story building because you said it was a good idea. Then I put her in a position to contract a lethal virus to prevent a pandemic. I thought she was going to die, and I could have pulled her back. Could have protected her. Nothing has changed. Let it go." He said, "That time in Lebanon, when she was inside Hezbollah headquarters, you triggered the reaction force." In a low voice, I said, "That was because of me, not her. It was my mistake alone. I would have done the same if it had been you inside. Let it go." He searched my face, his mind calculating the ramifications. Eventually, he shook his head, coming to grips with the situation, as I knew he would. Knuckles had always been more liberal than most in the task force, down to the hippie haircut he had worn since I'd known him. I said, "And I need you to keep this between us. I can't have the entire team second-guessing my decision-making." He rolled his eyes and said, "Why can't you ever do anything the easy way?" That had been 18 hours ago, and now I was thinking about losing this game of backgammon as an olive branch, or at least to keep him from getting more aggravated than he already was. I kept my eye on the hallway and waited on the call from the other team, begging to hear anything, since Knuckles was giving me the silent treatment. Finally, my radio crackled to life. "Jake's out, room's clear." Chapter 11. Since Jake had passed the secondary team, it meant he was headed either to the gym or to the stairs, not to the elevators near us. Given the target, I found it hard to believe he'd use either one, but he did. "Just entered the gym." I said, "Roger, Retro, your ball game. No more than 30 minutes. I heard, "Roger, coming down now." After Jennifer left, Knuckles had washed his hands of developing the new course of action, leaving it to me to come up with a plan. I'd basically used the same one he had created, only substituting Retro for Jennifer. With his black hair and 70s porn star bushy mustache, Retro looked the most like someone from this neck of the woods. He also spoke Russian from his time in the 10th Special Forces Group. Not like a native, but it would be enough of an edge to fool someone who didn't speak it, like our Saudi Arabian target. We'd found a suit that fit reasonably well and borrowed a hotel name tag with some moniker that was impossible to pronounce, and he looked reasonably enough like hotel security. Actually, he looked a hell of a lot better in the suit than in the dated clothes he usually wore. The target room was on the 3rd floor, and the hallway had 2 alcoves, one on either side of it, complete with table, chair, and backgammon game. Neither position could see the room itself, but that was irrelevant, since Jake couldn't get out without going by one of them. Decoy and Blood, the ones who had triggered, were at the other position on the far end of the hallway. The biggest risk was Retro being found in the room. Jennifer, as a maid, could easily have talked her way out, but Retro would have some serious splaining to do, which is why I had given him a time limit. Retro came by our position carrying a clipboard and a radio, looking like an important member of the hotel staff. He ignored us, and I waited on the sitrep of entry. The seconds ticked by. Then finally I heard, "Pike, I'm in. And we have a problem. There are 5 CDs here. What do you want me to do?" Retro had entered with a specially constructed portable compact disc gripper, intending on working with a single CD. While getting whatever information was on the CD was great, what we really wanted to do was identify the guy's boss. In addition to copying the CD, the Ripper would implant a small Trojan horse. Whenever the CD was booted, the virus would reach out to the internet and contact the Taskforce. From there, the hacking cell would exploit whatever they could find and hopefully identify the money man. After that, it was a U.S. government call as to what would happen with the information. Maybe another Taskforce team would get Omega authority for the guy, but more than likely the information would be passed to the CIA for them to leverage with the Saudi liaison services. The problem here was that the Ripper took 15 minutes. With 5 CDs, Retro didn't have time to complete the mission in the room. I said, "Do they look like the blank CDs we have in the TOC?" "Yeah, the CDs do, but the cases are different." I looked at Knuckles and said, "I'm sending Knuckles up to get them. Meet him in the elevator. Switch out the CDs and rip all of them in the TOC." Knuckles stood, finally with a grin on his face, a perverse sense of pleasure coming from the curveball, like it had happened because I'd sent Jennifer home. Retro said, "What if he comes back while I'm upstairs?" "Is there a laptop in the room?" "Not that I can see." "Don't worry about it then. He won't check the CDs for information. It's just eye candy so you can rip them." "Pike, I'll still have to get back in here to replace the real CDs. One step at a time." Retro passed by me moving at a good clip, was gone for a minute or two, then came back holding the blank CDs and disappeared down the hall. Knuckles returned in time to see him scurry by again with the target CDs in his hands, headed to the TOC on the 12th floor. Knuckles said, "There's no way Jake's going to work out for an hour and a half. What are you going to do if he returns?" I said, "Let's cross that bridge when we come to it." 10 minutes later, the cursed bridge appeared. Decoy came on. "Jake's headed back. He's out of the gym." "What? Who works out for 20 minutes? With a bemused look, Knuckles said, "Maybe he forgot his iPod." I said, "Those CDs ended up being a blessing in disguise. If there had only been one, Retro would have been caught." We waited, and Jake didn't reappear. So much for the iPod. I said, "What do you think?" "Fire alarm. Trip that and get him to the lobby. That'll be enough time." "Yeah, but we don't know what their procedures are. They could come knocking on every door, or simply reset it after 5 seconds. Phone call? From the lobby using an internal landline? What'll we say? Tell me there's a package waiting. All we need is a few minutes to get back in the room. The elevator ride itself will be enough." I thought about the pros and cons. Tripping the fire alarm would garner a lot of attention and would force us to vacate our surveillance positions. But the biggest problem was that we just didn't know what the official reaction would be. On the other hand, the phone call would make Jake suspicious because he wasn't expecting a package, then grow more so when there was nothing waiting on him, especially when the desk claimed they'd never called. In the end, I decided it didn't matter. He could get as suspicious as he wanted, because we were headed to go north tomorrow, and the mission would be done. The fire alarm option was flirting with contact with official authorities I didn't want to engage. I said, "Okay, you get in the lobby and make the call on my trigger." I keyed my radio. "Retro, this is Pike. What's your status?" "It's going quicker than I expected. I'm on Disc 4 right now. Maybe another 10 minutes. I relayed the plan over the radio, then said, "Retro, come down the stairs to Decoy's position. I want you close, but I don't want you to pass Jake on his way out." He said, "Roger all." 12 minutes later, he was done with the CDs and set. I got an up from Knuckles and said, "Execute." I waited for 3 more minutes, then Jake passed me, all sweaty from his manly workout. I let him get 30 feet away and stood, saying over the net, "Room's clear. I say again, room's clear." I began following Jake and heard, "Moving." I hoped the elevators would be slow getting to our floor, thus giving Retro that much more time. The bank came in view, and I saw that wasn't going to happen. One opened, and a man in a bellboy uniform came out carrying a box with an address on it and an envelope of legal size. Oh, shit. They deliver packages to the rooms. Jake spoke to him, and the bellboy used a small radio to talk to someone else. Then he shook his head at Jake. Our target turned and began heading back to his room. I passed him and entered the elevator. When the doors closed, I said, "Abort, abort, Jake's headed back." Retro said, "I'm not done replacing him. He'll know someone's been in the room." I said, "If he opens the door and sees you, I don't think there will be any doubt. Abort." I reached the bottom and immediately went back up. I turned the corner to the backgammon alcove and saw Knuckles had beaten me back. He shook his head. I keyed my radio. "Decoy, you got a status on Retro?" "Negative. He hasn't come back this way." I paused, then keyed the radio again. Retro, status?" I heard 2 clicks, and Knuckles realized what had happened at the same time I did. He's hiding in the room. I said, "What do you think?" "I think if Jennifer were here, she would have walked right out holding some towels." That's not an answer. "Fire alarm. That's the only thing that will work. Another phone call's asking for compromise." I nodded my head and was looking for an alarm to trigger when Retro appeared around the corner, pulling off his name tag. We both stared at him and grinned. "Well," I said, "what the hell happened?" "I swear, Pike. He would have figured out the CDs had been tampered with if I had aborted. I had to stay. But I knew he'd been to the gym. What do you do after working out?" Knuckles said, "Take a shower." Yup, and that's exactly what he did. I hid under the bed until the water came on. Gutsy, but very switched-on thinking. "You also gave us a heart attack." He said, "You? When I dove down, I remembered I hadn't checked to see if the bed had one of those boxes around it to prevent people from leaving things. That would have been embarrassing." We all chuckled at the near miss, the adrenaline subsiding, and the camaraderie beginning to flow. I broke down the surveillance box, saying, "Meet at the bar on the 16th floor. Retro's buying. Last chance before we head out to the desert tomorrow." Up top, in the restaurant bar, we poked fun at Retro and fended off the working girls out looking for a mate. Well, most of us did. I noticed Decoy sizing the women up when he went for another beer, plying his Tennessee charm. Man whore. I was in a pretty good mood, lubricated with the beer and happy at the successful outcome, when my phone signaled a voicemail from Jennifer, the intermittent cell service working on the top floor of the hotel. All my humor left when I listened to it. The Taskforce had located Jennifer's brother's phone. In Mexico.
Chapter 12. Jennifer pulled into the parking lot, wondering if she should put on surgical gloves before going inside. The place was called the Traveler's Inn, but it looked more like the motel that stayed in business because of seedy people. Just off of I-10, on the northern outskirts of El Paso, it looked like it sold rooms by the hour. An L-shaped building, it was a 1-story dilapidated structure, with a neon sign that she was sure no longer worked. There was a smattering of cars in the lot facing the motel, most rusted with dents and dings. A family was loading a pickup, 3 small kids and a mother and father, all of Hispanic heritage. The sight gave her a little hope. They didn't look like criminals, more like people who simply needed a cheap place to stay. She sat in the car for a moment, wondering what Jack had been doing here. She'd flown into Dallas the day before, the jet lag tearing her down, but the anxiety about her brother's fate driving her forward. Her mother was waiting for her outside of baggage claim, and there was no mistaking the relationship. They had always looked like sisters, and the similarities still lingered, although her mother now colored her hair to keep it the same dirty blonde it had always been. The one difference was the eyes. Her mother's were chestnut brown to Jennifer's gray, the single genetic vestige within her from her deadbeat father. Many men had told her they were beautiful, but in truth she didn't think so. The color reminded her of betrayal and loss. She would have traded them for her mother's eyes without hesitation. Make the familial similarities with the person who had raised her complete. Get rid of the genetic flaw given by the person who had deserted them. Her mother had smiled upon seeing her, and Jennifer saw the wrinkles, lines where there had been none before. It dawned on her that her mother was getting old, right before her eyes. She wondered how much was the strain of Jack's disappearance and how much was the march of time. They hugged, and Jennifer said, "Anything new since I left Germany?" "No. I've got a meeting set up with Andy Cochran. He's Jack's editor at the paper and knew what Jack was working on. He's the one Jack was calling when he misdialed you." Andy wouldn't talk on the phone. "What about the police? Has anyone alerted them?" "Andy did as soon as I called him about your voicemail. They won't do anything for 48 hours. Even when his damn phone doesn't get answered, and Andy tells them what he was working on?" Her mother grimaced and said, "Even then, we're on our own. But we've been there before." "Where's Scott?" "He's still overseas. He wanted to come home, and I told him to stay." Jennifer's eyes narrowed, and her mother said, "Jen, he's a tour guide. He can't do anything here. He'll want to start raising hell just to raise hell, but it won't help." Jennifer knew she was right, as she had been all of their lives. Her older brother had been a hellion as a child, much like Jennifer herself, but unlike her, he'd never managed to focus on a set path. He ran off at the next big thing every few months and was now conducting guided tours in the mountains of Croatia for college students. He made no money, but he enjoyed it. Even so, she would have liked to have him here. If anyone could handle Mexico, it would be Scott. He'd traveled all over the world, living out of a backpack and facing down countless obstacles. Because of it, he had an antenna for this sort of thing. Then again, he's no match for Pike, who was a half a world away. They'd gone to the newspaper office and met Andy, a balding, pensive man now wringing his hands about the danger he'd placed Jack in. He told them that Jack had been building an exposé on the infiltration of drug cartels into America, and that he'd warned Jack about the risks. In fact, he hadn't paid for any of the investigation because the paper simply couldn't afford it, and the topic was too volatile. Jack had done it all freelance. Andy had cracked at one point, saying it was all his fault because the story would have put the paper on the national scene, would have guaranteed its solvency, and yet he'd done nothing to protect Jack from retribution. Jennifer had calmed him down and gleaned the specifics of the hotel in El Paso. Jack had been meticulous in letting Andy know what he was doing, and that trail had led here, the sleazy Traveler's Inn. On the way down from Dallas, she'd received the trace of Jack's phone in Ciudad Juarez. Jennifer had no idea how Pike had managed the track, but the location did nothing to make her feel better. Like a sailor clinging to a sinking ship, creating hope where none should exist, she found excuses in her mind for the trace. The phone had been lost, or stolen, or the trace was wrong. Anything to contradict the reality that the boat was going down and she was about to be floating in the ocean by herself. Jennifer exited the car and surveyed the dilapidated motel, finding room 12, her brother's room. She went to the front desk, the door tinkling a small bell like it was still in the 1950s. The office was clean but clearly old, a utilitarian check-in counter taking up most of the room. A Hispanic man of about 60 entered from a back door. "Can I help you?" She smiled, trying to disarm him, unsure of how to proceed. "Yes, I'm looking for someone who stayed here a few days ago. His name is Jack Cahill, but I'm not sure what he called himself when he checked in. He's Caucasian, about 5'10", with brown hair." He cut her off. "Are you the police?" She pulled a picture out of her purse and said, No, Then I can't give you any information. Would you like a room?" No, I don't want a room. I just want to know if you've seen Jack Cahill. She held out the photo and said, "This is what he looks like. He would have checked out 2 days ago." She saw a flash of recognition in his eyes, but he said, "Never seen him. He never came here." "Can you at least tell me if he checked in? Maybe he came when you weren't on duty. Can you look, please?" He held her eyes for a moment, then went to an ancient computer and tapped a few keys. After a minute, still scrolling on the screen, he said, "Nobody by that name checked in or out." He turned back to her and said, "That's all I can do. No Jack Cahill came or went. Now, if you want a room, I've got plenty. If not, I don't know what else to tell you." She said nothing, simply staring, and his eyes slid away. He fidgeted from one foot to the other. Seeing all she needed to, she put away the photo and said, "Thank you for your time." He waved a hand, then returned to the back room, closing the door. She exited and saw a maid pushing a cart along the sidewalk. Jennifer glanced back through the office window, seeing the counter still empty. She walked up to the maid and said, "Excuse me, I've locked myself out of my room, room 12. Can you let me in?" The wizened old woman, barely scratching 5 feet in height, said, "No habla inglés." Jennifer pulled 2 $20 bills out of her purse and said, "Habitación 12." The woman glanced back at the office, then snatched the money and scurried to room 12, unlocking the door. She returned to her cart, eyes downcast, ignoring Jennifer. Jennifer entered the room and found it made up, ready for a new guest. Her heart sank. Anything left by Jack would be long gone. She searched it anyway, going through the closet and bathroom. Growing frustrated, she knelt down and peered underneath the bed, and saw something metal hidden in the shadow. She lay down and stretched her arm out, batting the object until she could reach it from the side. She pulled it out, recognizing the device as a battery-operated digital recorder. She stared at it for a good 5 seconds, afraid to hit the play button, afraid it would display a disgusting amateur sex video, or worse, a snuff film of her brother. She worked up her courage, opened the lid, and turned it on. What played was neither raunchy nor ghastly. A Caucasian man talking about information sharing with someone off the screen. She let it continue, confused as to why her brother would have made the recording, if he did. The men weren't discussing drugs or anything about the cartels. It wasn't until the end, when a new man's voice came on, begging for his life, that she was sure. Whatever had happened here, it hadn't been innocent. The man's pleas testified to that. The screen went blank, and she considered her options. Pike had admonished her about going to Mexico alone, in fact, had forbidden it. But the phone trace was all she had left. She talked to the police, aggravated to receive the same answer as her mother. No amount of pleading did any good. The police would do nothing for 48 hours, until Jack was considered truly missing. 48 hours she could not afford to let slip. She found the answer idiotic. There's a damn TV show called The First 48, done by murder investigators who know that if they don't solve a crime in 48 hours, they never will. And now, with the hotel a dead end, she'd have to wait 48 hours to even begin. She'd researched Ciudad Juarez, and all indications were that current conditions belied its nickname of Murder City. Drug violence was a third of what it had been only a year ago, and investigators were returning. Surely she could drive over there in the daytime, pinpoint the location of the phone, just for atmospherics, something she could use when the police were engaged. At least, that's what she told herself. Chapter 13. Carlos waited for Eduardo to turn back from the window, wishing he had more information to provide. As the plaza boss for the Sinaloa cartel in Juarez, Eduardo had a very low tolerance for failure. It wasn't that he was overtly sadistic, looking for something or someone to lash out at. In fact, he was more intellectual than most. It was simply a function of the job. Failure implied weakness, and weakness bred insurrection. To prevent any moves on his position or his terrain, he would show strength. Carlos knew it didn't matter if the reaction had any bearing on the failure. It was the show that was important. The perception that the boss hadn't grown weak, but that instead the men below him had, and thus were dealt with. Luckily, Carlos had shown his own strength on numerous occasions and had rarely failed. He couldn't easily be replaced, and he knew it. He also knew that Eduardo wasn't prone to outbursts of violence, unlike the crazies who had preceded him. Eduardo preferred to analyze before striking, but that only went so far, and Carlos knew that his head was possibly on the block. Eduardo said, "So do you think it was American Federales or someone else?" "It's too early to tell. All I know for sure is that he was taken. I don't know if he's even alive. But who would have taken him in El Paso, if not the Americans?" "You could be right." Carlos held up a smartphone. "He placed one call on this right before we got to him. The number is some random American company, but it could be a cover for an American agency. I have our contact checking it out, but the evidence from the hit doesn't feel like American authorities. Everyone was killed, including the 2 watchers outside. If it was the Americans, they would have simply rolled up and surrounded the place. Instead, everyone was slaughtered. No lights, no badges, nothing like that." Eduardo turned from the window. "Was he a reporter?" "He had the credentials." Eduardo scoffed. "I can make those in my basement. You don't think the American Drug Enforcement Agency can do the same?" Carlos said, "Yes, but he also had no weapon of any sort and was working alone. If you were an agent, would you get so close to the flame without a weapon? Would you do it alone?" Eduardo shook his head. "You know this looks bad. Not only were we penetrated, but the very man who did it was snatched from our grasp before we could figure out why. It is bad, very, very bad. Something needs to be done." Carlos tensed, knowing they had reached the decision point, knowing what something meant. Eduardo continued, "I want the motel clerk to pay, and I want it done in El Paso. A lesson across the border. He let the man place the cameras and microphones in the room. If he hadn't given out Mr. Falk's room number, none of this would be happening." Carlos visibly relaxed and said, "I agree, but I think we should wait on that a little bit. He's our only alarm if anyone comes sniffing around the motel. There's too much loose right now that we don't know, too many holes we cannot fill. He can help." Eduardo leaned onto the table, his face inches from Carlos. He raised his voice for the first time, the anger underneath spilling out into the room. "Then who should I punish right now? I look like a fucking fool. Perhaps I should punish the man who set up the meeting in the first place." Carlos leaned back, his hands in the air, saying, "Efe, please. We need to find the informant. Yes, I set up the meeting, but someone told the reporter about it. Someone let him know it was happening." Carlos saw a vein begin to throb on Eduardo's temple. He knew that in Eduardo's eyes nothing was worse than disloyalty, and he wanted to use that to deflect blame. The results were not as he hoped. In a quiet voice, Eduardo said, "Why waste time trying to root out an informant? Maybe I should just kill everyone who had knowledge of the meeting, starting with you." His face growing pale, realizing he was losing control of the meeting, Carlos played his last card. "Don't make a bad situation worse. The greater issue here is accomplishing what I intended to do when I set up the meeting in the first place. I'm the one who found the contact. I'm the only one he will call when he's ready. The only one he trusts." The tinge of a mirthless smile crept onto Eduardo's face. "Yes, you are the one, but why should I even care? You keep driving forward like Don Quixote on something I'm not sure will even work. You think that makes you indispensable? I have a greater problem with this, beyond what I will gain a month from now. People who will smell blood in the water will see weakness where there is none. I need to prevent that, whether your plan works or not. The smile turned sour, and he said, "As you know." Carlos felt his stomach dropping as if he'd misread his cards, turning over a deuce instead of an ace, and he'd placed his life in the pot as a bet. Jefe, it will work. We can keep the American drones away from us. The Americans are using them completely to cover the border. They trust technology over men, and this is the way to defeat them. We can be the undisputed controller of the Juarez Plaza. This isn't something that is worth a bloodletting show of strength. I know what is needed. I've been here. Someone has to be sacrificed, but don't give up the goal. You'd better hope it works for your sake. He turned back to the window, thinking. Carlos waited on the verdict. When it came, he let out his pent-up breath. Deal with the motel clerk. Make it public. Do it in such a manner that everyone knows why he was killed. Everyone knows our reach. Carlos felt his cell vibrate and glanced at it. Seeing who it was, he answered, holding his finger in the air to Eduardo, begging him to let the call go through. He talked for a minute, then hung up. That was the clerk. A woman came around asking about the reporter, asking direct questions. He had his son follow her because he thought we would want the information of where she's staying. Who is she? Why was she searching? Did he say? No, but we can find out ourselves. She didn't go to a hotel. She's coming across into Juarez. Chapter 14. Waiting to cross the border, Jennifer spent the time pinpointing the last location of Jack's phone. It was just across the Rio Grande, in the northwestern section of Ciudad Juarez. Googling further on her tablet, she saw the area was called Delicias and had the highest murder rate in the city, an indicator of why the phone was there and a not-so-subtle reminder of the danger Jack was in, if he was still alive. She plotted the location in the cheap GPS that came with the rental car, and was dismayed to see the Mexican side of the border had no fidelity. The only streets listed in Juarez were the main north-south and east-west corridors, something she should have expected. Since the rental agreement forbade her taking the car across the border in the first place. The plot appeared in a blank gray field, no roads listed. She would have to navigate there by blind driving. She crossed the Stanton Street Bridge and passed through the customs facilities without issue, drawing a stare on the U.S. side but nothing on the Mexican side. She felt her gut tighten as she entered Juarez, expecting to see narcos walking the streets with AK-47s proudly displayed, or hear the popping of gunfire. Instead, it looked much like the city she had just left, a town of Mexican middle-class people trying to make their way. Families walked with their children, vendors on the streets sold vegetables and fruit, and a healthy amount of traffic clogged the roads. It didn't look like Murder City, but she knew the history of the bloody ground, including the serial killing of women like her over the past decade. Still on guard, but somewhat relieved, she pulled over and booted up Google Maps on her tablet, happy to see a 3G connection south of the border. She brought up the city and now at least had a map for reference, although it wasn't tied to the GPS and wouldn't move as she did. She started driving east on David Herrera Avenue, keeping an eye on every vehicle around her but seeing nothing suspicious. Mostly old pickup trucks and a few motorcycles. Nothing like the late-model SUV the narcos supposedly drove. She penetrated farther east, the buildings becoming more run down, and the town starting to fulfill its nickname, As she left behind the hotels and restaurants, the area became full of utilitarian concrete structures, advertising car repair or dollar sales intermixed with one-story cinder-block houses, all unashamedly tinged with graffiti and fenced off from the street. She tried to look at her tablet as she drove, but found it impossible without pulling over. The neighborhood was a compact mass of crisscrossing streets, and she lost her orientation. She threw the tablet on the passenger seat and decided to just vector in by the GPS. She glanced into her rear view and caught a glimpse of the same motorcycle she had seen right after she'd crossed the border, the man in the saddle wearing a lime-green full-face helmet from the 1970s. She turned left blindly, and the motorcycle followed. She felt a trickle of alarm and studied the bike rider. He showed nothing overtly threatening. The bike was an old Honda, with a milk crate bungee-corded to the back, holding bags of some sort. She turned right, and the bike continued straight. She relaxed, getting paranoid. She looked at the GPS and saw she was within a quarter-mile of the marking. She continued on, following the blind little GPS tag, weaving left and right, at one point backtracking because of the nature of the roads. Eventually, she reached the grid on the GPS, seeing 3 houses on a slight rise from the street, all of them protected with a healthy amount of fencing that was a cut above the chain link and makeshift iron of the neighboring houses. Fencing that was custom-built, which gave some indication of who owned the houses. She slowed and used her smartphone for pictures, wishing she had the Taskforce's ability to rig the car with 360-degree cameras like she had done in the past. She wanted to provide the assault force the greatest fidelity possible when they came to break out her brother, wanted to believe in the lie that someone was coming to help. She passed the houses and picked up her pace, now thinking about how to get back to the border crossing. She took a right and stopped at an intersection. She pulled forward and saw the lime-green helmet to her left, sitting 50 feet down the road, waiting on her. She felt a bump in her heart rate, but did nothing overt. She continued straight, heading east to the Paso del Norte bridge. She glanced in her rearview mirror and saw the motorcycle fall in behind her. She took another right to be sure. He remained with her. At the next stop, she studied her tablet but couldn't pinpoint her position with any certainty. When the bike pulled up behind her, she moved forward, going faster than was allowed on the narrow road. Continue east. Eventually, you'll hit the bridge road. She was forced to slow down behind a battered pickup truck and was thinking about passing when the motorcycle broke off, taking a right and driving out of view. She exhaled and slumped in the seat, releasing the tension in her body. The pickup put on its brake lights and stopped. She turned the wheel to pass and glanced into her blind spot, seeing an SUV flying forward. She jerked back to the right to avoid being hit, but it didn't pass. Instead, she heard tires scream as it skidded to a halt abreast of her car. The sight collapsed her world like a black hole, causing all thought other than survival to be sucked in. 2 years ago, she might have panicked, frozen in place as the drama unfolded. But that girl was long gone, destroyed in a cauldron not of her making. She had the car in reverse before the SUV had even fully stopped, the engine of her little rental whining in protest as she floored the pedal. She traveled barely 5 feet before slamming into a dented sedan that had pulled up behind her. She saw the driver fling forward against the steering wheel, and time slowed. Trapped. To her front, the pickup's passenger door had opened, and a man was exiting. The rear hatch of the SUV began to rise. Then she saw the motorcycle coming down the sidewalk toward her, the lime-helmeted rider holding a MAC-10 machine pistol in his left hand. He began firing as he came abreast of the pickup, shattering her windshield in a shower of glass. She flung herself flat in the seat. Pike's instructions from 2 years ago on surviving just such an ambush penetrating the chaos. Your vehicle is a weapon. Still lying flat, she jammed the car into drive, jerked the wheel to the right, and floored the gas pedal. She hit the curb and rocketed forward, colliding with brick and ricocheting to the left, the bullet still tearing the air above her head. She crunched something to her front, the car grinding as the object was flung aside. The lime-helmeted rider appeared on her hood, bouncing in the air, the weapon gone. She jerked upright and slammed on her brakes, rolling him onto the sidewalk. As soon as he had cleared the hood, she hit the gas again. He made it to a knee and saw her coming. He held his arms out and screamed, his mouth open through the clear faceplate of his helmet. The bumper caught him just above the waist, slapping him back on the hood, but only for a second. He clawed, trying to maintain his position, the friction of his legs against the ground sucking him under. She rolled over the top of him, the car bucking as if she'd hit an asphalt speed bump. She jerked the wheel to her left and slammed into the street, the pickup and SUV directly behind her. She kept the pedal jammed to the floor, but the SUV began to gain, its horsepower much greater than that of her rental. She desperately tried to recall her training. Negate his advantage. Make him drive. She flew through another intersection, taking a right at a high rate of speed and forcing the SUV to slow or roll over. She worked the car through turn after turn, steam now coming out of the hood of the rental, but gaining distance from the SUV with each one. Finally, she completed a turn out of view of the SUV. She took an immediate right, completely lost. She kept her speed and continued turning, striving to maintain an easterly heading by watching the GPS. A light came on in the dash, and she saw the temperature gauge buried to the right. Jesus, it's going to quit on me. She considered the dilemma of driving on blindly. There were at least 3 cars chasing her, and she could run into any one of them at any time. If that happened, she wasn't sure if her rental would hold up for another race. She wasn't even sure if it would hold up just to get to the bridge, if she could even find it. Given enough time, they would locate her again, of that she was positive. It was their terrain, and they were probably calling in reinforcements right now. The longer she drove, the greater the odds of discovery. When they spotted her, they would drive her like cattle until the car died, and she would be caught. But you might be a block away from the bridge right now, a block away from U.S. border agents. She pushed the car forward, debating, knowing the decision would determine her fate. She saw a concrete wall adjacent to an open field littered with cans and slid in behind it. She shoved her tablet and Jack's video recorder into her purse and opened the door, her hand trembling at the decision, her conscious mind screaming at her to remain in the vehicle, to make a run at getting to the bridge. She paused for a moment, then committed, leaping out and racing in a crouch down the wall. She reached the street and peeked around the concrete, seeing it deserted. She ran across and disappeared between 2 houses. She sat with her back against the rough brick and stared at her Google Maps display, trying to locate where she was. She glanced back the way she had come and studied the building shadows, determining which way was east. She found her brother's phone trace on the map and estimated where she had driven since the attack. Worst case, she figured she had about a mile as the crow flies. A mile, on foot, in hostile terrain. Chapter 15. The lights blazed on, and Jack scurried to his corner, as he'd been instructed to do. He placed his hands over a steel eye-bolt in the floor and waited to get shackled, his body shaking as if he were in a meat locker. Not because of any drop in temperature, because he'd seen what these animals were capable of and knew sooner or later it would be his turn. After his rescue in El Paso, he'd been unceremoniously thrown into the trunk of a car, his legs, arms, and mouth bound with heavy duct tape. He was allowed to keep his watch, and he'd had the sense to check it. They'd driven for about 9 hours, whereupon Jack had been taken from the trunk and placed onto the floor of a light airplane, his head covered in burlap. He had no idea how long they'd flown, but would have guessed no more than an hour before they landed, and he was transferred to the trunk of yet another vehicle. They'd driven for maybe 2 more hours and stopped. He'd heard the car doors slam, then he'd sat in the trunk forever, the claustrophobia and darkness starting to eat into him. Finally, his hood had been removed, and the bald man who had captured him in El Paso had pulled him out, his face showing no emotion whatsoever. He'd simply said, "Disobey, and you will die. Do you understand?" Jack nodded, having no illusions about the man's sincerity, his disfigured forehead leaving an impression that the emotion did not. Another man cut off the tape on his legs, hooded him again, and led him into a building. He walked down a flight of stairs until he found himself in what he called the dungeon, a room 40 feet square with 14 eye bolts along the walls, and a small half-bath consisting of a sink and toilet. Nothing else. When they'd pulled his hood off, he saw 2 other men crouching down, handcuffed to an eye bolt. After they stripped the remaining tape from his arms and mouth, they unshackled the 2 men and left them alone. Gathering his courage, he asked them who they were, but they didn't speak English. He debated giving up his Spanish card and decided it was worth it. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The men said nothing, staring at him. One was older, about 50, and the other looked to be cresting over his 20s. He tried again. "Where are we?" The older man finally spoke. "It doesn't matter where. It matters who." Jack said, "Who? What do you mean?" "Los Cetes." The words caused Jack to momentarily lose his senses. His ears refused to believe their meaning. 30 hours ago, he'd been an intrepid reporter in Dallas, Texas. Now he'd been captured by not 1 but 2 Mexican drug cartels and had ended up with the worst. Los Cetes were beyond cruel, beyond barbaric. Through his research, he'd seen the video, seen the men getting decapitated with chainsaws, seen the pictures of the mass graves. He began gulping air. The man said, "You must be very important. I've never heard of them taking a gringo." Jack said, "Why are you here? What is this place?" Jack learned that he'd been transferred to a kidnapping safe house. Both men with him were Mexicans in the upper echelons of the corporate executive ladder, members of the tiny minority in Mexico that tasted the good life, and were now desperately trying to get their companies or families to pay a small fortune for their release. Jack knew all about the kidnapping industry in Mexico, knew the fates of those unlucky enough to be taken. Los Cetes had little sympathy for people who didn't pay, and routinely killed their captives whether a ransom was met or not. But they had released people in the past. A small hope. All the 2 men had. 12 hours into his captivity, he saw how minuscule that hope was in 2 separate instances. Without fanfare, the lights had blazed on. A man came down the stairs carrying a suppressed pistol. He walked over to the younger captive, now cowering on the floor, holding his hands up, begging. The man said not a word, placed the bulbous suppressor against the captive's forehead, and pulled the trigger, then walked away. 15 minutes later, a crew dragged the body out, still not saying a single word. Jack sat in his corner in shock, literally unable to assimilate the loss of control or the violence being perpetrated. He'd begun rocking back and forth, trying to find something to anchor against, when the room blazed into light again. Another man had been led down, duct-taped and cowed. They'd released him and explained the rules, then left. This man, younger still than the one killed, maybe 21 or 2, scooted to a wall and warily looked at both Jack and the older man. Before they could even begin to talk, the overhead lights blazed on again, signaling someone coming. A narco with a full beard marched down the stairs, carrying a fillet knife and a machete. He stomped over to the young kid and said, "Which arm?" The kid collapsed, crying and wailing in Spanish. The man said, "Tell me which arm, and I'll use the knife. Say nothing, and I'll use the machete." The boy wailed again, then held out his right arm. The narco handcuffed his left wrist to the eye-bolt, then clamped the right under his own arm. He took the fillet knife, traced the bicep, and began digging. The screams were horrific, but Jack couldn't turn away, couldn't stop watching the macabre scene. Eventually, using the knife like a shovel, the man dug out something the size of a large pill. He held it to the light, then dropped it on the floor and crushed it with a boot heel. That had been over 6 hours ago, and when the lights blazed on again, Jack was almost catatonic in fear, praying he'd simply be locked into his eye-bolt, the punishment going to someone else. It didn't work out that way. The bearded narco appeared and walked over to him. He said in Spanish, "Stand up." Jack pretended not to understand, and the man slapped his head hard enough to knock it into the wall. He repeated, "Stand up." Jack did so. The man cinched his arms in handcuffs and led him to the stairs. They broke out onto the second level, and Jack entered an ostentatious display of wealth, ornate statues and artwork competing with the gold leaf on the walls. They passed through a den, the far wall made of glass, and he glimpsed a pool surrounded by foliage resembling a rainforest. Before being led into another room, he saw a tiger walking amid the greenery. A live tiger. The narco saw his expression and said, "We keep him hungry for a reason. If you're lucky, we'll only feed your body to him. Make El Comandante mad, and you'll be staked to a tree." The man grinned and said, "It is not a pretty thing to see." Jack was still assimilating the words when he was jerked into a chair in front of a huge desk, looking like it had been made in the 18th century. He waited, taking shallow breaths. The door opened, and the bald man with the scar entered, taking a seat in the corner. The man said not a word, simply staring at him, his eyes burning with a weird glow. He perched on his chair like a bird, as if he would take flight at the slightest provocation. He rested his hands on his thighs and sat still, but his eyes were vibrating, hypnotic. Jack turned away when the door opened again. A short Latino with a protruding gut and a full mustache entered. He pulled a cigar out of a humidor on the giant desk and sat down, saying nothing. He clipped the end, then made a production out of lighting the cigar. He puffed a few times, getting the glow right, then turned his attention to Jack. "Mr. Cahill, I've seen your reporting in Dallas. I've done my research. Enough to know that you have done the same. You know who I am?" Jack shook his head. "I have no idea." The man scowled, obviously slighted, but said, "Yes, of course. That's why I'm still alive. You do, however, know who I represent." Jack nodded vigorously, attempting to make up for his insult. "Yes, Los Cetes. I had no interest in you. I focus on Sinaloa. I've never done anything against you or your cartel. I've never reported against you. Please, killing an American reporter is suicide, like Kiki Camarena." The man puffed, then smiled. "Oh, come on. You exaggerate your own importance. Don't compare yourself to Mr. Camarena. He was a DEA agent, a man tied to the United States government, someone they had to avenge. You are nothing but a reporter. Nobody will care. But why are we talking about death? I am the one who rescued you from that very fate." Jack waited, unsure of where the conversation was going. You were investigating the Sinaloa cartel and attended a meeting in El Paso. The Sinaloa men were creating a plan, something worthy of killing an American reporter. As you state, those are high stakes. What were they doing? What is the plan? Confused, Jack said, I have no idea, please. They didn't talk about Los Cetis. There was no discussion about you. I can't help with any plans against your business. The man leaned back, saying nothing, the cigar smoke coiling around his head. When he spoke again, Jack knew his life was in the balance. You heard something that was important. Tell me what it was. Surely they weren't going to kill you over a kilo of cocaine, were they? Tell me there's a reason I went to so much trouble to bring you here. Jack vomited everything he knew, detailing how the conversation involved information sharing and satellite GPS technology, but nothing to do with Sinaloa or drugs, begging the man to understand that he was telling the truth, doing whatever he could to remain alive. The narco's eyes squinted, and he turned to the window, thinking. He said, You know who this gringo contact is? What he looks like? Seeing a light flicker in the darkness, Jack said, I don't know who he is, but I can recognize him. I know what he looks like. I can help if I'm alive. The man considered his words, then said, Elon, what do you think? The bald man leaned forward and said, I think you have brought more aggravation than is worth. He's an American journalist, not a peasant to shoot in the head. This will be trouble. The man laughed, a tinge of rabid hysteria slipping through. When the heaves subsided, he said, Pelon, my dear friend, you are paranoid. Who said anything about shooting Mr. Cahill in the head? What Sinaloa wants is what I want. Control of the Juarez Plaza. If he helps, he will live. If he doesn't, he will die. He focused his eyes on Jack. The search for this man ends at the border. There is nobody in the United States coming for him. Chapter 16. Jennifer held her breath, hearing the soft rustle of men jogging by. Her phone vibrated, and she saw it was Pike. She ignored the call and sent a text. Can't talk. She waited until she was sure the men had gone, then dialed him back. He answered on the first ring. Hey, I'm in Atlanta. Should I catch a flight to Dallas or El Paso? She kept her voice low. Pike, I'm in Mexico, and I'm in trouble. She expected an outburst, but he was all business. What's the situation? She heard a noise outside and hung up. She held her breath again, afraid to make any sound, not for the last time, wishing she had paid attention to Pike and stayed in El Paso. The scuffling faded, and she leaned back against the refuse, the stench of the dumpster she was hiding within nearly overpowering. A text came in. I'm coming. It was of little use, since even if Pike was texting from inside an aircraft on the runway, he was still a good 5 or 6 hours away. But it gave her a needed boost in confidence, something that had faded after she'd left her car. Once she'd decided on a direction, she'd only gone about 5 blocks, running between the concrete buildings, when 2 cars stopped at a house about 70 meters away, one of them a police vehicle. 2 uniformed officers exited and split up, knocking on the doors to houses. She sprang out at the sight, almost giddy with relief. She was jogging toward the police car when a man came out of one of the houses and pointed in her direction. The policeman saw her and bellowed at the other car. The civilian vehicle spilled out men, and she began sprinting in the other direction. She had run blindly through the dilapidated neighborhoods, jumping over fences and zigzagging across lots, her speed much greater than that of the men chasing her. She had eventually lost them inside a vulcanizing business. The back lot covered with stacks of old tires, some reaching 10 feet in the air. She'd cut straight through, but the men chasing were forced to search, giving her breathing room. Jogging through an alley, she'd found a dumpster behind a grocery store and decided to risk discovery by hiding rather than moving. Pike's call had been along 5 hours ago, way before the sun began sinking below the horizon. She continued waiting until she saw the glow of a halogen security light on the corner of the store, wanting the darkness to cloak her heritage from anyone who saw her. She raised the lid of the dumpster and cautiously scanned through the crack, but saw no one. She hoped the searchers had given up, but didn't think they would. The bridge had become a long-term goal, something out of reach. Her short-term objective was now a business area, someplace with restaurants and hotels, away from the claustrophobic poverty of the graffiti-covered concrete she was now in, someplace where the people might help her, or at least prevent the men chasing her from doing anything that would draw attention to themselves. She exited and softly lowered the lid, then began moving down the alley, continuing her trek east. She reached the next road and surveyed the far side for a crossing point, a waxing moon providing enough illumination to show the buildings were all connected in one way or another. No alleys. She caught movement to her right and saw 2 figures coming down the sidewalk about 70 meters away. A car turned the corner, its headlights sweeping across her alley and causing her to fall back. It stopped adjacent to the men, and she heard muffled conversation carry across the still night air. "Don't quit looking for me." She waited until the car rolled on, then studied the men. When she was sure they were moving away and not toward her, she scuttled across the street. She stopped under an awning, the darkness cloaking her, waiting to see if she'd alerted any searchers. She had not. She slid down the wall, putting distance between her and the men, and reached a wrought iron fence with a gate leading into a small yard. She was leaning forward, straining to see if there was a way through, when a dog hit the fence full force, barking uncontrollably and causing her to leap back. It was a pit bull, literally frothing at the mouth, trying mightily to reach her and rend her flesh, snarling and snapping a foot away. She scrambled to her feet, the adrenaline firing, and saw the men down the street now running toward her position, no more than 50 meters away, one of them shouting into a radio. She looked at the gate, seeing a cheap lock and handle, the dog alone the real protection for the house. She grabbed the handle, testing the strength, deciding. She turned and waited, seeing the men closing the distance, the dog in a frenzy at her back, her arms trembling, her mind begging her to run. When they were 20 feet away, she yanked the gate handle with all of her might, breaking it open and freeing the beast. She swung the gate wide, slamming it against her body as a shield against the dog. It made one attempt to get at her, then shot at the men like a bullet, leaping up and clamping its jaws around the nearest one's arm. Jennifer heard a scream, but was already moving through the gate and into the yard. A vicious fight broke out behind her as she sprinted across the open space, the dog holding his own against both men. She leapt up and toe-kipped off a cinder block wall, gaining another foot while turning in midair and snagging a beam that ran the length of the eave of the building. She swung her legs back and forth twice, generating momentum, then whipped them up and over her head onto the roof. She pushed herself the final stretch onto the rough shingles, hearing a gunshot and the scream of the dog. She took off across the building, looking for a way out. She jumped a small gap to the next roof, a tin one, making an enormous racket before reaching the edge next to the street. She squatted down and studied, seeing an abandoned industrial park across the way, the moonlight illuminating the broken windows and graffiti. The small manufacturing plant, an unintended victim of the past violence. Beyond it, she saw the lights of Ciudad Juarez. Close, very, very close. Get there, get some help, get into the light, get to people outside this ghetto. She was scrambling off the roof, hanging on the edge with her hands, when 2 cars pulled to the left and right corners of her block. Men spilled out on both sides, placing her in the middle. She dropped and sprinted across the street, her goal now shrinking even further. Lose them. Get out of their search grid. They didn't notice her until she hit the fence of the industrial park, the noise alerting them to her escape. She flipped to the far side and sprinted into the abandoned manufacturing facility, full of machinery, pulleys, and conveyor belts. The men followed, and her goal shrank yet again. Separate them. Take them out one at a time. She ran 6 feet in and crouched behind a generator, the moon illuminating the ground through the skylights above. She heard the men coming and debated her position, knowing she was wasting precious time. Run or fight? She might be able to outdistance the men and reach the lights on the far side, but she couldn't outrun a radio, and she'd seen a man using one. Stay here and fight, and she could remove them one by one as they searched, getting a weapon in the process. The decision was made for her as shadows broke the light. She counted 5 and dashed back, waiting on them to spread out. Chapter 17. She heard muffled talking, then noises from the men moving in different directions. She backed up slowly and crouched behind some piece of machinery she couldn't have identified in the daylight. Her primary concern to always leave herself an out, leave a means of escape. Don't get cornered. Hit them one at a time and move on. She heard one man approaching, walking slowly in the darkness, and waited. She caught a glow behind her and whirled around, seeing nothing, then felt a vibration in her purse. Christ! She'd slung her purse across her back, and it was her smartphone coming to life, the glow spilling out. The buzz of the vibration sounding like a bullhorn. She frantically swung the purse around and silenced the buzzing, seeing it was Pike. She powered down the phone completely, listening for a reaction. The man had paused. She waited, breathing through an open mouth. She heard him shuffle forward and got ready to fight. She considered what she would do, what technique she would use when he arrived. She wanted to subdue him and grab his weapon, to knock him out. In truth, she wanted to give him the chance to surrender. Other foolish thoughts flitted through her head before she realized she couldn't do any of them, not if she wanted to live. He broke the plane of the machine she was hiding behind, and she struck to kill, launching forward like a rattlesnake behind a rock. She drove a palm straight into the bridge of his nose with her full weight behind it, then circled her right arm around his neck as he staggered back, breaking his balance. She swept his legs out from under him and facilitated the fall, dropping to a knee and slamming the back of his neck into her thigh, snapping it cleanly. She searched him rapidly, finding no weapon whatsoever. Shit. She heard the men calling, shouting among themselves from the commotion, then heard them begin to move her way. She slid along the floor, using her feet to check for debris, not wanting to make any noise that would give away her position. She stopped in the shadows of a giant press, sick at what she'd been forced to do, the adrenaline flooding through her body. Go away. Please, please go away. She heard 2 men find the kill, both screaming in Spanish about what they would do to her, as if that would make her surrender. 4 more. She found another ambush position and waited, needing them to split up again. She felt around the ground, her hand closing on a piece of lumber. She heard the men separate, one moving deeper into the warehouse and the other coming her way, but at an angle that would cause him to pass her position about 10 feet away. She needed him close. She rapped her knuckles against the steel of an empty tank, the noise sounding like a subdued gong. The man hissed and began jogging in a stutter step, slowed by the darkness. She saw the shadows, the flickering of movement, and waited. He broke into her line of sight, and she struck, cracking him in the head with a length of wood. He screamed, whirling his own club full force, catching her in the shoulder and slamming her into the metal she was hiding behind. The pain snapped through her like an electric shock, bouncing the 2x4 out of her hand. She rolled on the ground, and he struck again. She writhed, and the club missed, hitting the concrete. She lashed out with her leg and caught his knee, breaking his stance and opening him up. She rose into a crouch as he brought the club high. He swung, and she darted inside. She popped his chin back with her left hand, then speared his throat, driving her knife hand as if she was trying to hit something behind him. She sprang back, and he fell to his knees, choking out phlegm. His throat swelled, and he collapsed face forward. 3 more. She heard the men reacting to the noise and moved away in a crouch. She saw a shadow pass to her left and began backpedaling, looking for a new position that allowed escape. She saw a shadow to the right and froze, needing the man to continue on, needing one-on-one combat. The shadow moved down a section of Connex containers, then disappeared. She strained her ears and heard a gasp, followed by a meaty thump of something striking metal. What the hell? She remained still and heard the man begin moving again, searching away from her. She circled back the way she'd come, slipping into a block of conveyor belts. She went 20 feet and realized her mistake. The equipment was pinning her in, giving no escape, leaving a single lane to advance. She turned to get back into the facility proper, among the machines, when she saw another shadow. She crouched, staring into the darkness, praying it was her imagination. The shadow became a man coming toward her. She slowly started slinking the other way when she heard a noise coming from the other end. She stopped, trying to focus through the overwhelming fear. 2 on 1, 2 on 1. Need to kill the first immediately. She knew it would do no good. She couldn't take them both on and win, and they were too close to separate. The man to her left shouted something in Spanish, and the one to the right answered. They continued on, both with their arms up, one with another club. They know I'm close. She crouched and scuttled backward, the belt above her head. Panting, she swiveled left and right, watching them advance, the one on the left much closer. He reached her position, unsure of her exact location. She struck, swinging her leg from underneath the conveyor, whipping it just above his ankles and sweeping him off of his feet. His head cracked the ground, and she fell on top of him, forgetting her skills. Instead, attacking like a thing possessed, she grabbed his hair and thumped his head into the concrete as hard as she could. Once, twice, 3 times, until she saw a growing pool of fluid. She jumped to her feet, hearing the second man closing the distance. Behind him, she saw a third, sprinting toward her. Lord help me, I don't want to die. She crouched into a fighting stance, snapping her head left and right for a piece of machinery to separate them. Anything to keep her one-on-one, where she stood a chance of survival. And seeing nothing. The third man closed the gap, assuring a 2-on-1 fight, both men less than 10 feet away. She growled like an animal and raised her fists. He slapped his hands into the hair of the man up front and yanked him off his feet, slamming him into the ground. He rotated around onto the man's chest, pinning him and clamping his head in a vise with both arms. He twisted violently, then stood up, facing her. You think you could answer your fucking phone? Pike. She sagged to the floor. Chapter 18. Crossing the border in Pike's rental, the danger behind them, Jennifer felt the tension begin to fade, leaving her drained. She said, How'd you find me? Taskforce phone. Did you forget they're interconnected? I was tracking you the minute I hit El Paso. I was scared shitless when I saw it had been stationary for my entire flight. Then I picked up your movement to the industrial park. I couldn't believe it when you shut it down. The one thing that I could use, and you turned the damn thing off. She felt her face flush, only now realizing the phone had saved her life. She snaked her hand into his and said, I couldn't talk. It was giving me away. I thought I was on my own. Pike glared at her. I told you that you weren't on your own. I said we'd figure this out together. I still can't believe you did this. Did it help your brother? I broke a shit ton of rules getting here, tracking phones, and... Jennifer leaned back, turning to face him. And what? I should have listened, but my brother is in real trouble. He's been kidnapped, I'm sure of it. I have a video in my purse and a picture of the house he's in. She expected support, but saw the beginnings of a sneer. He said, So what now? You want the task force to assault a place in Mexico, is that it? Because you got a voice message from your brother? Jennifer, we're not the damn A-team. You just made me kill 2 men in Mexico to save your ass. You did that, whether you like it or not, and it didn't do a damn thing for your brother. All it did was prove a point. She dropped his hand. What the hell does that mean? My brother's not worth it? He's probably being beaten to death right now by men just like the ones you killed. He said nothing. She said, Pike? It means maybe I can't see the forest for the trees anymore. Maybe I can't separate our relationship from the job. Maybe this was just a bad idea. What? She said, Stop the car, right now. Screw that. We need to get away from the war, to get away from the damage. Stop this car right now, or I'm jumping out. He looked at her, trying for bravado, but she saw apprehension at what had slipped out of his mouth. He pulled over, letting the other cars pass. She said, Who talked to you? Nobody. I'm just thinking, I need to keep my head, and I'm not sure I can with our relationship. I'm not sure it's right. Listen, I left a site survey early, got to Atlanta, then caught the first flight to El Paso because of you. I shortchanged a mission because of you. I'm not sure I can do both anymore. She stared at him for a second, then said, So you mean because we're together in the task force we can't be together? Are you asking me to choose? He looked out the window. I don't know. I don't know. I'm making decisions out of emotion, and I can't do that in this world, with our business. She smiled, relieved at his answer. So Knuckles talked to you? He said, No, nobody talked to me. Liar. He talked to me before I flew, before the stakeout. He suspected, and gave me the same line of bull. She took his hand again and said, Look, I can't answer how you would react in combat without me in the mix, because I don't know what you guys did before I arrived. I do know that all decisions have a basis in emotion. Just because emotion is there doesn't make it wrong. It's only wrong if the emotion leads to a bad one. Jennifer, I just made a bad decision. I misused task force assets and funding to get here, and killed 2 men, based on our relationship. And that was a bad decision? I've seen you misuse task force assets before, all for the good. He looked out the window again, saying nothing. She said, Answer me this. Would Knuckles have gone to Mexico for his brother, with the voicemail that I got? He said, Knuckles doesn't have a brother. She took a breath and exhaled. Just say he did. Would he have gone to Mexico? He thought and said, Yes. Would you have come and helped him if he'd called, using whatever means were at your disposal? He nodded slowly. Yes, I would have. Then what the hell are we talking about? Pike closed his eyes for a moment. You really twist up what I'm thinking. She squeezed his hand and said, No, I don't. Others are doing that, and you know it. He let go of her hand and put the car in drive, saying nothing. She said, You know that, right? I wouldn't stay if I thought what you said was true. He said, I know. It's just that we can't be pulling shit like this. The other times you mentioned were for national security, averting risks to our nation, not something personal like this. It was wrong. She said, Listen to the tape. I don't think it's just personal. I think it's a task force problem. Something bad's going on, and I think it affects national interests." As she pulled out the recorder, he said, "Jennifer, drugs might be a national problem, but they're not Taskforce business. There's a whole agency dedicated to that." She said, "Just listen. Jack might have been working on the cartels, but he found something different. There's an American on here talking about something much bigger than drugs." "What?" "Our GPS constellation." Chapter 19. Not for the first time, Arthur Booth considered bringing mittens with him to work. The temperature inside his trailer was damn near freezing due to the number of servers, and it wasn't like he was going to be banging away on a keyboard any time soon. Well, unless there was an anomaly in the system, which had happened only a few times since the Air Force officially accepted the latest upgrade to the GPS Architecture Evolution Plan. Located behind the wire on one of the largest secure areas within the Department of Defense, the trailer was nowhere near as nice as the control room it supported 200 meters away, but it was supposed to be temporary, and anything beyond the barest of requirements was a waste of money in the eyes of the defense contractor that maintained it. Boeing had won the bid to create the next-generation global positioning system, and had been working non-stop for over a decade to implement it. Designed to replace the aging monolithic mainframes with a distributed network, along with launching more robust and capable satellites into space, it was an enormous undertaking that had to be accomplished seamlessly. Sort of like upgrading a propeller aircraft to a jet-capable one, while the aircraft continued to fly. Given the criticality of the system, it couldn't be treated like cable TV, where the United States could tell the world, "Sorry for the inconvenience, but GPS will be experiencing some unpredictable outages over the next 10 years. And so Boeing built the system with robust backups, monitoring the architecture on a 24/7 clock. The new AEP operational control segment at Schriever Air Force Base was fully functional now, monitoring the health of the global constellation of satellites, and Boeing, using Booth's station, monitored the health of the control segment, reacting to any anomaly it found. Booth, however, was watching for a very different reason. He wanted an anomaly, wanted official access to the control segment, wanted to be able to ostensibly solve a problem while introducing a new one. Booth was a hacker, and always had been, although he would say he was of the breed known as ethical, with ethics being decidedly in the eye of the beholder. He never compromised systems for financial gain like Eastern European mafia groups, or for general mayhem, like a high school script kiddie defacing a pop star's website. He only hacked for what he perceived as the greater good, exposing corporations and government evil, as it were. Hacking, in and of itself, was nothing more than unauthorized penetration of computer systems. It was an action, not an attribute that could be spotted across a room at a party, and thus, like the group he sometimes worked with, he remained anonymous. The same skills he employed as a hacker were in great demand in his work as a computer technician, and thus he commanded a significant salary from Boeing, complete with a secret security clearance. His initial foray into government employment had been with the CIA, where he'd applied to work in a cell developing some decidedly nefarious computer applications, something at the time he thought would be right up his alley, using his skills for the greater good in defense of the nation, and gaining a sense of self-worth he couldn't obtain by writing code designed to increase advertising sales. Unfortunately, he couldn't pass the lifestyle polygraph test, which was designed to determine if there was a risk in exposing an applicant to national secrets. Apparently, he had been deemed risky and had been denied employment. Luckily for him, there was no such thing as crosstalk among the divisions of the government, and Boeing didn't require anything more than a background check, which had come up pristine. Booth finished the initial survey for his shift and sat down. exhaling hard in an attempt to see his breath in the cold air, but coming up empty. Having nothing else to do, he turned on his personal laptop after inserting a thumb drive with a boot segment that would control the laptop's operating system. He placed his thumb on a small biometric scanner at the base of the keyboard and unlocked the system. Wading through various partitions, he pulled up an executable file called Polaris. He absently tapped the interface, checking for any glitches from his programming the night before, proud of his chosen name. Polaris was the North Star, which was the old-school analog GPS that had guided navigation for centuries. He thought the name very apt, as the program would revert the world back to using it. The executable file seemed to work fine, and in truth would have worked fine a week ago. All he was doing now was refining the aesthetics of the interface while he waited to inject it into the GPS constellation, changing it from code only a computer maven could understand into an intuitive screen that anybody could use. Booth hadn't come into Boeing with any intent to harm. He wasn't a mole who had spent decades wheedling his way into the inner circle. He was just a guy with expertise in computers who needed a day job so that he could execute his night activities and still eat. He worked so that he could work, righting the wrongs of the world as he saw them. That notion had changed as he became aware of the extent to which the GPS system controlled government and corporate actions. The satellite constellation was a sterile machine that did nothing but send out streams of ones and zeros. But the people who used the signals did some pretty nasty things. Booth had worked with the hacktivist group Anonymous on multiple occasions, and had even taken leave to protest Wall Street during the heady days of the Occupy movement, wearing the ubiquitous Guy Fawkes mask that was an Anonymous hallmark. But those had always been separate and distinct from his work at Boeing. It wasn't until the United States government began killing its own citizens in predator drone strikes that he decided to act. The solution had been elegant in its simplicity, and he'd often wondered why he didn't think of it before. He'd marched on Wall Street using analog methods when the digital destruction of that enterprise was staring him in the face the entire time. GPS had been created solely as a military application, and as such it had been designed with safeguards in mind. Since the satellites blindly launched signals continuously, the military was worried that the very position, navigation, and timing features that would allow U.S. smart weapons technology to dominate a future battlefield could also be used by an enemy, and they were determined to prevent that from occurring. In essence, while incredibly complicated in execution, the concept of GPS was fairly simple. A receiver acquired a signal from a satellite, along with how long it took that signal to reach it. Once it had 3 or more of those signals, complete with the time it took each to reach its location, it simply triangulated its position based on its inherent knowledge of the satellite's location. Easy. The key was the timing signal, as it had to be nanosecond precise to get an accurate location, and that was what the military adjusted. All 35 of the satellites currently in orbit had an application called Selective Availability embedded within them. With a flip of a switch, the military could turn on this feature for any satellite they wanted, which, in essence, simply altered the timing broadcast. In other words, the receiver would think it took X nanoseconds to reach it when it really took Y. Thus, the receiver would triangulate an incorrect location. The military controlled the degree of offset, and the greater the aberration, the greater the error. But civilian use of the system had overcome the military monopoly. The Department of Defense had begun to lose control of its creation since its inception, like water eroding a riverbank. It was just too good an application not to be capitalized on in the civilian market, even with selective availability. GPS became more and more entrenched in the public world, with the timing feature becoming embedded into the United States national architecture. Everything from bank transactions to cell phone towers to power grids used it. So much so that President Bill Clinton abolished the use of selective availability in the year 2000, and the new Block 3 satellites, scheduled for launch in the next decade, didn't even include the feature. But it was still there on the legacy systems that were currently in space. All Booth had done was create a program that could access it. With his own personal switch, he could cause every single GPS-enabled device to fail, including the military-only encrypted signal, whether it was a red light in New York City that solely needed accurate timing, or a train switchyard that needed accurate positioning of its customers, or, in his mind, a corrupt banking system that utilized GPS timing for every single transaction, and a fleet of Predator UAVs armed with Hellfire missiles looking for something to kill. Creating the program had been simple. Getting into the satellites was what had proven hard. The Second Space Operations Squadron was responsible for all functions of the GPS constellation, and it controlled them from inside a building that had more security than the CIA. His trailer was only a stone's throw away, but he wasn't allowed on the floor of the new operational control segment and could only access the system when asked to because of an anomaly, using the network inside his trailer. And so he was forced to wait. His freezing little work trailer did provide one benefit, though. Because of its criticality, the entire GPS architecture was air-gapped from the World Wide Web, completely stovepiped to prevent hackers such as him from infiltrating. The only connectivity was with his trailer, which was wired into the Internet, but through Boeing work systems that weren't involved in the GPS maintenance. It had been a simple matter to fix that. Now, in theory, once the script was embedded in the satellites, he could activate it from anywhere, which was a good thing, because he wanted to be nowhere in the chain of evidence when it went operational. It would look like a simple hacking penetration of Boeing, causing some security analyst to lose his job back in D.C., but not pointing at Booth. It was why he'd gone to El Paso in the first place. 2 weeks ago, he'd been surprised when his dealer had bumped into him in a bar in downtown Colorado Springs, the nearest town from his work at Schriever. Booth had never been into heavy drugs, but he had a marijuana habit that was out of control and had racked up quite a bit of debt. His dealer had always been courteous, but the menace of non-payment had hung over Booth's head like an anvil waiting to fall. That threat had come crashing down with voters passing Amendment 64. Now that marijuana was legal in Colorado, the dealer saw his profits dwindling and had demanded immediate payment on the debt, something Booth couldn't afford outright. The dealer hadn't punished him, yet, but instead had given him time to collect the money, and he had introduced Booth to a man named Carlos, a supposed hacktivist from Mexico. Booth had gone along, but he had suspected from the beginning who he was talking with. Carlos knew computers, but not much about the hacking fraternity, which had raised Booth's suspicions. Not a great deal, but some. Because of events he'd rather have kept buried, he knew a thing or two about activities in Mexico. 2 years ago, the group Anonymous had threatened Los Zetas because they had allegedly kidnapped one of its members in Mexico, saying they were going to expose every corrupt official involved with Los Zetas unless the man was released. Los Zetas, in routine fashion, threatened to kill 10 men for everyone exposed. At that, Anonymous had backed down, claiming the man had been freed. No corrupt officials' names had been released. Booth had no idea if the man had even been kidnapped, but had worked with Anonymous to locate the officials collaborating with the cartel, compiling a database in an effort he felt was worthwhile. After the Zetas threats, and further indications that they were actively recruiting their own hackers to track down Anonymous members, Booth had become somewhat of an expert on the cartels, working to protect his own skin instead of exposing Mexican corruption. Using those same computer linkages, he'd researched Carlos and had found a few interesting things. Not much, but enough to determine that if he was aligned with the cartel, it was Sinaloa and not Los Cetes, which gave him the confidence to continue. Sinaloa hated Los Cetes, and thus would probably pay him a bonus instead of cutting off his head. In the end, he didn't care how Polaris was released, as long as it didn't lead back to him. Like the group, he wished to remain anonymous. He was gazing at his creation, toying with the idea of adding a row of slide switches that looked like an old stereo equalizer bar, when a flashing light caught his eye from the bank of computer monitors. He stared for a full second, in a little bit of shock. It was an alert sent from the operational control segment located in the secure building 200 meters away. There had been a glitch, and they were requesting that he find it. Nothing crucial, but enough to warrant a bug fix. Enough to warrant his rooting around in the new operational control segment for hours.
Chapter 20. The digital recorder ended for the third time, and I dropped it on the bed, turning away from Jennifer and rubbing my eyes. I was still not seeing the smoking gun that would get the Taskforce chasing after her brother, but I knew she wouldn't want to hear that. She said, "What's that look? Can't you see they're talking about national security issues? This isn't about drugs." I dropped my hands, waited a beat, then said, "Jennifer, I don't know what they're talking about. That fat-ass guy just blathers on about freedom of information, a bunch of computer crap. He talked about our global positioning system, one of the most sacrosanct things the United States controls. He mentioned GPS. He didn't talk about it. He also mentioned Wall Street and WikiLeaks. This isn't enough to act. What do you want me to do? Call Kurt for a fishing expedition? I'm probably in enough trouble for coming down here in the first place." Colonel Kurt Hale was the commander of the task force, and while we'd known each other for close to 15 years, he was in command. Make no mistake, he was a close friend, but he was still my boss. He cut me more slack than most, but this was asking for a poke in the eye. Jennifer was quiet. I almost saw the smoke coming off of her brain as she tried to come up with something that would persuade me to call Kurt. Finally, she whispered, "But Jack's going to get killed." I softened my tone, seeing the hell she was going through. "Jennifer, I know he's in real danger. I believe you. It's just that we're not a hostage rescue force. That's not what we do. We don't even have any authority to operate in Mexico. You want Omega for a hit, and we don't even have a target." The task force called every stage of an operation a letter from the Greek alphabet, starting with Alpha for the introduction of forces. Omega meant we had authority from the Oversight Council, our own extra-legal body of wise men hand-picked by the President, to execute operations on foreign soil. Operations that often had repercussions extending way beyond the action itself, possibly with second- and third-order effects that were worse than the problem we were trying to prevent, which is why we answered to the Council instead of ourselves. Why we couldn't go hot-rodding after her brother. I moved to the window and cracked the curtain, wishing we'd spent some time searching the internet instead of pulling over at the first hotel we could find. In this case, a La Quinta Inn. Best described as clean and serviceable, it didn't have a whole lot of ambiance. Out in the parking lot, I saw 2 black and white police cars pull up, both older models, looking like they'd been borrowed from the set of Chips. Something about them seemed odd, but I didn't focus like I should have. Instead, I turned back to Jennifer. She was standing in the same place, her eyes slightly unfocused as she went through probabilities in her head, torturing herself. I went to her and said, "Look, we can't assault the place, but we aren't helpless. Kurt has the ear of the most powerful people in the world. We can get him to move on this. Get some official help." She drew some hope from that and nodded, wiping her eyes. I had just started to say something else when I heard footsteps on the concrete balcony outside our room. A lot of footsteps. My instinct went into the red zone, but it was too little, too late. The door splintered inward from the force of a metal police battering ram. 5 uniformed men piled into the room, guns drawn. I pushed Jennifer to the floor and shot my hands in the air, shouting, "Don't fire! Don't fire!" 2 of the men covered down on Jennifer, while 3 moved to me. The man with the battering ram turned around and covered the exit to the room. All were Hispanic, and as with the police cars outside, something seemed odd. By the time they'd closed on me, It clicked what it was. Their uniforms were mismatched. Some had name tags, some didn't. Some had patches on their shoulders, others didn't. I shouted, "Jennifer, they're fake!" and exploded, trapping the pistol of the first man and rotating his arm in a vicious circle, forcing him to fling himself over the torque or have his wrist shatter. He thumped the floor, and I hammered him in the temple, ripping the gun out of his hand. I launched up from the floor and drove my fist under the chin of the next man like a piston, hearing his jaw crack as his head popped backward. I whirled to the third man. He pointed a pistol at my chest and shouted, "Stop! Stop right now!" One of the men who had gone to Jennifer was on the floor, rubbing his face. The other had her hair in his hand and a knife to her throat. Keeping his own weapon on me, in accented English, the third man continued, "Drop the gun. You cannot beat us both. You shoot me, she dies. You shoot him, you die. Neither has to happen. If we wanted you dead, we would have just started shooting." I did as he asked, kicking myself for not paying more attention, for letting Jennifer's pain supersede my survival instincts. He said, "We are going to handcuff you both and leave here one at a time. Act like you are being arrested. She goes first. If she says anything outside the door to anyone who has come to watch, you die. You go second. If you say anything outside the door, she dies. Understood?" I nodded my head. He turned to Jennifer, and she did the same. My hands were cuffed behind my back, and our Taskforce phones, Jennifer's tablet, and the digital recorder was shoved into Jennifer's bag. I watched her being led out of the room, a man on each side. Shortly, it was my turn. The leader picked up Jennifer's purse and nodded. We went down the stairs, and I hung my head like I'd seen on numerous episodes of Cops. Sure enough, there was a small crowd, all pointing and whispering. None moved near us. My heart sank when I saw only one police car. I expected them to transport us together, but Jennifer was already gone. We pulled out of the parking lot without lights, ignoring the crowds. We drove for 2 blocks, then circled behind a grocery store, the police car stopping adjacent to another sedan, both screened by the loading docks used for large trucks. A gun was placed to my head and I was jerked out, a man on each arm, as if I could do something with my hands cuffed behind me. They opened the trunk of the sedan, and in the dim glow of the exterior lighting, I saw that it was already occupied, feeling a small measure of relief. I was unceremoniously crammed into it, and knew instantly the body wasn't Jennifer's. It was a man who stank as if he hadn't bathed in a week, and he was weeping uncontrollably.
Chapter 21. Eduardo looked out the window across his estate, surveying the lights twinkling in the ghetto of Juarez. He hated it here, hated having to live in this dump, and longed to get back to Mexico City, back to the land of the rich. But earning Plaza boss came with a price, and he'd been entrusted with the fight for Juarez by Sinaloa, so here he would stay, at least until he could clean up the mess. Behind him, Carlos said, "This will work. Things are coming together very well." "Well, you let a woman escape from your grasp, here in the heart of Juarez. It's absolutely shameful. I look incompetent, and we still don't know who took the reporter." Carlos began to fawn. "You don't look incompetent. She had help. We couldn't predict that. Nobody even knows she was here. Nobody knows of her escape, and I'm working to rectify the situation. I was able to set up a screen on the north side of the border after she fled our net." He gave a shallow smile. "The Americans spend so much time checking vehicles that it worked in our favor. She didn't cross with any speed. We followed them to where they're staying, and it's still close enough to the border to be useful. I hope to hear some news soon, and we will learn who they are. Of greater concern is the traitor in the ranks. My plan will work." "You really think he is part of my circle? I cannot believe that." "There's one way to find out. You already have a meeting planned. Let it be known that we're moving forward with Mr. Fox. Tell them he's flying down tomorrow or the next day. Give out a flight number. Then we simply check all outgoing calls before anyone is allowed to leave." "Is he flying down?" "No, not yet. But that's not the point. We need to set a trap with false information. You don't want Los Cetes to know anything real. What makes you think the traitor will call from here? Tell them they are to remain here overnight. Give them some excuse. He'll call. I guarantee he'll call if he thinks he'll miss getting the information out. Eduardo turned from the window and said, Okay, that's easy enough. What of this Mr. Fox? Surely you know who he is by now. Carlos said, Yes, he checked out. He's Arthur Booth, a mid-level computer technician working for Boeing. I believe he can do what he says. He was almost giddy on the phone today. He's completed the task and wants to pass what he calls the Polaris Protocol. All we need to do is meet him now. What is this protocol? I'm not really sure. He said he'd explain it when we met, but what I do know is that it will affect the navigation systems of the surveillance drones on the border. So you don't even know what it does? How it works? My meeting with Booth in El Paso was just to establish the connection. We didn't discuss the specifics of the protocol. The point was to get him on our side, and it apparently worked. Eduardo's lips split into a sinister grin. Okay, Carlos. I'll let you hold the keys for now. Call the men. 2 hours later, sitting in the conference room with Eduardo and the other men of the inner circle, Carlos felt his phone vibrate. He spoke briefly, then held up a hand. When Eduardo nodded, he said, Things are looking up.
Chapter 22. I bumped along in the blackness of the trunk, having given up trying to find out who the man with me was. All he did was beg me not to talk, and began weeping again. Clearly, he was convinced we were going to die. I wasn't so sure he was wrong, so I spent the time trying to prevent that outcome. I had been to a multitude of defeating restraints courses during my time in the military, and after all the instruction, one thing stood out. Prior planning beats MacGyver shit every day. Almost all handcuffs operate with a universal key in order to allow any officer to free a suspect, be it for health and safety reasons or just for convenience, and I, like many operators I worked with, had taken to carrying one in my wallet. In over 20 years, I had never, ever used it, and Jennifer had made fun of the habit on more than one occasion. Now I was wishing I'd forced her to do the same. I wormed around, digging my wallet out of my pants pocket and then losing it for an instant in the bouncing. I scooted my ass backward, sweeping my hands until it connected with the leather. Working by feel, I opened it and dug my fingers in until I hit the pocket for business cards. This was where it became critical, and my lack of planning was causing issues. I'd simply buried the key at the base of the pocket, surrounded by a bunch of business cards I always carried that supported my job as an intrepid archaeological explorer. If I dumped all the cards and shook the wallet to get the key, I'd give away that I was up to no good. When they opened the trunk, they'd see a confetti playground and know something was awry. Why didn't you go the distance? Tape the damn thing to the license or a single card. It was like buying a fire extinguisher for your house, then storing it in the attic. I cradled the wallet and squeezed its sides, then began shaking, using one hand to keep the cards in. If the key was set right, I knew it would fall, because it had done so numerous embarrassing times in the past, usually at the airport when a 20-something TSA agent grinning lasciviously at Jennifer over the implications. But that would be pure luck, and with mine, it was probably trapped at the base underneath the cards. The car went over a speed bump hard enough to bounce both of us into the roof of the trunk, causing me to lose the wallet again. I slapped the metal, sweeping aside detritus that had accumulated in the trunk. The car stopped just as I closed my left hand over it. I began shaking it and heard the doors open. When they slammed shut, the key fell into my hand. I rolled over onto my back and shoved the wallet into my pocket just as the lid opened. I was jerked out, seeing a sign for a sleazy roadside motel called the Traveler's Inn. Uh-oh, Jack's Motel, not good. The man was pulled out behind me, and for the first time I saw he was Hispanic and about 60, wearing cheap rubber sandals and a stained white t-shirt. When he saw the location, he began to wail until he was cuffed in the head. We were led straight to room number 12, with one of the men opening the door using a key from his pocket. We got inside, and the men pushed me into a corner, sitting me on my haunches with one of the guys standing over me. The door was shut, and the captors began speaking in Spanish. The older man began to wail again, and he was shoved to his knees. The leader of the group began a lengthy soliloquy in Spanish, none of which I understood, but I could tell the man on his knees did. He became catatonic, not even flinching when a large Bowie knife was produced, the blade about 12 inches long. I felt the sweat break out on my neck and began working the key into the lock, an almost impossible task without being able to see the cuffs. Like everyone else, the guard in front of me had his eyes focused on the older man, watching the snot roll down his face as he blubbered. The Bowie knife came down, and as much as I had seen in the world, it still didn't register as real until both carotid arteries had been slit and the blood began to spray from the damage. I involuntarily flinched, trying to sink into the corner of the room. I heard the gurgles as the knife bit deeper, attempting to sever the head from the body. The knife was stopped momentarily by the spine, and I closed my eyes, focusing on the task of staying alive. I felt the key sink into the hole and gently worked it left and right, trying to seat the pins correctly. Trying to calm the raging adrenaline flowing through me from the fear. I would only get one shot. I heard the leader shout in Spanish and opened my eyes to see the Bowie knife begin cutting the hands off the corpse. One flopped free, held only by a tendon. The man chopped at the floor like he was slicing garlic, and the hand separated. He worked on the other one, sawing through the tendon and bone. They placed both hands on the chest of the corpse, then faced me. My turn. In English, the leader said, "This man was an informant and met a traitor's fate. You are involved in his actions, and we wanted you to see what happens to those who oppose us." Feeling bile in my throat at the helplessness, I simply nodded. The leader flicked his eyes at the person guarding me, and he placed his hands on my head, pushing it into the wall, exposing my neck. The leader said, "We want to know why you were in Mexico. We want to know what you were doing." I saw the man holding my head pull out a blade, much smaller than the Bowie but lethal nonetheless. He leaned in, showing me the knife, his eyes locked on mine. I rolled to the left, a prehistoric instinct to get away from the danger, a low grunt escaping as I strained to get out of his grasp. I twisted my wrist, and I felt the lock click free. A small snick that opened up a world of hurt. I whipped both hands to my front and lashed out with the wrist still clamped, slashing the guard's face with the teeth of the open handcuff. He screamed and started to roll back, but I trapped him against the wall, grabbed his wrist with the knife, and drove it deep into his eye socket. The man with the Bowie knife shouted and drew his gun. I jerked the dead guard in front of me and used him as primitive body armor, rushing forward, barely registering the weight, the rage of survival adrenaline making me feel superhuman. He fired multiple times in my direction, and I felt the rounds impact the corpse. He tried to back up, and I threw the body on top of him, then turned to the leader. He had a look of shock on his face, still with his weapon in its holster. He scrambled to get it free, but I was already on him, wrapping one arm around his neck and trapping the weapon with the other. I bent him backward, batted his hand away, and drew his pistol. I jammed it into his chest and pumped 2 rounds, letting him fall. I whirled around and raced to the Bowie wielder, still under the body, now frantically trying to free himself. He raised his pistol, and I stomped on his hand, the round going harmlessly into the wall. He screamed something in Spanish, and I jabbed the barrel into his forehead. He shook his head violently from left to right. I held for a second, then softly nodded up and down, and pulled the trigger. I stood, coming to grips with the carnage, needing to think. I began searching for keys. I found them in the leader and went to the car that had carried me, seeing Jennifer's purse in the front seat. I pulled out my phone and began dialing, leaving the parking lot with the battered tires of the sedan screeching, heading to the border. Kurt picked up on the 3rd ring, immediately asking why I was in El Paso and why I had left our mission early. I cut him off. "Sir, it's too hard to explain. Jennifer believes there's a national security threat here on the border, and her brother's wrapped up in it. I thought she was full of shit, but the cartels have just taken a huge gamble to capture us here in America. She was correct, and I need a team right fucking now. Where's Knuckles? He should be Conus with the bird. What the hell are you talking about? Cartels? Capture you? What are you doing? I can't even get the Oversight Council until tomorrow. Forget about Knuckles and talk to me. I was flying down Interstate 10, headed back to the border bridge, and realized I didn't have the facts to convince him. There was no way to get Oversight Council approval for operations in Mexico on a timeline that could save Jennifer. It just wasn't what the Taskforce did. We were slow burn, not crisis management. Unlike in my previous life, we didn't sit on alert. I pounded the steering wheel and said, "Sir, is Knuckles in the United States? Is he here with a package in the aircraft?" Kurt's voice grew concerned at my shrill tenor, saying, "Yeah, he's here in Atlanta. What the hell is going on? You sound like you want a prairie fire." And his words broke free the best that the United States had to offer. Prairie fire was the code phrase for the potential catastrophic loss of a task force team, and only used under the most extreme circumstances on official missions, when everything else in the United States arsenal had failed. The words had been uttered a single time in the entire existence of the unit, but it was the one thing that Kurt could execute on his own, without Oversight Council approval, because task force lives were not held to the same standard as task force missions. I had never given the phrase serious thought, egotistically figuring that if I had communication and could utter the words, I could solve the problem on my own before the task force could ever break anything free quickly enough to help. Now I held the phone and savored the words. "I need Knuckles to divert to Gonzales Airport in Ciudad Juarez. I'll meet him there. I'm calling a prairie fire. I say again, I'm calling a prairie fire." He said nothing for a moment, and I saw the exit for the bridge. I coasted for a second before he came back on. "You know what you're doing, right? You got a real prairie fire." "Sir, listen to me closely. You and I have been through a lot, but nothing like this. I just saw a man get decapitated in front of me. I'm covered in blood from 3 dead men in a hotel. Jennifer is in the hands of fucking savages, and if I don't get some help immediately, she's going to be slaughtered or worse." I turned onto the bridge and heard, "You got him. Update me as soon as you can."
Chapter 23. The door at the top of the stairwell opened, spilling light into the room, and Jennifer knew someone was coming down. Finally. She regretted the thought as soon as it came into her head. She knew whoever was on the stairs would offer nothing good, but she'd been shackled in the dark for over 3 hours, on top of the 2-hour ride in the trunk, and the shock of the capture had worn off, leaving her wanting to see why it had occurred, wanting to learn the fate of Pike and her brother Jack, even if it hastened her own demise. Initially, when she'd been taken out of the trunk and brought down to the basement, she'd been dismayed to find it empty, expecting to see Jack bound and shackled like her. She had been tossed unceremoniously on the ground, and the lights had been extinguished. She'd waited for Pike to join her, waited for him to arrive so they could plan their escape. After some time in the dark, she realized he wasn't coming and now wondered if he was still even alive. She thought so, hoped so, simply because of the way she had been treated. The men hadn't been unduly violent like she'd expected. She wasn't smacked around or made to do anything lewd. There was little respect, but they hadn't been overtly cruel either. They'd treated her more like a piece of livestock, prodding when she moved slowly, and showing little concern for her welfare when shoving her in or pulling her out of the trunk. In truth, after the fear of instant death had worn off, she'd become more concerned about carbon monoxide poisoning during the ride, the leaking exhaust fumes filling the trunk and making her nauseous. Taking solace in small comforts, she initially had just sagged in the dark of the basement and drawn in clean oxygen, trying to clear her lungs of the stench of the exhaust. Left to her own thoughts, she had reflected on the enormous risks her kidnappers had taken. Imitating police officers on United States soil and kidnapping 2 United States citizens was brazen, and she knew her brother had found something much greater than drugs. She couldn't put her finger on what it was, but she knew enough about cartel operations to understand what the impact would have been if the mission had gone wrong. She was valuable for a reason she didn't understand. She might not have known what was at stake, but she knew two things for sure. One, she had been captured by a cartel, and two, she was now in Mexico. Trying to penetrate the feeble glow from the stairwell, she heard more than one person descending and sat up, using her shoulder against the wall to make up for her hands being shackled behind her back. The overhead light blazed on, and a man was thrown in front of her, hitting the ground hard. At first she thought it was Pike, her stomach clenching in fear when she saw the man's battered face, only relaxing when she spotted a mustache. 3 other men followed him into the room, one in a business suit, 2 with jeans, rough shirts, and pistols in their hands. The business suit kicked the prostrate man in the stomach hard enough to lift him an inch off the ground. The man grunted, then began coughing. No one paid a bit of attention to her, conducting the actions as if she didn't exist. One of the guns reached down and pulled the man's head up by the hair, and the suit began to interrogate him. They spoke in Spanish, but having grown up in Texas, Jennifer could understand the gist of what was said. She visibly reacted when she heard the words reporter and phone, the suit waving a cell in front of the man's face. He turned away, and the suit nodded at the gunman still holding his hair. The gunman cranked the man's head until he could do nothing but stare at whatever the cell phone showed. The suit yelled again, and the target spit a glob of bloody phlegm onto the phone. The suit jumped back, holding the cell away from his clothes. He shook it like a man flinging filth off of a shoe, his hands holding the phone between 2 fingers. Not able to get rid of the goo, he cursed and tossed it to the other gunman, eliciting a laugh from the enforcer holding the man's hair. The suit began questioning again. Jennifer struggled to keep up with the conversation, struggled to find an anchor for her brother, searching to translate the Spanish in her mind and failing. She saw the suit bend over the man and whisper in his ear. She unconsciously leaned forward, straining to hear. She heard what she believed were the words honor, trust, and death. She closed her eyes, focusing all of her concentration on her hearing. She heard an explosion of noise, a concussion that snapped her eyes open, and she knew what it was. Gunshot. She saw the suit rise from the body, the head punctured right between the eyes. The suit handed the weapon to the gunman and walked to her. She looked up at him, and he said in English, "Sorry for making you wait, but we had a few other matters we needed to attend to."
Looking at the target house through night vision, Knuckles said, "Well, this is possibly the goofiest plan I have ever heard. Outside of the Boondock Saints, that is." I said, "Really? You're a SEAL. Goofy Hollywood bullshit is what you do." He put the NODs down and said, "You really think this car will let us penetrate? I know it will. They're waiting on me to show up in the trunk." After getting the go-ahead for the prairie fire, I traveled into Mexico using my stolen car. I'd stopped short of the border and camouflaged the blood spatter on my clothes with dirt from the side of the road, making my shirt look like I worked at a mechanic's shed rather than a slaughterhouse. Proud of myself, I approached the Mexican checkpoint like 100 other beat-up sedans, but mine drew instant focus. It had dawned on me why immediately. I was in a car that they were supposed to let pass with no issue. Now there was a gringo driving it solo. I had sat behind the wheel in a panic, but showing nothing outwardly. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Then I realized that it was smart. I could use this asset. I'll pull an Entebbe to get Jennifer out. When the border official approached and asked a question I didn't understand, I just stared at him, locking eyes until he backed down, giving him the death glare that he wanted. He waved me forward, and I drove to the international airport, coming up with a plan. In 1976, Israel had rescued 98 hostages inside Uganda by landing on the airfield posing as the Ugandan president, Idi Amin. They'd driven a Mercedes specifically designed to look like Amin's off the aircraft, complete with presidential flags and other adornments, and had lulled the opposition. Instead of questioning the aircraft, Idi Amin's soldiers began scurrying about in a panic at the surprise visit. The end result was one of the greatest hostage rescues in the history of warfare, and I was now driving the Mexican version of Idi Amin's Mercedes. I'd met Knuckles at the Abraham Gonzalez International Airport's Fixed Base Operator Center for General Aviation, having already rented an SUV at the main terminal. Away from the commercial hub of the International Concourse, it was a small island still in the land of make-believe. Every FBO I had been in catered to the richest bastards on the planet, and thus had no security whatsoever. If you could afford to fly a plane in here, then you were clearly on the up and up. Knuckles had brought the Gulfstream 4 that was leased to my company, Grolier Recovery Services, and it was still loaded with a package, meaning it had all manner of death and destruction embedded in the nooks and crannies of its frame that I could use, from suppressed sniper rifles to full-on explosive breaching charges. He and the team, of course, had been a little confused at the change of direction. We'd talked in the FBO conference room, a perk provided for folks flying in on general aviation in an attempt to lure corporations back to Ciudad Juarez. When I'd closed the door, Decoy had been the first to speak, in a subdued tone I'd never heard from him. "Is that blood on your shirt?" I said, "Yes. Before anyone says anything, I understand that you have no standing here. No cover for status, no protection. If something goes wrong, we're in a world of hurt." I paused, judging the reaction and not getting a lot of love. I continued. "You're probably pissed that I left Turkmenistan early, and I understand that, but I need your help. Jennifer is being held by the same group of savages that I'm wearing on my shirt. I need you to focus on that and forget the implications. I don't want any Taskforce bullshit here. We will not get out clean, I can promise you that. If you don't want in, then say so now. I can't order you to do anything." I had waited on the response, wondering what the answer would be. It came from Knuckles, of all people. My friend, and now my Judas. He said, "Jennifer, huh? So this is personal?" I turned to him, shocked, and saw a grin. He said, "What the hell are you babbling about? We got a prairie fire alert for a teammate. You going to give us a plan or sit there begging?" I stood for a moment with my mouth open, about to let fly a few choice words until what he said sank into my brain. Relieved, I laid it out. The whole crazy Idi Amin plan. It had sounded great at the FBO, but now, staring at the house with night vision, it wasn't looking so hot. In fact, it looked downright suicidal. Since I had Jennifer's phone in her bag, along with her tablet and the digital recorder from her brother, there was no way to track her actual location. All I had was the last known location of Jack's phone, which she'd pinpointed on her earlier ludicrous recce attempt. As much as I'd berated her before, it was now my only anchor. The house was set up on a hill with a circular drive leading to it, sitting about 200 meters past a large iron fence with an electronic gate. Outside on the front porch were two watchers, both armed with some type of long gun variant of the AR-15, probably sold to them by our Justice Department. On the circular drive was an old sedan like the one we were sitting in, which I was convinced had transported Jennifer. All we had to do was penetrate the perimeter fence and get up to the front door. No small task, but while waiting on Knuckles to arrive, I'd conducted my own recce and studied the gate, seeing no cameras or speakers or anything else to check on arrivals. While I watched, a car had approached and had simply sat outside for a moment doing nothing. Then the gate had opened. I couldn't prove they weren't talking on cell phones, but I was fairly sure they simply let in anyone they expected. And they were expecting me in a trunk. I said, "You ready to roll?" "Yeah, no sense waiting. This either works or it doesn't." I turned around to the back seat, getting confirmation from Retro and Blood. I started the car, and Retro said, "Hope Decoy can hit them. I don't like a Navy guy watching my back." I pulled into the slot in front of the gate and said, "You'd rather have a Marine?" Blood from the back said, "As a Marine, given the choice, I'd much rather be on the outside shooting right now." I said, "You'll be shooting soon enough." We waited, headlights to the front, wondering if we were going to initiate a firefight just by being here. After a pause, the gate triggered. the giant piece of iron sliding to the right on its track, slowly inching open. When it was enough for the car, I proceeded forward, saying, "Remember, no shots early, we need total surprise." I continued up the drive at a slow pace, watching the gunmen on the porch. They showed no alarm. I keyed my radio. "Decoy. You got both?" "Yeah, little spread, but no issue." "You gotta hit them quick. I can't have a gunfight right out front. The first thing I want them to hear is the breach." "Roger all, good luck." "Luck starts with you." We reached the end of the drive and paused, our headlights blinding anyone from seeing the death inside the car. The man nearest to us approached, nonchalantly walking toward the driver's door. I opened it and swung my leg out. I saw his jaw drop in surprise when he was finally able to see inside. Then his head split open from a suppressed sniper shot. The second man, still not understanding, remained on the porch, fiddling with his long gun. He took one confused step toward us, and his head snapped back. He collapsed into the wall, then rolled forward in a heap. I said, "Game on," and we launched to the front door.
Chapter 24. The suit squatted down until he was at eye level with Jennifer. "You may call me Carlos." He pulled a laminated card from his pocket and said, "From your identification, I see you are Jennifer." "Where's my brother? What have you done with Jack?" Carlos's eyes widened slightly, and he looked back at the ID. "Jennifer Cahill. Yes, I didn't make the connection before. Jack said he just called a friend. So you're family." "Yes, we're family, and I want him freed." He said, "I think you'd be more concerned about what we're going to do with you." The words caused Jennifer to inwardly flinch, but her face betrayed no fear. A few years ago in Guatemala, she'd been in just such a position and had barely survived. Back then, Carlos's threat would have been paralyzing, leaving her catatonic. But she'd learned a thing or two about survival since. The fear did nothing but sharpen her will to live. She said, "Where's my brother?" Carlos appraised her for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, I respect your courage. So I'll tell you. I don't know. We had him, but he was taken from us. I thought it was by the U.S. law. I now know it was by a competitor." He pointed at the dead man behind him. "That traitor fed our information to our enemies. They have him now." Jennifer closed her eyes, fearing Jack was dead, just like her uncle had been in Guatemala. Carlos said, "What I want to know is what he told you." She took a breath, starting the dance she knew was coming. "I never even talked to him. All I got was a voicemail message." Carlos tapped her ID against his thigh, thinking, then said, "I'm sorry, but that's not good enough. I need to know everything he said. You can check my phone, listen to my voicemail. I'm telling you the truth. Unfortunately, your phone hasn't arrived yet. But I will do that, make no mistake. I need to know what he told you off of the voicemail. How much did he say about Predator drones? This will go easier if you talk now. By the end, you'll be screaming all you know anyway." "Predator drones?" She shouted, "Nothing. I never talked to him. I'm just an anthropologist. I don't know anything about drones." Carlos smiled. "An anthropologist, huh? Answer me this. If you never talked to him, how did you know what motel he was at?" "He told his editor where he was staying, that's all." Staring at her, Carlos whispered, "And did the editor give you the address to this house? Is that why you crossed the border and drove right to this location earlier today? Was it the editor who killed my men so that you could escape?" Jennifer felt her face blanch, searching for an answer that would make sense. When nothing came out, Carlos continued, "Yes, I see you understand. Your story doesn't ring true, does it? I will have my answers. "How did you know to search for this house?" Before she said anything, she heard a beep. He pulled a cell from his pocket and listened. When he hung up, he said, "Looks like your partner is finally here." Jennifer felt a brief glimmer of hope, relieved that Pike was alive. Carlos stood and said, "We'll see what his story is, but I can promise it won't be as gentle as this conversation." He nodded at the gunman who'd caught the phone, and both walked up the stairs, leaving her alone with the final man. She felt the spark of hope snuffed like an ember dropped in water. The gunman stared at her stoically, holstering his pistol and not saying a word. He was crossing his arms over his chest when a large crack split the air, causing dust to sprinkle from the ceiling. The man gave a slight jump, his hands out from his sides, staring up, confused by the noise. Jennifer understood completely. "Yeah, my partner's here, asshole."
The door splintered inward, as if it had been cloven by a giant axe, large sections of wood spearing into the walls inside. We entered before the shock wave had even settled, guns and eyeballs flowing in like water out of a split in a bucket. I focused on my sector, and ignored the splitting of a suppressed HK-UMP to my right, only registering that a potential threat had been eliminated. I saw a man exit a room ahead, apparently startled awake at the sound of our explosive breach. He raised an AK-47, yelling commands, and I pumped 2 rounds into his chest. He dropped, and I continued on, the lead man in the stack. I heard Retro shout, "Door!" and held up, covering down a hallway. I heard it breached with a shotgun, then the sharp crack of a weapon from inside, followed by the low pops of our suppressors. 3 seconds of silence, and I felt someone tap my shoulder. I leapt to my feet and jogged down the hallway.
Jennifer rolled onto her back, tucked her legs, and raked her arms up. The cuffs caught on the soles of her shoes for a second. She wriggled and jerked, ripping the skin on her wrist before they broke free. She leapt to her feet, hearing gunfire erupt from above. She took 2 hops at the guard as he began to turn. She threw her hands over his head, cinching the chain of the handcuffs into his neck. She rotated around until they were back to back, then bent over, raising him off the ground by the chain alone, the metal biting deep into his windpipe. He wheezed and gurgled, flailing his hands in the air. She strained her arms, feeling the cuffs digging into the flesh of her wrists. She rose on her feet and bounced, once, twice, and felt his neck snap. She tucked and dropped him over her shoulder. Untangling her cuffs, she ripped his pistol from his holster and sprinted toward the stairs, one thought in her mind. Get the man with the phone.
A door to my right swung open, and I raised my weapon, fingering the safety. A flash of dirty blonde hair filled my hollow sight, and I recognized Jennifer. I felt a wave of conflicting emotion, but shunted it aside immediately, leaping past her to cover the far side of the door. I keyed the radio and said, "Jackpot, jackpot, jackpot!" The team collapsed around her in a protective bubble, and I heard, "Pike, decoy. Got a squirter leaving in your infill vehicle. You want me to engage?" I locked eyes with Jennifer and smiled. "Negative. We got jackpot now. Move to Xville Bravo. We're 2 deep into the house, and we're going to need your breach of the fence. Roger all." Jennifer, her hands cuffed and holding a Glock, said, "Pike, there's a guy here we need to find." Unlocking her wrists, my smile fading, I keyed the radio again. "Decoy, continue to Xville, but don't breach the fence until I call." I heard, "Roger," and said to Jennifer, "Your brother, he's here?" "No, but there's a guy with a phone that's the key to his location." I tossed her cuffs to the ground and brought my weapon back to high ready. Forget him, we're out of here. I started getting the team moving when Jennifer said, "I'm not leaving without that phone." Knuckles looked like he was going to lose his mind. He backed up to her, still focusing on his sector of fire, and hissed, "What the fuck is it with your family and drug lords? I've never seen someone get in more trouble than you." 2 men scrambled down a staircase we'd passed on entry, spilling into the hallway and firing pistols. Retro and Blood cut them down, but the narrow confines of the corridor were a funnel of death and a stupid place for discussion. I said, keep going toward the back of the house. We'll clear the route to Xville. If we find him, great. If not, we're leaving as soon as we hit an exit." Jennifer grimaced but nodded. We started moving at a fast jog down the hallway, bypassing rooms and looking for an exit. Leaving uncleared sections of the target was like pulling my teeth with a pair of pliers, but I wasn't looking to kill everyone here. All we wanted was to find Jennifer, and we'd done that. My team wasn't big enough to dominate the building, and getting into a gunfight now was just asking for someone to get hit. We reached the end of the hall and broke into a large den set up like a conference room, a long oak table upended at the far side with gun barrels hovering over it, French doors showing the lawn of the backyard. The barrels began to spit fire, and I broke left, shooting on the run and diving behind a couch, while Knuckles went right. The rest of the team met a fusillade of bullets, and I saw Retro go down while Jennifer leapt back into the hallway. I began to suppress the table with controlled pairs and shouted, "Back out! Back out!" Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Knuckles dragging Retro through the door. One man rose an inch too high behind the table, his weapon snapping forward, and I stroked the trigger, popping him upright before he fell backward. The firing went into a lull as they all ducked. I seized the opportunity, retreating back into the hallway, jerking Retro the final way behind the cover of the wall. Knuckles was on him, stripping the plate hanger off his chest and feeling for blood. He poked something, and Retro sat up with a scream. Knuckles said, "In and out of the thigh. He's bleeding, but femoral's okay." A man appeared down the hallway from the direction we'd come. I snapped 5 rounds his way, and he ducked back into a room. "We gotta move. Blood, get him up. Knuckles, take point. Find another way out of here. Jennifer, take Retro's UMP." She said, "Pike, wait. That guy you hit has the phone. I saw him when he went down. He's the key." I pushed her forward down the hall. "Move!" Blood got Retro into a fireman's carry and said, "You want to leave this many men to our rear? You saw the doors at the back of the room, right? They'll be shooting at us on the open lawn." Knuckles said, "He's right," and began ripping through a bag strapped to his leg, jerking out a simple breaching charge. He prepped the blasting caps, unwound the nonel tubing to its full length, then attached the initiation device, saying, "This is the last time I go anywhere without frag grenades." He lobbed the mess deep into the room, the tubing fluttering from the charge to the detonator in his hand like the tail of a kite. Now committed, I slapped against the door jamb and said, "Jennifer, on Retro, cover him from threats in the hallway." We stacked left and right of the door, ineffectual fire coming through the gap. Knuckles glanced my way and I nodded. He initiated the biggest flashbang I'd ever used. We flowed in, shooting 4 men staggering about in a daze. 2 more were down from the charge, one dressed in much nicer clothes than the others, with only a pistol at his side. The boss. No wonder they had last stand going. Knuckles and I played cleanup while Blood went back out for Retro. He returned with Retro over his shoulder, Jennifer right behind. She ran to the first man I'd shot and went through his pockets, pulling out an old-fashioned flip phone. I said, "You happy now? Can we go?" She nodded, and I got on the radio. "Decoy, blow the breach. We're on the way."
Chapter 25. Mark Oglethorpe, the Secretary of Defense, said, "Individual interruption? Yeah, that's possible. The GPS signal is pretty weak, and it doesn't take much to cause interference. But it's still a lot harder than people think, especially to affect a UAV flying at altitude." Colonel Kurt Hale saw the rest of the council relax a little in their chairs and was glad at the change in conversation. In accordance with the charter for Project Prometheus, he'd sent a flash message to all 13 members of the Oversight Council about the Prairie Fire alert. He had the authority to launch without council approval, but by no means could he do so without informing them. It had taken about 40 seconds for his phone to ring, with the President requesting his presence at an Oversight Council meeting the following morning. Bright and early, Kurt had driven straight to the old Executive Office building, adjacent to the West Wing of the White House, and was met by George Wolfe, the Deputy Commander of the Taskforce. A career CIA case officer, Wolfe had been sent early to bend the ear of the Director of the Central Intelligence Agency for any information coming out of Mexico. Kurt had Pike's situation report on the specifics of the operation, but needed the broader scope of the impact. George smiled, and Kurt knew it was good news. So far, it's being laid out as a gangland hit between rival cartels. The biggest story is who was killed. Apparently, it was the #1 guy in Juarez for the Sinaloa cartel. Taking the stairs at a fast walk, looking at his watch, Kurt said, "No mention of Americans?" "None. The prime suspect right now is Los Zetas. That's what's on the street, and what'll become solidified over the next few hours." They both exited at the second floor and saw the Secret Service agents already positioned outside the conference room, which meant the president was inside, and they were late. In truth, Kurt felt some trepidation about the meeting, now made worse by his late entrance. Project Prometheus itself had almost imploded 6 months ago based on a crisis engineered from Iran, and Kurt had resigned because of decisions being made that were, in his mind, ridiculous. Now he was back in charge because President Warren had said so, and he was about to brief something that was unpalatable, something his enemies might want to use to harm him, regardless of the good or bad for national security. Entering, Kurt nodded at the group while George took a seat in the back, out of the line of fire. Kurt moved to the head of the table, right next to President Peyton Warren. He raised an eyebrow, and Kurt said, "Sorry, sir. I was getting some last-minute updates." Before the president could respond, he began the briefing, laying out everything he knew, including the fact that the Taskforce's cover was secure, so far. He spent the next 30 minutes getting peppered with questions, but none were what he would have considered irrelevant. It seemed the Taskforce had turned a corner, which was unexpected. The organization, he knew, had prevented more than one catastrophic event since its inception, but always after fighting the Council for authority to execute. Maybe preventing a worldwide pandemic by disobeying Council orders has convinced them of the Task Force's worth. Or maybe the Council is just getting used to breaking the law of the land. In the past, he'd seen these same men spend most of the time asking questions related to how close they were to getting exposed, how close to wearing handcuffs, instead of how best to prevent a calamity. Today, the queries were a relief, but they made him a little wary as well. A tinge of paranoia was a good thing, as it brought healthy debate. Treating task force missions as routine was dangerous, because complacency bred mistakes, and he didn't like the mantle of failure resting on his shoulders alone. Surprised, he realized he wanted the skepticism of the past. After the initial blow-by-blow of the operation, Kurt began explaining why the mission had been executed, and the briefing finally became contentious because of Jennifer's actions in Mexico. In effect, she'd forced a prairie fire alert because of personal reasons, not through an official task force operation. Before it could turn into a feeding frenzy, Kurt had diverted attention by describing what her brother had possibly stumbled upon, which had led to the ongoing conversation about UAVs. The SecDef repeated, "Jamming GPS isn't rocket science. Basically, all you need to do is pump out a stronger signal, but that's very localized and really only works within a small footprint. In other words, airplanes, tanks, and other things might lose signal, but only for as long as they were in the jamming zone. Seconds, in most cases. It's not catastrophic. Spoofing the signal itself and tricking the UAV to fly somewhere else is much more sophisticated, and not something we've seen yet, at least on DoD drones." President Warren said, "Just because we haven't seen it doesn't mean it isn't a threat. If the Mexican cartels have managed to find a way to affect GPS, even locally, it could have repercussions worldwide, especially if it gets in the hands of a peer competitor during wartime, or in the hands of some group looking to harm us in peacetime." The SecDef nodded. "Yes, sir, that's true, but only if they've actually got something. I just don't see it. Iran has been trying to develop a capability like that for years, and they haven't gotten anywhere." Secretary of State Jonathan Billings said, "But they did get one of our drones." "No, they didn't. We lost that RQ-1 through a glitch. As soon as it lost link with the satellite, it landed like it was supposed to do. As I said, they've been trying almost as hard to develop cyber capability as they have to develop a nuke. And they still can't do anything like that, no matter what their propaganda machine puts out. How could a bunch of drug runners create such a device without any scientific capability whatsoever? Kurt said, "The expertise is on our side. They'd do it just like they have in all of the Mexican law enforcement organizations. They'd extort it from the inside. We're not sure if it's just UAVs they're interested in." The man on the tape was talking about the entire GPS constellation. The SecDef bristled. Well, they'd have an easier time building this magic device from the ground up in Mexico. The constellation is run by the Air Force's 2nd Space Operations Squadron, and all of them have ironclad security clearances. It's not like we let a janitor into the control floor and have him keep an eye on things for a smoke break. Kurt held up his hands. Hey, sir, I'm just saying it's a method. We had Hansen in the FBI and Ames in the CIA, both with ironclad security clearances. These cartels can bring a hell of a lot more money to bear than the USSR ever could. The president said, "It's worth a look. Check everyone in the squadron. See if anyone has taken leave in the last week, and if so, find out if they were in El Paso." The SecDef nodded, and he continued. "I'm more concerned with cyber. Could they get through from the outside?" "No, sir. The GPS constellation isn't connected to the Internet. They'd have to be on Schriever itself. Affecting a single UAV is one thing, but the backbone architecture of the entire constellation is a different story altogether. I don't see that as a realistic threat." President Warren ran down the rabbit hole, saying, "If it did happen, what's the impact?" The SecDef paused. "Really, that's hard to assess. If they hit the civilian signals alone, we'd have little impact. Theoretically, if they somehow could take out the military signals, we'd lose all precision weapons. We'd be back to dropping dumb bombs. It would also play hell with all of our mounted and dismounted movement, mainly in our logistics. Truthfully, it's sort of like asking the impact of losing our radios. We take GPS for granted now, like talking on a radio. We could still fight, but it would be much more inefficient." Kurt saw Billings' brow scrunch. He said, "Military signals? You mean they're different?" The SecDef said, "Yes, the military has its own architecture, and it's encrypted and hardened against jamming. Losing the civilian bands wouldn't affect our ability to react to contingencies." Bill Crosswell, a former 4-term congressman with a penchant for political survival, spoke up. Having spent most of his adult life in the trucking business before turning to politics, he'd been tapped by the administration for Secretary of Transportation. "Mr. President, that's not exactly accurate. The military is tied to the civilian signal much, much more than they know. It's true they can drop the bombs, but they might not get the bombs because the civilian industrial base that makes and delivers them is tied into the GPS. Transportation has a hand in the constellation, and I see it every day." The president slapped the table with an open hand. "So what's the damn impact? Can someone give me a straight answer?" All the men at the table jerked upright at the action, not uttering a word. Eventually, Alexander Palmer, the National Security Advisor, said, "Sir, bluntly, we honestly don't know, because the signal is not licensed or anything like that, because using it only means buying a receiver. We just don't know how far into our national grid it has gone. For the government, I can tell you that the telecommunications, power, and transportation infrastructure rely on it a great deal. The loss of the precision timing alone would cause significant damage if it went out. As for the private sector, banking and all that, we just don't know. Big-ticket things like the New York Stock Exchange claim to have atomic clock backups for the timing signal. But there are a multitude of smaller elements tied into the exchange that don't." President Warren began to scowl, and Palmer backpedaled. Hey, it's not something we've studied. It's become so ubiquitous, it's like asking how far the internet has penetrated. We think of the internet as watching YouTube, but it has become a backbone for everything from remotely starting your car to turning out the lights in your house. GPS is the same way. We can guess, but we really just don't know. GPS is just too good to not use, especially since it's free. He pointed at the Secretary of Defense. In the end, Mark's right. It is a bunch of drug runners. Something I don't feel is a realistic threat. Unless the assholes actually do have something and sell whatever it is to someone else. President Warren saw the DCIA snap up his eyes at the comment and said, "What?" The DCIA spoke up. "Sir, we've got a movement of a Hezbollah cell from the tri-border region of South America to Mexico City, coming in 2 days. It's probably nothing, and I'm not trying to be an alarmist. We've been eyeing them for a while because of the cartel's penetration of our border, and NSA picked up the intercept last night. I thought it was strictly CIA business, but maybe it's connected." President Warren turned back to Kurt. "What's the next step? Do you have one?" "We've got the phone trace of the informant in the Sinaloa cartel. That could lead us to Jack, Jennifer's brother. I have no idea what he knows, but apparently everyone down there thinks it's critical. We could at least get some intelligence to flesh out the threat, if there is one." "Really? That's it?" Kurt paused for a moment, the statement aggravating him. "Yes, sir, that's it. I have the ability to rescue an American being held by the drug cartels because they think he has the knowledge of a threat against American interests. That's all I have." Kurt saw George Wolfe roll his eyes at the back of the room, then rub his forehead. Kurt kept his face neutral, but didn't back down from the president's glare. President Warren pressed his lips together, then nodded. "I suppose I had that coming. Pike wants to hit a rival cartel now? Make it a clean sweep down there?" Kurt smiled and said, "We can only follow the breadcrumbs as they fall, but I can't predict where it leads." President Warren said, "Where? We don't even know what it's leading to." Kurt said, "That's true. But Jack Cahill might." Chapter 26. Jack's days and nights had blurred, dreading the stairwell light and the next visit. After his initial conversation about the Sinaloa cartel, he had been ignored, and he wondered if he'd been forgotten. He'd seen enough butchering that he certainly wasn't going to ask about his status. Being ignored was better than the alternative. He had grown accustomed to the entrance and exit of what he called the enforcers, and had learned how to keep them happy. The bald Sicario was another matter. This morning he'd been pulled out of the basement by the strange, slight man with the scar on his forehead, and he'd felt mind-numbing fear. The Sicario's actions instilled it. He seemed to float about the room like a frail hummingbird, but his eyes were hypnotic, exposing the lie of frailty. Jack knew he was crazy, but in a different way, a stronger way. If he'd been in a coffee shop in Dallas going about his life, Jack would have seen the Sicario and laughed, saying, "He's not all there," before sipping his $4 grande latte. Now, living in this man's world, he knew that was incorrect. He was beyond all there, like an elemental thing, sensing the very pulse in Jack's neck. And yet Jack knew he wasn't all there. Put into a car, he'd been told the person he'd seen on the video was coming to Mexico City, and he was to point him out. They'd driven close to an hour, then parked outside the Benito Juarez International Airport. Going into the waiting area of Terminal 1, the Sicario had said nothing at all, treating the entire trip as if they were meeting family. No threats, nothing about what would happen if he tried to escape. He'd simply parked and locked the car, resting his dark eyes on Jack for a second, then had turned his back and entered the airport. Jack had scurried to keep up, the eyes searing his brain with unquestioned obedience. Any thoughts about escaping sinking like a coin tossed in the water, flashing more faintly the farther he walked. They had entered the throng of people all waiting outside the exit to customs, the Sicario pushing aside illegal taxi vendors and family members waiting on loved ones returning home, all turning in initial anger, then melting back at his stare. They reached the front, separated from the exit by a metal railing, and he spoke for the first time. "The contact's plane has landed. He will be coming out soon. Point him out to me." Jack nodded and began scanning the flow of people exiting, praying he would recognize the man, bringing forth the memory from the digital recorder. The tension in his body increased with each passing minute, the people exiting in little bursts. They stood for over an hour, Jack beginning to see the contact in everyone who appeared, imagining what he would look like with a haircut and clean-shaven, or in a suit, maybe wearing a sombrero, perhaps camouflaged in a dress with a wig, anything to please his crazy captor. Eventually, the Sicario tapped him on the shoulder, causing Jack to jump. He flicked his weird eyes toward the exit and turned without a word. For a brief moment, Jack considered running, racing through the crowds and shouting his predicament, causing a commotion that would set him free. As if his thoughts were floating on the air between them, the Sicario turned back, and Jack felt his eyes penetrate. He rushed to catch up. They'd returned to the mansion, and Jack had been led to the same study as before, the mustached leader who had originally questioned Jack waiting behind his desk. The Sicario set a directional microphone and digital recorder on the table. When the leader went to pick it up, he said, "El Comandante, I didn't get a chance to use it. He didn't show up." The leader scowled like a child and said, "Didn't show? Or didn't get pointed out?" Jack felt his survival time shrinking to seconds. He said, "I swear he wasn't at the airport. Maybe he came earlier or he's coming later, but he didn't leave while we were there." Indifferent, the Sicario said, "I think he's telling the truth. Your information was within the next couple of days, correct? It's the same flight number each day. He might show tomorrow." The leader said, "I might need you back in Juarez. It's on fire right now. We may have an opportunity." "What has happened?" "I'm not sure. There's another player on the board, and he's hitting Sinaloa. I have to think about it, get more information. I'll talk to you later with a decision." Thrown back into the basement, the first thing Jack noticed was that he had a new neighbor. A boy of about 18 was sitting in the corner in stylish jeans and an expensive shirt, looking at Jack with the catatonic stare of someone not yet understanding what had happened to him. Or maybe understanding completely. Chapter 27. "Coco Roger, that's our target." Jennifer rolled her eyes at her call sign, wishing like hell she could change it to something more dignified. She turned to Pike and said, "Well, that pretty much eliminates the capture interrogation plan." "Yeah, I agree. It wouldn't be too smart to kidnap a Mexican law enforcement guy in the federal district." After exfiltrating Retro across the border, linking up with some doctors Reed onto Taskforce activities, they had received the go-ahead to explore from the Oversight Council. Flying from Juarez to Mexico City, otherwise known as the Distrito Federal, or DF, they had begun to track the phone of the person who had received the call from the Sinaloa trader. The primary trace had shown up centered on a tidy row of townhouses located in the northeast of the city center, just outside the historic district in a middle-class neighborhood. Since the phone location itself wasn't down to the meter, but instead had a circle of probable error upwards of the size of a football field, they'd spent most of yesterday locating the specific bed-down site, collating the multiple pings on the phone into layers that allowed them to neck down exactly which house contained it. The research done, they had begun static surveillance this morning to refine a course of action. Jennifer had noticed a man in some type of police uniform exit the garage of the townhouse, followed by a woman carrying a baby, whom he kissed before walking to a car farther up the street. Since the garage serviced all three houses, at best it meant their target lived next to a policeman. At worst, it meant the target was a policeman. She'd had Knuckles and Decoy tail the man until he was far enough away to get another ping that wouldn't be contaminated by their previous traces, and had confirmed the worst. She said, "You think that phone intel was bogus? They killed a guy for no reason?" "Maybe, but more than likely it means the cop is bogus, playing both sides of the fence. Either way, we can't take him down." Jennifer felt the only lead to her brother withering away. "What about a B&E, just to see what he's got in the house? Might give us something." "Yeah, but I just saw his burglar alarm go back in. We can't do a surreptitious entry with a baby and mother inside." As he was speaking, the garage door opened again, and the mother exited, pushing a stroller. Jennifer said, "There goes the alarm. Want to try it?" Pike thought a moment, then said, "A daylight B&E on an unknown floor plan? We don't even know the lock set." "I'll use a window. I can pop that with a credit card." "Jennifer, the windows are all barred." She pointed above the garage. "Not on the second floor." Jennifer saw him wavering and drove home the slipping time. "Pike, it's an empty house, but won't be for long. We're wasting an opportunity to neck down the threat." He sighed. "You mean neck down your brother's location?" "Yeah, that too, I guess. I hadn't thought about it." He smiled at her joke and keyed the radio. "Knuckles, what's your location?" "Coming back down the south side, about 2 blocks away." "Hold what you got. There's a woman in a stroller headed your way. Get eyes on her and give us early warning when she starts heading back to my location." "Roger all. What's up?" "Coco's going to do something stupid." Jennifer smiled and opened the glove box, pulling out the little toolkit that came with the rental. She selected a small flathead screwdriver, and Pike said, "You see any chance of compromise, get out. Don't push it, understand?" She nodded and slipped into the alley between the garage and the building next door. Barely 3 feet wide, it stank of garbage and had a stagnant stream of some ominous liquid running down the middle. She saw that the little corridor ended in a brick wall, connecting the townhouses to the next building. She reached the wall, glanced back down the alley to the street, and began to climb it like it was a chimney, placing 1 foot on the facing wall and 1 behind her, then doing the same with her hands. She inched up until she could get her hands on the parapet of the roof, then pulled herself over. She keyed her radio. "I'm up. Moving to breach." Keeping low so as to remain out of view of the street, she reached the first townhouse, scuttling under the windows to the second one. She said, "We're positive on the location, right?" Pike said, "I'll be absolutely positive until you tell me I'm wrong." "Second one in." "Great. That's a lot of confidence." She inserted the screwdriver into the jamb of the window, then gently rocked it back and forth, springing free the latch. She placed her hand on the pane and pushed, but the window remained closed. She studied it for a moment, then saw the problem. Painted shut. She ran the edge of the screwdriver around the pane, digging out as much latex paint as she could, then wedged the flat end back into the jamb. She lifted the handle, hearing the window groan from the leverage. She gave the handle another pull, and the window popped free, sounding as loud as gunfire. Jennifer froze, straining to hear someone coming to investigate. After 30 seconds, she opened the window fully, then slipped inside. She debated leaving the window open, but decided to close it to prevent anyone from becoming curious on the street. She saw she had entered a nursery, with the cloying, sweet smell of diapers and powder. Her radio came to life. "Pike, Woman is headed back. How far out? Look on your map. See the park to the south? All she did was circle it with the kid. Now she's coming home. You probably got 6 or 7 minutes, unless she stops again. Roger all. Break. Coco, Xville. She left the nursery at a trot, saying, "Pike, I just got inside. I haven't found anything yet." She entered the master bedroom and quickly surveyed, hearing, "I can't help that. Get out." She swept the closet in the bedroom and found nothing. Moving down the hall, she entered a third room, a tiny cubicle. She saw a filing cabinet and a desk. She ran to the desk and began shuffling papers, all in Spanish. No good. I can't tell if any of this is important. She heard, "Coco, you copy? I have the woman in sight now. She's about 3 minutes out, headed right toward me. And the first thing she's going to do is put that child in the nursery. Pike's right. You need to leave." But she couldn't leave with nothing, couldn't abandon her brother. Jennifer opened the filing cabinet and pulled out a folder, seeing official documents. Each was a printout of some kind with a picture of a person in the upper left corner. Most had a red X drawn across the face, but one was untarnished. None were her brother. "Coco, this is Pike. She's entered the garage. Status? Out of time." She took a picture of the one unmarked document with her smartphone and heard the door close downstairs. She gently closed the drawer with the files, then began to ease out of the room, but heard the woman cooing to the baby on the stairs. She froze, knowing she couldn't get down the hall without the mother seeing her. She heard, "Damn it, Coco, what's the story?" She clicked her transmitter twice and heard, "Well, that's just great. Another damn teammate ignoring my Xville call. I'm coming in. I'll get her attention and you get out." She clicked rapidly 4 times. "Roger all. Story of my life. I'm standing by." She heard the woman pass by the office and waited. The mother began singing in Spanish, then began making shushing noises. Eventually, Jennifer heard her footsteps on the stairs. When she was sure she was clear, she slipped out of the office and glided as lightly as she could to the nursery. She saw the baby in a crib, sound asleep. She opened the window, and it gave a slight screech. The baby woke up and began to cry. Jennifer flung herself out onto the roof, thinking, "Sorry about that, Mom." No sooner did she have the window closed than she saw a shadow in the room. She flattened against the wall, then slithered back to the alley. She dropped into the goo at the bottom, splashing the foul liquid on her shoes. Reaching the car, she saw Pike's scowl. She closed the door, and he said, "Tell me you have the exact grid to your brother, because this favoritism stuff is getting old." She shook her head, feeling the tears well up and hating them in front of Pike. "I don't think I found anything at all." Chapter 28. Carlos waited outside the customs gate of Terminal 1 at Benito Juarez International, feeling like someone had poured sandpaper into his eyes. He hadn't slept in close to 24 hours, and wondered how many Sinaloa hitmen were now hunting him. The very fact that he was alive would be enough to brand him with suspicion. It wouldn't matter that he had escaped the assault on the Juarez house by the skin of his teeth. To Sinaloa, it would look planned. Or he'd simply be made an example of so they could pretend they knew what was going on. As for him, he had no idea. He'd received a call that the second American, Jennifer Cahill's partner, was being brought through the gate. Then all hell had broken loose. Instead of fighting, he had chosen to run, and had spent the last 24 hours driving from Juarez to Mexico City, weaving through towns and avoiding the major thoroughfares to keep him out of Sinaloa clutches. He'd made 2 phone calls on the way. One to Mr. Guy Fawkes, a.k.a. Arthur Booth, in Colorado, telling him the time was almost right to come to Mexico, and having him start to dig into Grolier recovery services. used his skills to penetrate and find out what they really did, because something wasn't right about that company. After hanging up, he had laughed at the thought. Something isn't right. That's putting it mildly. The supposed anthropologist woman had had the balls to drive across the border by herself into cartel territory, and had found the house with nothing more than a voicemail, then had managed to escape a ring of Sinaloa men, killing several in the process. If that weren't strange enough, the man with her had somehow managed to escape his captors, drive across the border, find the same house, then slaughter everyone inside with a team of killers. Yeah, something wasn't right, and he asked Mr. Fox to find out what that was. In truth, he wasn't so sure that Arthur Booth wasn't behind it to begin with. The entire cycle of events had begun when he'd captured the reporter at their initial meeting. Carlos would treat Booth as an enemy until he could prove otherwise. His second call had been to South America. If the Polaris Protocol actually worked, and wasn't just some trap to cause the implosion of Sinaloa's grasp on the Juarez Plaza, then it would be worth money to others, and that was all Carlos had left. They had been approached on numerous occasions by Lebanese Hezbollah, and had actually helped them once or twice when it would pay off without risk. But for the most part, Sinaloa had stayed away from anything smacking of Islamic terrorism. The cartel's fight with the government of Mexico was something they could handle, and they didn't want to give the United States any reason to interfere, which is what would happen if they started assisting Hezbollah on a grand scale. But now Carlos's fight was over. He would be dead if he ever went back to Sinaloa, and he couldn't have cared less what the Americans did after he had his money. And so he'd called a Hezbollah contact saying, "I have something that will help in your fight against the drones. You fear them in Pakistan and Yemen, but I can make that fear go away." Not having any insight at all into the phenomena of global jihadist movements, Carlos didn't understand the difference between Al-Qaeda and Hezbollah, and like most of the world, assumed they were painted with the same brush. They had agreed to meet, and now Carlos waited on their arrival outside the international terminal, hoping he didn't see a group of foreigners wearing something that looked like a bedsheet, highlighting who they were and putting crosshairs on him. He needn't have worried. 3 men exited, looked around, then focused on the sign in his hand. All appeared more Latino than like an Arab terrorist, wearing jeans and T-shirts with cheap rucksacks on their backs. They sported thick mustaches but no beards. The tallest one approached and said in English, "You are looking for an investment in South America?" Carlos replied, "Yes, I am always looking for good investments." The man smiled at the correct answer and held out his hand. Carlos shook it, saying, "You have no bags?" "Just our backpacks. We can buy what we need if we stay longer than anticipated." Carlos nodded and led them to the car rental counter, saying, "Who did I talk with on the phone?" The tall one said, "None of us. We understand you have something that will help our brothers fight in Waziristan." Carlos had no idea what he was talking about, beginning to feel lost. "I have an ability to confuse the predator drones. Is that what you mean?" The man smiled and said, "Yes, that's what I mean. So you know, we are but a conduit. Another man is coming, from Waziristan." He said it in a condescending manner, as if Carlos was a child. Carlos held his gaze for a moment, then said, "I don't give a shit where he's coming from. As long as he has money. A lot of money."
Chapter 29. Jennifer, her eyes behind a set of small binoculars, said, "Holy crap, Pike, that's a cop." I jerked the binos out of her hand and focused. Sure enough, the target of the house we had left 2 hours ago was now leaving the residence of the kid on the document Jennifer had brought with her from the B&E. What the hell? This whole thing was turning into a real-life version of The Usual Suspects. All I was missing was hearing someone say Kaiser Soze was behind it. I wanted to turn the operation off, but couldn't because of Jennifer. She was hell-bent on finding her brother, and since she could play me like a violin, here we sat with her pathetic lead from the B&E. Only now, the damn thing had actually gone somewhere. The one clue she'd taken from the house had been a photo of a document in Spanish with a picture on it. We'd sent it to the Taskforce, and had found out the kid in the picture was the son of a textile tycoon and had been kidnapped yesterday. Just one more statistic in the multi-million-dollar ransom industry in Mexico. The family lived in a wealthy area west of the city center called Polanco, where all of the houses were set behind high walls and gates. Why the cop had the kid's picture we didn't know, but Jennifer was convinced it was because he was in on it. Convinced it was a lead to her brother. I, on the other hand, was convinced the whole thing was asking for a compromise of task force activities, but had reluctantly let it go since the Oversight Council had sanctioned further operations. I was a little surprised we'd been given clearance to explore the lead at all, and my heart just wasn't behind it. For once, I wasn't demanding to be allowed to do something because I thought the risks far outweighed the rewards. It was a cold calculation, but Jennifer's brother wasn't worth task force exposure, and I wasn't as sure as everybody else that there was some overarching threat. Even though the Oversight Council flinched at the mere mention of my name, I understood when to push things and when to back off, and this was a case of needing to back off. Except Jennifer had looked at me with her damn puppy eyes, and the council had sanctioned it. Jennifer said, "What do we do now? He's getting away." "Do? What do you want to do? Run him into a ditch and demand answers?" Her face grew dark. "Yeah, that would be fine." "Well, that ain't happening. How about we ask the family what they know?" "You mean go knock on the door? With what? They won't even let us in." I tinkered with the idea a little longer, probing it like a tongue working a piece of meat stuck between the teeth. Yeah, it's a gross analogy, but it explains exactly how I was feeling. Wanting to free the irritation in my mouth, but knowing the slop left over would be disgusting. I said, "Let's go. You lead the way. You're much less threatening. Get them to let us in. I'll take over from there." We called Knuckles, letting him know what was going on, then parked outside the gate of the mansion, punching the buzzer of the keypad outside. A man came on speaking Spanish, and Jennifer said, "We're here to talk about Felix. We'd like to come in." There was nothing for a moment. Then a woman's voice in heavily accented English said, "Who are you? What do you want?" Jennifer stared into the camera and said, "I'm here to help. Please, let us in." She said, "Go away or I'm calling the police." I thought for a split second about pushing the issue as if we were the kidnappers, just to get me in the door. Knowing that would be cruel. Before I could lean over, taking control, Jennifer said, "My brother is kidnapped by the same savages who have your son. I know they're together. Please, please let me come up." Her voice was dripping with emotion that couldn't be faked. Instead of leaning forward, I leaned back, lest they see me in the car and suspect a trick. The gates parted. We drove up a circular path and parked out front. The mansion was much larger than what could be seen from the gate. Two men exited the top of the stairs, not overtly threatening, but not friendly either. We walked up, and one motioned to me, telling me to spread my arms. I did so and was thoroughly searched. Not in a sloppy way either. He literally cupped my balls, which told me he was doing it for real, as that was the last place a man would put his hands, and the first place a killer will put his weapon because of it. He wasn't an amateur, which meant his employer wasn't either. He had me face to the left, putting Jennifer in my sight, and continued. For her part, I saw a man cup her breasts in need. I suppose I should have been aggravated, but the guy did it like he was working a lump of dough and clearly had no ulterior motives. I began to wonder how the child of someone who hired professionals like this could have been kidnapped. They both stood up and waved to someone inside. For the first time, I noticed the sliding door behind us was 4 inches thick, a ballistic door, bulletproof. They'd searched outside in case we were carrying a suicide vest. What the hell? Who is this guy? The only thing that came into my head was Kaiser Soze. We were led into a room and met by not a man, but a woman of about 50, with a stern visage that exuded control. Someone who was clearly used to being in charge, but her trembling hands belied the act. In English, she said, "Who are you?" I said, "We're here to help you, I promise." She flicked her eyes at the man who'd searched me, and without a beat he punched my kidney, bringing me to my knees. He drew back to punch again, and I trapped his hand, gasping for breath. I rotated against the joint, then rolled over, bringing him with me to the ground. All I was thinking was escape. I saw the other man moving in and released the joint lock, collapsing my hands around my target's head, screaming, "Stop or I'll kill this motherfucker!" Everything paused like it was in slow motion. I said again, "Back off or he's dead. Jennifer, go to the door." She said, "No," then turned to the woman. "I want my brother, and you know where he is. You might not realize you know, but you do." I heard the words and screamed, "Jennifer, get your ass outside the door right now!" I saw the other man glide my way and torqued my target's head. "Back off!" Jennifer shouted at the woman, "Your son is with my brother. Please, we need your help." I heard someone shout, "Alto!" The guy in my arms relaxed as if on cue. Chapter 30. A man entered the room and said again, in a lower voice, "Alto." He waved a finger, and the guard advancing on me faded back like a robot. The woman began to weep, sagging against the wall and putting her face in her hands. He looked at everyone in the room, guaranteeing compliance, then said, "I am Arturo Gomez, the father of Felix. Let him go and no harm will come to you." I did so and the bodyguard stood up, then joined his partner, another robot under the control of the man who had entered. Both eyed us, ready to spring forward, but did nothing more. I rose from the ground and said, "I'm Pike Logan, and this is Jennifer Cahill. Her brother has been taken, and we believe it's by the same people who hold your son. Any information you could give us would be appreciated. Are you American law enforcement?" Jennifer said, "No, just family." "Why should I trust you?" I said, "You should trust me more than the law around here." "Who is that cop who just left?" "Why do you say that?" "He works with the kidnapping Taskforce. He's the lead investigator on my son's case." Of course. That's why he had all the pictures. It made perfect logical sense now. Except the phone trace led to him, which meant he was helping the kidnappers by providing them all the information on the investigation, possibly even setting up the snatches. I said, "I'm just paranoid, I guess. Can we sit down and talk?" He nodded and led us to an anteroom. After settling onto a couch, he began recounting the loss of his son, talking in a monotone as if he'd repeated the story 100 times. The boy was a student at a university south of the city and had been taken from the campus. The last known location was about 4 miles away from the university, in a residential area where the suspects were seen driving. Not a whole lot of help. I said, "You have pretty good security here. Didn't you have anything on your son?" "Yes, he had a bodyguard who was killed trying to protect him. We found the corpse in my son's car." "But someone was left alive, right? Someone saw the suspect's vehicle?" "No, only the bodyguard was with him." "Then how did you get the report that they'd been seen miles from the campus?" Arturo looked at his wife like he'd let something slip he shouldn't have. She spoke in Spanish, and he nodded, then said, "My son has a tracking device implanted in his arm. We haven't told anyone until today. The company that's supposed to locate him told us to keep it a secret to protect him, but they have failed." Great, they got suckered. There was a plethora of anti-kidnapping companies selling RFID chips the size of a grain of rice and claiming they had GPS capability, but in reality, all that thing could do was identify the body after it was dead, because the chip could only be read from about 3 feet away. It was basically the same thing people used to identify runaway animals in the United States. The companies here made a fortune on services for the tracking, but the truth was it did little good because the actual locating device was the size of a cell phone, and once it was taken farther than 3 feet from the subject, it did no good. 2 things about the statement caused me to think, though. 1, this man was smart enough to do the research and would know it wouldn't work, and 2, there was a second location. If it wasn't an eyewitness, then it was something else. I said, "Nothing small enough to embed under the skin could transmit a location. I'm sure you know this." "Yes, I do. The actual transmitter is built into the belt he was wearing. It had a battery life of 48 hours once activated, and is supposed to send a location every 15 minutes. It only sent one. But it did send one. The residential location? Yes. So it had worked at least once. How does it send the location? What's the method? He said something to one of the bodyguards, and the man left the room. He came back carrying a brochure. He handed it to me, and I saw the specifications of what was being billed as an anti-kidnapping alert device. I said, so it works on the cell network, sending an SMS text to a server, which then plots on Google Maps? It's supposed to, but it hasn't since that one time. Which meant the belt was without cell service, unable to reach a tower. So to find it, we would need to bring the tower to it. Or it meant that the damn belt had been tossed. Think good things. The belt is still active until proven otherwise. I said, can you get me the number of the belt? What it's using to transmit to the company? He nodded and rattled off some more Spanish. One of the bodyguards got on a phone, and something else Alex said finally penetrated. You said you've not told anyone until today. Do you mean until you told us? No. I told the investigator just before you arrived. The company is doing no good. I thought he could use the information. Holy shit. Use it is right. I leapt to my feet saying, Jennifer, give him your contact information. Call her with the number as soon as you have it. I dialed Knuckles and began giving instructions, walking at a fast pace to the front door.
Chapter 31. The Sicario listened to El Comandante rail and realized he was now finding threats in every shadow. Paranoid. It was a cycle the Sicario had seen many times before. When you assume the mantle of leadership through treachery and murder, you cannot retain control without starting to find the same everywhere, whether real or imagined. Hearing a break in the stream of vitriol, he said, El Comandante, with all due respect, do you really think someone attacked Sinaloa so Los Cetos would remove you? There are many cartels vying for the Juarez Plaza. Maybe it was Beltran Leyva, or someone in the Gulf cartel. Sinaloa has many, many enemies. I'm being blamed for it. I have to travel to Matamoros to explain to the capo why I attacked them, and I had nothing to do with it. Sinaloa is going on war footing, and Los Cetos are not pleased. Someone is trying to get me out. That's the only explanation. Someone who knows Juarez. Someone like me, thought the Sicario. Do you wish me to go to Juarez, attempt to find out what happened, and punish those responsible? El Comandante rubbed his face. No. Take the journalist to the airport again today. I'd like to report some good news when I leave. Find the man coming from America, and find out what he has that Sinaloa wants. The Sicario could read between the lines clearly enough. El Comandante no longer trusted him and wanted him close. He believed the Sicario was involved in this ludicrous attack, and feared what he would do once in Juarez. He said, if the man doesn't show today, what do you want me to do? Kill the journalist, dump him in the desert, then return back here. You will be coming to Matamoros with me. As an offering to the capo. The Sicario betrayed nothing on his face, simply saying, it will be done. He entered the basement, seeing their new captive cowering in the corner, afraid to even meet his eyes. A young man, most likely from a rich family. The Sicario was probably the foremost expert on the mechanics of kidnapping that Los Cetos had. But he'd never done it for money, like Los Cetos were known for in Mexico City. In Juarez, he did it for one thing, and no amount of money would alter his captive's fate. He waved the journalist to his feet, feeling the irony of his work in Juarez. He had been tempted multiple times with huge amounts of cash, but had always remained loyal to Los Cetos, always executing exactly what the Jefe wished, condemning his soul to hell in the process. Walking back up the stairs with the journalist in tow, he wondered if that loyalty would now be his death. They'd been on the road for close to 30 minutes, the Sicario aggravated at the antics of the cars around him. Yesterday, the drive had been novel, not the least because he was operating a brand-new BMW 5 Series instead of the usual clunker that blended in around Juarez and allowed him to work his deadly skills. In Juarez, a car like this would have been as bad as driving a fire truck with the lights spinning. But here it had been a diversion from the traffic. Now the satellite radio, heads-up display, and other electrical wizardry no longer held his interest, and the idiots in the vehicles around him began to grate. With thoughts of his meeting with El Comandante swirling in his head, he uttered his first words to the journalist that weren't a command. "Tell me, what is it like in the United States? Is it like here?" He heard nothing and glanced at the journalist in the passenger seat. The man sputtered for a moment, then said, I don't know what you mean." The Sicario said, "Do you live in fear? Do people in your cities fear men like me?" At first, the journalist said, "Yes," followed by a pause, then, "Well, no, that's not true. There's no one like you in America, at least not in my world. The only people that run into men like you are criminals. If you do nothing wrong, you don't have anything to fear, unlike here." The Sicario pondered the statement, wondering how the journalist could believe such a thing. Surely his world and the journalist's were not so removed from each other. He said, "Life is nothing but a series of interconnected events. There is no right and wrong, only moving forward, making the best of each circumstance. Good and bad is a myth to explain away things, nothing more." When the journalist didn't reply, he said, "You agree?" He could tell the man was working up his courage. He smiled and said, "There is no right or wrong answer either." Finally, the journalist said, "No, I don't agree. We create our own destiny by the path we choose. Right and wrong do matter. So you've done something wrong on your path of life, and it led you to me. You deserve this?" The journalist's eyes widened. "No, I've done nothing bad. I don't deserve to be here." The Sicario stared at him for a moment, causing the journalist to turn away. He said, "And yet here you sit, next to me, a killer working for men who, you would say, have done only bad. How did right and wrong matter on your path, then?" The journalist said nothing, and the Sicario was disappointed. He had hoped to glean some truth he had missed in his life, hoped to learn a secret from another world he had yet to experience. They rode in silence for a few minutes, then the journalist surprised him by asking, "Do you have a family?" "I did, but they're dead now." The journalist paused, then asked, "May I ask how they died?" "In a war. They were killed in a raid." "And you don't think that's wrong? When it happened, did you feel it was justice?" The images of the campesinos fleeing from his machete flashed in his mind, and he shunted them aside. The day before that attack, he had been told of the death of his mother and sister at the hands of the rebels, and his rage had flowed through the peasant village in retaliation. The campesinos were long dead, but their ghosts punished him still. He said, "When I was a child, we had a coop of chickens. It was our livelihood, with my mother bartering for eggs for other things. One day I went to feed them and found all of them slaughtered. A fox had come in the night and had killed every single one. He didn't eat them, just killed them. He had taken our livelihood. Was the fox evil?" The journalist said, "You can't compare a chicken coop to human beings. The fox is an animal. He doesn't know the difference between right and wrong." The Sicario pulled into the parking area for Terminal 1 and said, "Or there is no right and wrong, only interconnected events." He turned off the car and said, "Do you see? Or do you have a different explanation for your fate?" The journalist seemed to withdraw into himself, disappointing the Sicario yet again. He wanted a new truth, a new reason for what had happened in his life. Instead, it looked like he was instilling a new reality into the journalist, the one true reality. They entered the terminal, and, like before, the Sicario muscled his way to the front, his slight frame not nearly as powerful in exacting compliance as his gaze. He positioned the journalist and began to wait, sure he would end up killing the man in another couple of hours, and was a little sad at the prospect. He would have liked to talk again, explore the differences in their lives a little more. 45 minutes in, growing more positive the journalist would be sacrificed, he was beginning to construct a plan for disposal of the body when he saw the man visibly start. Thinking he had spotted the courier, he followed the journalist's gaze, then did a double-take before his eyes reached the doors exiting customs, having a flash of recognition of a man on his side of the ropes. Carlos. He studied the face to be sure, then backed away. It was Carlos, a respected member of the Sinaloa cartel's operations in Juarez. He had been marked for capture by Los Zetas numerous times, but had always escaped either through luck or through a change in focus of El Comandante. The Sicario had studied his life intently, learning his patterns and methods, and had nicknamed him El Traje, because of his habit of always wearing a business suit, like he did today. Why is he here? El Comandante had said the leadership had been killed, decimated in a military-type attack. He saw 3 men approach, and a discussion ensued. He wished he could hear what was being said, but the directional microphone was in the BMW, too large to use unobtrusively here. He sidled up to the journalist and said, "Did you see the man? Is he here?" His face white, he said, No, he hasn't come through." Sure he would tell the truth if the man appeared, if only to save his life, the Sicario said, "Who did you see?" The journalist ducked his head and said, "No one. I thought I saw him, but it wasn't the right guy. He'll come, though, right? He'll come?" Carlos and the men began walking to the rental car counters, and the Sicario had a choice: continue waiting here or follow them. Maybe Los Zetas' information was only partially correct. Maybe someone was coming, but it wasn't the man the journalist knew. He made his decision, pulling the journalist with him to the car and circling around to the exit for the rental lot. When the 3 men appeared in a yellow Toyota, he waited. Soon enough, he saw Carlos drive up in a dented, beat-up American sedan like he was accustomed to using in Juarez. He let them get a few cars away before beginning to follow, knowing the traffic would keep them from eluding him. After winding through Zona Rosa, they pulled over at Chapultepec Park and exited, walking toward the lake that fronted Paseo de la Reforma Avenue. The Sicario parked as well, pulling out the directional microphone and saying, "Do as I say, and you may yet live through the day." When the journalist didn't respond, he said, "Do the right thing. Follow me." The park itself was very large, with paths intertwining throughout, and food vendors hawking their products, giving the Sicario plenty of options to approach without being seen. He passed the lake without finding his quarry, and looped around a strip of food vendors, searching the tables. He came up empty. He was preparing to go deeper into the park, away from the lake, when the journalist said, "There, at the paddle boats, on the bench. Are those the guys you were following?" The Sicario looked at him curiously, and the journalist said, "Please remember that when we talk to the leader again." They settled onto a bench, screened by a row of shrubs, and the Sicario placed the headphones on his ears, as if he were listening to music. The microphone looked like a black tube with a pistol grip on the bottom, connected to a small box with 2 dials. He laid it alongside his leg and angled it toward his target. He fiddled with the gain on the box for a second, then adjusted the volume. Satisfied, he began to listen, turning on the digital recorder. Within seconds, he knew he had made the right choice.
Chapter 32. I was driving as fast as I could in the traffic, weaving in and out, trying to get a handle on our target, and a handle on our authority. Jennifer was on the phone, talking to our pilots, getting them to feed the number the father had sent into the embedded collection capability hidden in the aircraft, and Knuckles was working the trace of the cell phone for the cop. I jerked the wheel to swerve around a jackass who had decided to stop in the middle of the street, causing Jennifer to slap her hand against the door and me to start cursing. The only good thing about the dumbass drivers in the federal district was the fact that I couldn't do anything bad enough to get pulled over, because everyone here treated all traffic rules as advice only. Lanes, red lights, whatever, it was only a guide and not something to be followed if you didn't feel like it. I heard Jennifer talking to the pilots and wanted to snatch the phone away from her. "Yes, that's the number. We need you to suck that thing in. No, it's not a blanket. We aren't trying to prevent it from talking. We need to draw in an SMS text. No, we're not conducting an unauthorized surveillance. It's sending a code. We need the code." "What do you mean you don't have the capability? I know you have it." I finally had heard enough. I snatched the phone. "Hello? Who the hell is this?" "Jim Beam." Dumbass pilot call sign. "Jim, did you hear what was just said? Do you have an issue with it? Because I'm on a road that leads to the airport, and I could be there just as quickly as I could execute this mission." "Hey, I heard everything she said, but I can't start affecting the cell network in a foreign country just because you guys called. I need authorization. We diverted to Mexico for transport only. This is my mission, and I'm Pike Logan. I say again, Pike Logan. I'm authorizing the operation. Do you understand?" No." "What the hell, another new guy?" I saw Jennifer roll her eyes and wave her hand for the phone back, but that insult was too much to let go. I took a breath and said, "Okay, well, clearly you haven't heard about me, but we did meet, right? You remember what I look like?" I heard him talking to someone next to him then. Yeah. Brown crew cut, scar on your face. You had the hot chick with you, right?" Now I really wanted to throw the phone. "Yes, that's me. I was running Taskforce collection operations before you got your pilot's license. Now put that number into the collection device and turn it on with the largest gain you can. We're trying to get an SMS text that is out of range of the nearest tower." I heard nothing for a moment then. "The package in the plane isn't authorized for Goyer recovery services. All you are authorized for is transport. I need someone from headquarters to release." Jesus Christ. The task force actually separated the individual capabilities of the aircraft? Should have known. Because I'd seen it 100 different times in other scenarios where I was authorized but others weren't. This was a first for me, though. As a civilian, I wasn't supposed to be read on to what was in the aircraft, but I was, and now I needed it, and had no time to work through the bureaucracy. A car appeared out of nowhere, playing NASCAR and causing me to slap my hands on the steering wheel, swerving around him. I put the phone on speaker so I could use both hands to drive and tossed it onto the seat. Jennifer locked eyes with me and put a finger to her lips. She said, "Just got authorization from Kurt Hale. Code 474 Alpha Zulu. Authenticate." The pilot said, "Code what? What the hell are you talking about?" She said, "I just gave you the authorization. Come on, authenticate or find another job." "I can't authenticate. I have no idea how to authenticate." "When did you leave Konus? Did you get the new procedures?" "We haven't been home since we left for Turkmenistan. What procedures?" "Well, welcome to the new world. Get in the air or start calling Southwest Airlines for employment." The pilot muttered something unintelligible, then spoke to someone beside him. Seconds later, he came back on and finally agreed. Jennifer said, "Fly south. The target is in the south. Suck up every signal you can get and lock that number." She hung up and I said, "What the hell was that?" "You were getting nowhere with the macho crap. You guys change operational procedures every 5 seconds, so I figured I'd give him what he wanted, authorization." Weaving through the traffic, I shook my head at how easily she had manipulated the system and said, "Get Knuckles on the phone. Leave it on speaker." When he came on, I said, "You got him?" "Yeah. He's continuing east towards Zona Rosa. When he gets there, He's going to be near a ton of embassies and government buildings. We need to stop him before then. I heard nothing for a moment then. Pike, you sure about this? He's a Mexican federal agent. We take him down and we're wrong. This will be a world of hurt. We have no cover for action here whatsoever. Jennifer rolled her hand into the grip above the SUV window and looked at me, knowing what he had said was true, but also knowing that her brother's fate hung in the balance. I had the Oversight Council's authority to continue, but that was predicated on my judgment, and I wasn't sure that my judgment here was correct. Every bit of evidence said this guy was doing exactly what he was supposed to do, finding the textile tycoon's son as a kidnapping investigator. He was a uniformed member of the Mexican Federal Police and had a reason for having the son's name and face in his house. If I captured him and was wrong, there would be no way to control the repercussions. Everything pointed to his being what he said, except for a single phone call from a member of the Sinaloa cartel. And if he was crooked, he was now informing them of our only edge, informing them of the technological link that would lead to Jennifer's brother. I glanced at Jennifer for support, wanting something more than my instinct to make the call, and got nothing. She knew the same things I did, and I could tell she didn't want the decision. She wanted her brother. I said, "Yeah, get me a grid. Box him in. We're taking him down."
Chapter 33. Booth's hand hovered over the Complete Transaction button, reluctant to push it and confirm his reservation, wondering if taking Polaris to Mexico City was such a hot idea after all, especially after his last conversation with Carlos. The man had thrown away all pretenses of being a Mexican version of Anonymous, going so far as to pay for the trip down, as if he didn't care what Booth thought about him. He appeared to only want the protocol, or maybe Booth himself. It had been over 2 years since he'd dug up the corrupt officials working with Los Zetas on behalf of Anonymous, but he knew their memories were long, and their taste for vengeance was legendary. It was nearly impossible to determine the playing field at any given time in Mexico, and Booth now wondered if he was putting too much faith in the hatred Sinaloa had for Los Zetas. Maybe they were allied now. Or maybe, like the hacktivist groups Booth worked for, they were so fragmented that Carlos was working both sides of the fence, taking Polaris for Sinaloa and selling Booth to Los Zetas. The investigative work he'd done on behalf of Carlos hadn't helped his attitude any. Grolier Recovery Services had smoke all around it. On the one hand, it had found a temple in Guatemala that had actually made some press, meaning the discovery had been real. On the other, it had done little since. A trip to Syria on behalf of a university that went nowhere because the country was in a state of turmoil, a trip to Egypt that looked more like a tourist agenda than anything a professional archaeological company would conduct, and most recently, a trip to Turkmenistan, where the employees did little, if anything. Digging in deeper, exploring the linkages any company has in the digital age, he'd found a hefty amount of obfuscation and security. The company ISPs redirected off of mirrors, making it hard to determine exactly where the host was, and they employed encryption protocols that were something he would expect out of Apple protecting the next-generation iPhone, not a firm doing routine business, especially a firm of this size. Some of the ISPs crossed paths with other interesting ones coming out of Washington, D.C. On top of all that, the company supposedly had over 10 employees, but he could find tax records for only 2, a Nephilim Logan and Jennifer Cahill. The rest were ghosts, on the books officially, but with little else to show for the trouble. A token payment here, an issued credit card there, but nowhere near what should have existed. The final kicker was a Gulfstream 4 aircraft leased to the company. He worked for Boeing, the world's largest aerospace company, and outside of a handful in the upper echelons, nobody flew around on private jets. How on earth did this company manage to pay for the thing? And why would they? On the whole, the company stank, and Carlos had brought them into the equation. He didn't care if it was some DEA front out to destroy whatever Carlos was into, but he wondered greatly if he would be pulled into the net. Wondered how much of Carlos's blood would splatter on him if an action occurred while he was down in Mexico. No way did he want to end up like Bradley Manning, chained to a bunk at Quantico on suicide watch, or Edward Snowden, running from country to country. And what he was doing would be considered exponentially worse than giving diplomatic cables to WikiLeaks or a top-secret slideshow to the press. But at least Manning and Snowden had done something, created some good in the world at the risk of their well-being, created transparency in a government that was cloaked in darkness, the worst being the so-called drone program working to keep the fat cats on Wall Street in business. There was no telling how many people were being targeted right this minute, all enriching the oil barons. If he could, he would crack open that vault of information and let it fly free, much like Manning and Snowden had done, and cause the light of day to expose the rot hidden in the darkness. But he couldn't. Unlike them, he had no access to official databases. No means to expose the destruction being wrought at the hands of his own government. All he had was the ability to stop it, and that was worth the risk. He punched the transaction button, getting an immediate email back with his flight itinerary. He checked to make sure it was correct, seeing the American Airlines flight would leave in 2 days, with one stop in Dallas before going on to Mexico City. 2 days to figure out what Grolier Recovery Services is really all about. Not enough time to figure it out alone. He logged on to a message board and began recruiting.
Chapter 34. Waiting on a miracle from our aircraft, I had Jennifer vector me in on the unmarked police car. Luckily for us, the cop hadn't taken a high-speed avenue of approach from the Gomez residence, but had traveled east up a street called Presidente Masaryk, which appeared to be rich man's land, with high-end car dealers and jewelry stores lacing the boulevard. It was a 4-lane road separated in the middle by a little island of foliage and trees, which meant you weren't going to assault coming from the wrong way, not unless you were driving a bulldozer. Blood, in my only singleton vehicle, was to the north, staged and waiting on instructions. Knuckles and Decoy had circled around and were driving west, coming the wrong way, unfortunately, but that was okay. I didn't think an assault on this road was terribly smart anyway, given the high-end stores and outward security. I'd already seen 2 separate black suburban convoys traveling security for some rich guy or gal, so my preference would have been for our target to leave this section of the city. 2 things worked against that, though. 1, if he kept going east, he would run into the area around Zona Rosa, which I knew contained multiple embassies, along with the Mexican version of the FBI, making the security impossible for an assault, and 2, the longer I let him drive around, the longer he had to give his GPS locator information to the cartel. I didn't know if he'd phone it in, or if he'd just wait, figuring if it hadn't worked yet it was no threat, but I didn't like his having the information and running free. Jennifer said, "He's 1 block up, right in front of the traffic circle." I relayed to Knuckles, having him hold up short with eyes on the circle to see which way he went. My traffic began to flow, and I asked for lock-on. "Same location, he hasn't moved." "Okay, break. Blood, come down south, hit the traffic circle, and head west. Give me a visual." "Roger all." We pulled over and waited, giving me 1 vehicle short and 1 long on the road, with the target in between. I was always a stickler for human eyes versus technology, because I'd been burned in the past when relying solely on some magic device. In this case, I didn't know if the target was truly stationary or if he dropped his phone in the trash. 2 minutes later, Blood said, "Okay, I've eyes on. He's out of the vehicle and at some sort of cantina next to a pizza shop. He's inside, and he's talking to a bartender. The bartender doesn't look happy." "What are the atmospherics?" "It's mostly just outdoor tables. Inside it has a few more seats and a long piece of lumber in the back for the people wanting some booze. Your kind of place. He's at the bar with a guy polishing glasses on the other side. Nobody outside, And from what I can see, nobody inside. I don't think they're open for business yet. My mind was running through the potential opportunity when Blood came back on, his voice slightly elevated. Cop just pulled his gun. The bartender's got his hands in the air. What the hell? More Kaiser Soze shit? Is he arresting the bartender? Not from what I can see. The bartender is now at the cash register. And it became clear. He's shaking the guy down for cash, extorting money out of him. Which confirmed he was crooked. I put the car in drive and Jennifer said, "What are we doing? What's the plan?" I ran through the options and keyed my radio. Blood, hold what you got and stand by. Knuckles, close through the circle and get eyes on. Wait until you see my car. I'm going down to block his in. We'll then enter together. Get him on the ground, and we'll get out. You want to take him in the cantina, really? Yes, really. Go in hard shouting Policia, and get him in our car. It'll be out front. He's shaking that guy down for cash, and it'll look like we rescued him. Blood, you copy? Roger. You're our blocker. Anything comes in behind, they're yours. Decoy. You take the front as lead element on exfil. We're headed south. Any questions? Knuckles said, Yeah. You have the number for an attorney in Mexico? I said, I'm sure Mr. Gomez will provide one if we get his kid back. I pulled in behind the cop's unmarked car in front of the cantina, seeing him through an open door at the bar. His weapon now holstered, he was stuffing something into his pants. To Jennifer, I said, You got the wheel. Get this thing ready to run. Coordinate with Decoy for a route out toward Paseo de la Reforma. She looked at me, surprised at how quickly this had erupted, but she nodded. I exited and saw Knuckles to my left coming down the sidewalk from the pizzeria, a Glock held low by his leg. We paused out of sight of the front door. He nodded, telling me he was ready, and I peeked around the corner. I saw the cop holding his pistol in a two-handed grip, aiming it across the bar. Shit. Not what I wanted. Now it's a hostage rescue. I said, gun out, and entered quickly. I went left, covering the cop, leaving the bartender for Knuckles behind me. I put my front signpost on the cop's chest, shouting, Policia, Policia! And triggered a shitstorm. The cop gave a small jump when I entered the room, his eyes springing open at my words. He snapped his head at me, then back on a target to his front, seeing something in his mind's eye that wasn't there. He began jerking the trigger, getting off 2 shots before his chest erupted in a spray of blood. I heard the blast from my rear, then a snapping of rounds from a Glock. I whirled in the direction of the shot, seeing the bartender leaning against the wall, 2 holes in his chest, a double-barreled shotgun hanging limply in his hands, and Knuckles' smoking barrel. Holy shit. He glanced my way, still covering the room, saying everything without speaking. In 2 steps, I was on the bartender, leaving the cop for Knuckles. I grabbed his shirt, rapidly becoming soaked with blood, and yanked him across the bar, slamming him to the floor. I searched, finding no other weapons, then began to triage him, but it was too late. He was dead. Knuckles finished with the cop's destroyed body and found his phone. He looked at the log and said, 1 call made. In a calm voice, I said, We need to go before a crowd shows up. We left the bodies where they lay, with me wondering how it would have worked out for the bartender if I hadn't entered. Why did he go for the shotgun? The only good thing was we knew for sure the cop was an evil cuss. Getting to the sidewalk, I saw we were clear. If anyone had heard the shots, they weren't coming to investigate. Yet. We jumped into the back of Jennifer's car, and I called Blood and Decoy for exfil. She hit the gas without saying a word. With Jennifer weaving through traffic, Knuckles said, I took the shot. I'm not sure whose bullets hit him. I said, You did the right thing. It was a gunfight. You couldn't let him continue with a loaded shotgun. He said, It was a double barrel. I think he fired both. I killed him after he was no threat. I saw where this was going and immediately went to damage control. Not for the mission, but for Knuckles. Bullshit. It was my call to enter. I did it when I saw the cop's gun. I shouldn't have looked into the bar to see what he was aiming at. I should have pulled back. Screw all that innocence-killed crap. He had a shotgun and was shooting. I only heard 1 barrel. You probably saved my life. Knuckles nodded, but I could see the cost. I said again, You made the right call, and you aren't that good of a shot. The cop probably hit him. He laughed for the first time, a stilted thing, but a laugh nonetheless. I said, Check your gun. Let's get back into the mission. He glanced at me, then dropped the magazine and racked the slide of his Glock, clearing the chamber and checking its function before slapping in a new magazine, making sure it was ready for another fight, something I knew he would understand. Jennifer heard the conversation and waited until we were through the traffic circle before talking, concentrating on driving instead of the chaos behind us. When we were back into the regular flow, she asked, "What the hell happened? What was the shooting?" Knuckles said, "You wouldn't believe me if I told you. The cop's dead, and we didn't shoot him." She said, "Then what was the conversation about?" I said, "It was about a situation I shouldn't have put us in. The cop's dead and we're clear." She looked at me, getting my eyes in the rearview mirror. She saw not to ask. She cut to the chase, which surprised me. "So, what do we have? Since he's dead, they didn't get the information about the GPS device?" Knuckles said, "He made a call." I saw her face fall, and the look aggravated me a little, given what we'd just gone through to save her brother. Given what I knew, Knuckles was now going to question for the rest of his life. But we still had a mission. A way to make the bartender's death mean something. I said, "Knuckles, get a trace of the number he called. Jennifer, keep going south, toward the grid Mr. Gomez gave us for the last sighting." I got on the phone, calling the pilots. "What have you got?" "Nothing. We didn't get anything. The city's too big. Saying fly south didn't help any." "Stand by." Knuckles talked into his phone for about a minute, then nodded at me. I said, "You got a grid on your phone now, from the Taskforce?" The pilot fiddled around a little bit, then said, "Yeah, I got it." "Vector on that right now." "Pike, I can't do loops in the sky. Air traffic control is already bugging me about loitering." "Come back to the airport on that grid. Tell them you have a maintenance issue and are returning. Fly low and slow. We need that ping." "How am I going to explain that after I land, when I don't have an issue?" "Figure something out." "I'm not sure I should jeopardize the cover for this. We don't do this sort of thing, ripping around by the seat of our pants. I'll fly out to El Paso first, like my flight plan says." After what we'd just been through, and the stakes, I was sick of his posturing behind some bullshit security classification, in no mood to hear some damn pilot at 20 grand second-guess what I was ordering when I was dealing with the blood. Screw the cover. You're jeopardizing someone's life right now. I took a breath before continuing. When I did, it was a cold rage coming through. "You turn that fucking plane around, or I can promise you, you're jeopardizing your own life. Do you understand that? Or do you need to call the task force for confirmation?" I heard nothing for a moment then. "Roger, turning back now." About damn time that guy realized who I am.
Chapter 35. Felix Gomez had grown somewhat used to his situation. The violence of his abduction, the loss of control, and the feeling of impending doom all competed for his attention. But he'd managed to adjust. The first night had been the worst, when he'd been literally catatonic in fear. But that had steadily eroded as he realized that they meant to keep him for his worth and had no inclination to torture him for amusement. The night before, he'd even managed to fall asleep. He'd had nightmares, but all in all, he was holding up better than the others who were with him. A man of about 50 and a boy not much older than him. Both seemed on the verge of a nervous breakdown, their faces reflecting a hollow shell devoid of hope. Perhaps it was because of their respective timelines. The old man had told him he'd been here for over a week, and the younger one was running up against a week and a half. Felix knew the average time for successful negotiation and repatriation was 5 to 7 days. After that, the kidnappers either felt they were being jerked around, or that the families simply couldn't come up with the money, with the victim usually found dead alongside a dusty road, bound and blindfolded with packing tape. Another encintados to add to the statistics. Both of the men with him were running out of time and knew it. Or perhaps it was the fact that he hadn't been abused, like the two other captives. The older one's face was swollen, with a bloodshot purple-black eye, and he was missing his index finger on one hand, the stump covered in dirty cloth. A proof of life sent to someone to communicate that Los Cetes meant business. The younger one had a bandage on his upper arm that was mottled red, fresh blood seeping from the wound over the crust of the old. Felix had no idea what that represented, but nothing of the sort had happened to him. Maybe if he'd been treated to constant abuse, he'd be as mentally crushed as they were. It might also have been his faith in his father. He knew Arturo Gomez would move heaven and earth to free him, and had the power and money to do so. He was sure they were tracking him right now because he had an ace up his sleeve. Well, underneath his sleeve, that is. He unconsciously rubbed his left triceps where his ace was buried. Initially, he was petrified the men would undress him when he was placed in the basement. But all they'd done was take anything that could have been of value for escape, such as his shoes and cell phone, leaving everything else as he wore it. Leaving his belt, which was much, much more valuable for escape than his cell phone. Had he been able to call, he had no idea what he would have said to get them to his location, but his belt was sending that out constantly. He wondered if his father was even now planning his rescue. The lights flashed on, and his two roommates scurried to their designated eye bolts, the older one silently weeping. Felix did the same, as the enforcer Felix had taken to calling El Barbudo, or the bearded one, came down the stairs. In one hand he held a fillet knife, and the other was a machete. He ignored the other two blubbering captives and came straight for Felix, throwing a pair of handcuffs at his feet. Felix manacled himself to the eye-bolt. His arms drawn out before him, his hands locked, El Barbudo gave him a choice. Tell which arm held the anti-kidnapping chip, or have them both cut off with a machete. Felix felt his world collapse, the reason for the other boy's upper arm wound becoming crystal clear. How did they know? How did they know? He feigned innocence, and El Barbudo raised the machete, lightly touching the upper bicep of his right arm. Manacled to the eye-bolt, his arm in perfect position for getting hacked off at the shoulder, Felix whispered the answer. 10 seconds later, he was screaming. A minute passed, and the man was holding the little device in his hand, covered in a coating of bodily fluid. He dropped it on the floor and stomped. The glass shattered with a small pop. The sound, a tiny punctuation, of Felix's dwindling chances for survival. El Barbudo unlocked his arms and tossed a bandage on the floor. He left, dropping the room into darkness yet again. Felix sat in the room weeping, his face now reflecting the same hollow shell of the other two captives, devoid of hope.
Chapter 36. The pilot put me on hold, and I was sure it was just to aggravate me. Jennifer saw my face and pulled one hand off the wheel, slapping my shoulder. I glanced her way and she said, "Give him a break. He's working the problem." From the back, looking at a tablet, Knuckles said, "Keep going straight. Right up ahead at the school. That's the location. The last place is GPS pinged. The phone trace is about 4 miles away." I motioned for Jennifer to stop the car. There was no sense in driving around in circles, and if the target ended up being near the trace, I didn't want to burn it by rolling aimlessly. We were far south of the city center, on the edges of Mexico City proper, located in a cul-de-sac with a primary school at the end. Why it pinged here at a dead end was beyond me, but there were a ton of parked cars, so maybe it was a transfer point to a different vehicle. I stared at the phone, willing it to speak, and was startled when it did. "Pike, this is Jim. We flew right over the plot and got nothing. We're headed back to the airport." Damn it. Listen, that plot was general. All we know is it's tied in some way. If I remember, you collected a cone off the left side of the aircraft. Is that correct? I'm not at liberty to discuss the capability. I rolled my eyes. Okay, fine. I want you to do a slow left turn with that grid at the center. One loop, with like a 2-mile radius. I heard nothing for a moment, then, All right, we're looping now." We waited, knowing it would take only a minute or two, me putting the phone on speaker and setting it in the seat. It looked like Jennifer was actually holding her breath. Knuckles said, "What do you want me to do if this fails? Hit the phone trace?" Jennifer scowled, as if he was putting out bad vibes. I said, "I don't know. This will probably be it, unless the Taskforce can give us a lead to the threat from the other end. We can't hit a phone just because the cop called it. We have no idea what it's tied to." Jennifer snapped daggers at me with her eyes, and I knew we were going to part ways on how this shook out. She wanted her brother, but we were operating on the mission profile that the brother would lead to the threat. If we couldn't find him, then he wasn't worth task force time that could be better spent working the problem from another direction. It was a hard truth, but it was reality. I said, "Jennifer, if this doesn't pan out, we need to turn what we know about your brother over to the proper authorities. It's been 48 hours. Let them work his abduction while we do what we do, find the threat." "What good will the authorities do? The U.S. won't conduct any investigation down here. And you just watched a Mexican federal agent get killed because he was working for the cartels. You really want me to go to them?" I started to say something and was cut off by the pilot. "Loop complete, dry hull." Jennifer closed her eyes, her lips set into a grim line. Into the road. I said, "Roger, Jim, thanks anyway. Get back and work your cover. File a flight plan for the U.S. tomorrow. We'll contact the task force and give you further guidance." Jennifer said, "Bullshit. This is bullshit. I'm not giving up. You can fly back, but I'm staying." She pounded her fist into the dash, frustrated. I reached forward, grabbing her wrists. "Jennifer, stop it." She glared at me as if it was my fault, and the pilot spoke again, the line still open. Pike, we're getting something." We all stared at the phone. I said, "What?" "A string of SMS on the line, apparently the backlog that hadn't gotten out yet." "No way. You're getting SMS texts right now?" "We were getting a steady stream, but it just stopped mid-text. It's dead." Jennifer was pinging off the seat, wanting to talk. I held up my finger and whispered, "Call the task force. Let them know it's coming." She started dialing furiously, and I said to the pilot, "Get that data to the task force. Tell them it's from me. They'll know what to do with it." 5 minutes later, we had the pilot. 15 separate pings that were all on the same house. The last one time-stamped 5 hours before, which was ominous. Clearly, the SMS stream had been interrupted by something before it could complete the backlog of updates. Hopefully, it was a dead battery. The good news was the target was about 4 miles away as the crow flies, and within 200 meters of the phone trace, inside the circle of probable error. The task force had already pulled satellite photos, complete with an imagery analysis description of what they thought we were up against, which was a fairly large estate in a neighborhood full of large estates, called Bosques de las Lomas. I gave the tablet with the downloads to Knuckles, telling him to come up with a plan for the in extremis assault, then called the rest of the team to my location. While they were coming, Knuckles said, "You want to hit it now? Or wait until we can get some detailed intel from the recce? We don't even have our shooting package here. Body armor, breaching charges, long guns, all that shit." I looked at Jennifer, who was frothing at the mouth, and said, "I'm leaning toward hitting it. What do you think?" Giving him the out. He stared out the window for a moment, then exhaled. "Yeah, we need to go. It'll be a 2-hour round trip for the kit, and we don't have that kind of time. That data stream shutting down could be because of the cop's phone call, which means they could all be getting package for transport right now. We know the stream was active as of 5 minutes ago." I saw the tension leave Jennifer's body and said, "So how do we hit it?" "Well, an explosive breach is out of the question. I say low vis and slow. Get in through the pool area. Looks like a damn jungle. Get over the wall and start from there. Task Force hasn't identified any guards on the outside, so we can make it to breach unobserved. My bet is they're hiding in plain sight, using the exclusive neighborhood as security. Hell, the cops probably know it's a narco house." "What's your take on the manpower?" "I'm thinking no more than 5. Just guards for the kidnapped folks. Enough to run errands and provide 24/7 coverage." "Yeah, but this isn't like Jennifer's show in Ciudad Juarez. We know at least 2 are in there, Jack and Felix, but there may be more, and they may not be able to move on their own. We'll need to secure the entire objective before exfil." I said, "You think we have the manpower for that? 4 guys?" 5. Jennifer comes in with us. We'll do the clearing, but she can help with security, hostage screening, and other shit, freeing us up to take every room with 4 on assault, overwhelming them." I said, "Whoa, she's not an assaulter. She can pull security outside for anyone coming up the drive, give us early warning, and other things, but she's not coming in. Anyway, someone needs to stage for exfil." Jennifer cleared her throat from the front seat. I'd forgotten she was there. She said, "I'll do it. I can do whatever you want." I said, "Jennifer, I get you want to save your brother, but let us handle this." I saw the other team vehicles pull up, and Knuckles said, "Remember what I told you in Turkmenistan? Is that happening here? Because we need her inside the target. She doesn't enter, and I can't recommend assault." Am I trying to protect her? Jennifer wasn't trained as an assaulter. She could shoot, no doubt about it. But she would only slow us down, and speed was the one edge we had. The one thing that would allow us to defeat everyone in the house, by moving faster than they could react individually. I saw Decoy and Blood get out of the cars, and a thought sprang unbidden into my mind. She'll get hurt. It was like a subconscious truth springing forth, clouding my deliberation, making me question my decisions. I trusted Knuckles' judgment more than anyone on Earth's. Right now, more than my own. I asked, "You think she can handle it?" He looked at her and said, "Yes, I do." In a weird bit of role reversal, Jennifer had finally made it to the inside, convincing Knuckles of her worth, and I was the one keeping her out of the action, keeping her safe from harm, protecting her because of what she meant to me. Decoy opened the back door, looking at me expectantly. I turned to Knuckles and said, "It's your plan. Brief it." Chapter 37. Jennifer came over the barrier last, being the only one who could scale the 15-foot brick wall without any help. When she landed, she was sweating profusely from helping to push all four of us up. I don't know why, but I found that funny. I'd gone up first and waited on the top, the wall being about a foot wide at the apex, but luckily not embedded with broken bottles or strapped with razor wire. Blood, the designated point man, came next. I pulled him up, then hoisted up Knuckles. Once he was set on top, Blood and I both went over, giving us 2 guns on the ground if we ran into trouble, instead of 1 man on his own. The foliage was extremely thick, reminding me of working in the jungles of Panama. Blood had only moved a few feet, but I had to look hard to see him. The pool area was still out of view, but I knew it was only about 15 meters away. After we had everyone together, spread in a tight wedge, I signaled Blood, and we began moving like a patrol at Ranger School, only with suppressed Glocks instead of any type of long gun. We went about 20 meters before I saw Knuckles take a knee and hold his fist in the air, a relay from Blood. I followed suit and took a knee, looking at Knuckles. He shrugged, telling me he didn't know why Blood had stopped. I saw him lean into Decoy, who whispered something. He then leaned my way and hissed a word I didn't understand. When he saw I wasn't getting it, he held his left hand like he was mimicking a pistol, index finger out, but with thumb inverted and pointing at the ground. The hand signal for enemy. I tensed, getting ready for a fight. Aggravated that I'd trusted the Taskforce analysts on the guard force outside the compound, he pointed again and hissed a word. What the hell is he saying, fighter? I got sick of the dance and slid over to his position, keeping my voice low. "What is it, a guard?" He whispered back. "No, a tiger." "A what?" "A fucking tiger. Blood says there's a tiger up there." I shook my head, trying to figure out what that meant. Blood was a former recon Marine, but had spent most of his time with the CIA in the Special Activities Division. I racked my brain for some code word that we didn't use in the Army, but that he might have used as a Marine or paramilitary officer in the CIA, and came up dry. I slid through the foliage toward him, moving as slowly as I could. I reached his position and leaned into his ear. "What's up?" From a knee, he pointed forward. And sure as shit, there was a Bengal tiger staring at us about 10 feet away, its tail twitching and its mouth open and huffing. My first thought was, how many others are in this little zoo? But I didn't get to dwell on it long, because the cat darted right at us. We both leapt up, our Glocks spitting rounds, and it kept coming. Heedless of the noise, the entire team crashed backward, everyone now firing at the wraith coming through the jungle. I could see the bullets hitting its side, the 45 slugs pummeling the body. The cat leapt in the air right at Decoy, hitting him in the chest, and knocking him to the ground. Decoy jammed his barrel in its mouth and pumped 2 rounds, ending the fight. He kicked the beast off and stood breathing hard. He whispered, "Never get out of the boat." On a knee, we all began chuckling silently, except for Jennifer, who didn't get the immortal line from Apocalypse Now. I whispered back, "That explains the lack of a guard force here." We waited in silence for an additional 5 minutes, checking to see if there would be a reaction from the house. I knew they couldn't hear the suppressed weapons from this distance, but wasn't sure about the noise we made thrashing through the brush. When nothing appeared, I signaled Blood to continue. We made it to the edge of the pool area without incident, keeping inside the vegetation, and Knuckles and I left the team, moving forward on our bellies for a view. A giant wall of glass fronted the pool, and inside an ornate den I could see a man with a beard watching a widescreen TV. I scanned the room and saw a door to the left cracked open, which, being the only intel we were going to get, would be the first room we cleared after breach. To the right, the glass wall continued on to a small gazebo, complete with a gigantic barbecue grill set into another expanse of brick and an outdoor fireplace. How do they use all this stuff with a damn tiger roaming around? I figured there was a cage for it somewhere in the jungle and let it go. I scanned to the left of the glass and saw a large wooden door, breach point. I looked at Knuckles and he nodded. I pulled back into the foliage, getting the team in close. "There's a breach to the left of the glass. Knuckles, you got it. Blood, you're his backup. Remember, quiet as a mouse on the lock. Inside the house, I can see one room with an open door. It's on the left, and our first interior breach. I'll take lead toward it." I turned to Jennifer. "There's a man in the den sitting on a couch. That's your target. You enter first and go right. You'll see him. We're coming in right behind and going left toward the door." She said, "I'm in first?" "Yeah. He needs to be dealt with immediately. But I need all the rest of my guys to enter the room. I have no idea how big it is or what's inside. Once he's down, fall back to us. Pull security on the door we enter." She didn't speak, and I said, "You good with this?" Yeah, I'm good with it. Just didn't think I'd be first." Knuckles winked at her, and I saw a little smile slip out before she began checking her weapon. I said, "Any questions?" Nobody uttered a word. I tapped Knuckles on the shoulder, and the plan was in motion. Chapter 38. Knuckles slithered around the pool on his belly, staying in the foliage, Blood following close behind. I saw Blood take a low knee, his pistol on the door, then Knuckles duck-walked forward the last few meters. He tried the knob, then turned and waved his hand in front of his face in a deliberate motion, like a director signaling cut. Unlocked. Perfect. He stayed put, keeping the movement down, and we all collapsed in on Blood's position. I got a thumbs up from the people around me, then pointed at Jennifer. I could tell the adrenaline was flowing, but her hands were steady. She inhaled and exhaled, then nodded. I pointed at Knuckles and we rose, running to the door in a crouch. 2 feet from it, he pulled the latch down and swung it open, letting us flow into the target like hornets looking for a victim. Jennifer entered and jerked right out of my sight. I spent no time on the target in the den, trusting her to eliminate the threat, running straight to my breach, knowing I had 4 other men doing the same. I heard the spitting of her Glock and kicked the door inward, leading with my weapon. I saw a man behind a huge desk working a computer, the fat cigar in his mouth spilling to the floor at my entrance. He lurched forward toward a pistol, and I drilled him in the forehead. The room wasn't that large and was secure in a half-second, before Jennifer even made it to us. We bounded back into the den and began clearing, racing silently through the large expanse, checking nooks and crannies. We reached the end of the den, which choked into a hallway that stretched away deeper into the house. To my front, I could see a stairwell leading up, with a door immediately on my left. I let the stack catch up, waited for the tap on my shoulder, then swung open the door. I almost bounded into it before I realized it was another stairwell, this one going down. And it stank. The holding cell. I said, "Jennifer, stay up here, cover our back." She nodded and we began bounding down the stairwell, one man covering while the other moved. 2/3 of the way in, the stairwell took a right-angle turn. Blood held up, putting his barrel around the turn for cover, and Decoy rounded the cover. We each took turns covering as the next man went, a dangerous game of tag. By the time I had reached the bottom, someone had found a light switch, and I saw 3 men staring at me with a mixture of fear and hope, unsure where to place their trust. They were looking a little worse for wear, to put it mildly. But no Jack Cahill. All 3 were Latino, none were Caucasian. I held a finger to my lips, then heard Jennifer's Glock snap, followed by a fusillade of rounds from an unsuppressed weapon. Oops, they know we're here. We raced to the stairs, turning the corner and seeing Jennifer at the top firing controlled pairs and ducking back. Knuckles looked at me with a smug grin and said, Yeah, good idea to bring Jennifer. If we hadn't left her at the top, we would have been as badly trapped as the captives themselves, with no way to get up the stairs. A grandpa with a .22 could have prevented movement out. We reached the top, staying in the protection of the stairwell, and Jennifer said, 3 guys came down the stairs. 2 are still in the stairwell, 1 is dead. I leaned out and saw a body on the floor about 20 meters away. I said, Jennifer, suppress the stairwell. Blood, Decoy, get to the other side of the hall, back into the den. They nodded, and I leaned over Jennifer's shoulder, putting rounds into the banister of the stairwell. Jennifer followed my lead. Decoy and Blood made it across without issue and began to move down the hallway under the protection of our guns. Before they reached the stairwell, Knuckles and I slid out, moving on the opposite side of the wall. We got within view of the stairwell and pied off the corner, preventing escape. Blood and Decoy turned into the opening and began firing. I heard 1 unsuppressed shot, then Decoy appeared, giving an all clear. I turned and found Jennifer right behind us. I said, Go down the stairwell, the hostages are there. Her eyes lit up and I remembered, Jennifer, your brother wasn't down there. She took that in, nodding vacantly. I said, Check them for injuries and get them ready to move. Find out what they know. She nodded more forcefully and took off at a trot. We continued clearing, finding nobody else. The remainder of the house was empty. We rallied at the head of the basement stairs. I said, How are they? They can move, Jennifer said. They're a little beat up, but ambulatory. Okay, Blood, Decoy, figure out the gates to this place and bring in 2 vehicles. Knuckles, Jennifer, get them ready to load. I want to be out of here in less than a minute. No telling if any of these guys called reinforcements. Jennifer said, Jack was here, Pike. They said that. He was here and taken out this morning. I said, What? Here in this house? She nodded, her eyes boring into me, looking for the magic answer that I didn't have. Truthfully, the words were like a hammer, like being a Sonte raider in Vietnam. If we'd only gotten the intel earlier. Decoy and Blood, go. Get the vehicles up here. After they left, I said, You sure? She said, Yes, he was here. I ran through the risk and decided, All right, listen. We have no more than 5 minutes to SSE this place, and that's pushing it. Go find phones, laptops, CDs, thumb drives, whatever. Knuckles, take the last 2 rooms we cleared. The ones with desks. Jennifer, take the first room we entered. The dead guy in there looked important. I'll take the den and kitchen. Ignore the 2nd floor. It's nothing but bedrooms. Jennifer gave me a grateful smile, and we split up. I found nothing of interest in the den. The kitchen was the same, so I continued into the garage. I saw 2 Mercedes and a BMW, with a 4th spot empty. On the wall was an impeccably kept little key assortment, like you see in a valet stand. 3 of the slots held 2 sets of keys or key fobs. The last slot held only 1 fob, a keyless-looking thing for a BMW. And Jack had been taken from here in some type of vehicle. I snatched it off the rack and returned, finding Decoy leading the captors to the front door. Knuckles had a couple of phones and a thumb drive. Jennifer had a hard drive she'd ripped from a computer. In 40 minutes, we were out of the area and driving back to the city center. We segregated Felix from the other 2 and released them at the Zocalo in the historic district, giving them each a wad of pesos. I suppose we should have taken them to their respective houses, but the fewer people who saw us, the better. They'd have to make do with finding a taxi or using a payphone. Felix, on the other hand, was a little more personal to us. When we pulled over, the 2 were weeping uncontrollably, profusely praising and thanking us over and over. We admonished them not to say a word about the team and, if asked, to say they had escaped on their own. I didn't worry about them going to the authorities, because they were free, and that was all that mattered in their minds. They knew going to the authorities wouldn't get them any justice, so they wouldn't bother. Very few kidnappings are reported in Mexico, and they probably didn't trust the police not to take them back. The story might get out, but they had nothing to really go on, other than saying we were gringos. We drove to the Gomez residence in Polanco and let Felix buzz us in. We went straight up the circular path, parking behind a late-model BMW. The bodyguards came flying out the door, guns drawn, and Felix waved at them. They looked flabbergasted. One shouted inside, and Mrs. Gomez came out. She saw Felix and went berserk. He flew up the stairs and was whisked inside. Arturo came out, wiping his eyes. He said, "How did you do it? How did you find him?" I said, "You found him. It was your GPS device." He pointed at Jennifer. "Did you find her brother as well?" "No. He was there this morning but was taken out before we arrived." He grew solemn and said, "I'm so sorry. I can never repay you for what you have done. However I can help, I will." I stared at the BMW in the driveway. I pulled out the key fob I'd found and said, "You ever seen one of these?" Confused, he said, "Yes, of course, I have the same thing. Why? Is this the key to the car? How does it work?" "It's keyless entry. Come here." He led me to the car, showed me his own key fob, then stuck his hand in the handle. The doors unlocked by proximity alone, and the seat began moving back. He said, "It controls the car." I leaned in and saw what I was hoping for, a little cover near the rear-view mirror that opened up, exposing a red button like an old bomber switch. "What does this thing do?" "You press it if you have car trouble, and someone from BMW gets you help. It works through satellite." He pulled out a smartphone and tapped an app, saying, "Look, with it, I can find my car using my phone. It shows where it is on a map." I bounced the fob in my hand, getting the sniggle of an idea. "You serious about helping me?" "Of course, whatever I can do." "You know a BMW dealer around here?"
Chapter 39. Sitting in his hotel room on Tower Road just outside Denver International Airport, Booth placed 2 Garmin GPSs in the windowsill and waited for them to lock on to a signal. His flash drive already inserted, he stuck his thumb on the biometric scanner, disabled his software booby traps, and pulled up Polaris, toying with his new interface. It looked marvelous, exactly like the dials and switches on a 1990s-era stereo. The volume controls set the desired length of time. The radio tuner set the degree of disruption of the timing signal, and the equalizer switches were each associated with a section of the world. He'd even designed a delay system allowing the settings to be uploaded for execution at a later date. A person pretending to be Tom Cruise in Risky Business, jamming the volume and equalizer settings to the max while tuned to the highest FM frequency, would fatally disrupt the satellite timing signal worldwide, and subsequently render useless anything that leveraged the GPS constellation. At least in theory, that is. While Booth was pleased with the aesthetics, sure that a child could use his program, he realized that he had no idea if it actually worked. It wasn't like he could test the code as he wrote it. He'd had to create it whole, without any measure of success, then inject it based on faith. Not wanting to fly out of Colorado Springs for security reasons, he'd made the drive to Denver International, coming up a day early and getting a hotel. Throughout the trip, a nagging thought had spread like oil on water. What if the system doesn't function? Why fly all the way to Mexico City, put himself at the potential mercy of a suspected cartel boss, and then pass something that was little more than a broken string of ones and zeros? The protocol would do nothing, and his risk would be worthless. Unlike Manning and Snowden, he wasn't exposing information, he was using it. He was the first to actually exploit the network for good instead of merely talking about it. He consciously focused on the goal of stopping the United States injustice the world over, but he couldn't keep another nagging thought from intruding. If it failed, he'd get no money at all. No way to pay off his drug debts. No way to escape. Then he thought about the man receiving the protocol, Carlos. If Polaris didn't work, money would be the least of his problems. Maybe Booth should stay here, just call it a day. Why go to Mexico and risk the wrath of someone like Carlos? But that outcome was predicted on Polaris's failure, something he could test right now. If Polaris executed like he'd programmed, it would be worth a great deal of money, and he was the only one who could make it function. Carlos could threaten, but he needed Booth's help, if the thing worked. After checking in, he'd sat on the bed and contemplated a test. It was a risk because the disruption would definitely be felt, causing the second SOPS and Boeing to go crazy trying to figure out what had happened. But that in itself was worth the test. He'd buried the protocol deep, cloaking it with the GPS constellation's own code, making it impossible to find without shredding the software that gave the satellite life. This would force them to clean the satellites one by one to prevent interruption of the overall constellation, a massive, time-consuming process. In the end, a doppelganger of Booth would root around, trying to locate what had caused the issue. But he would have little luck finding the protocol if he didn't know where to look. Theoretically. His GPS gave a little beep, and he saw an icon of a Volkswagen Beetle centered directly over his hotel, blinking silently. On, off, beckoning. Booth made up his mind. He plugged the other GPS into the computer and waited for it to mate to the protocol. The GPS satellites were continuously circling the Earth, and he needed to know which ones were overhead in order to only affect North America. It was a bit of a technological marvel that the average person took for granted when cursing their GPS, but the satellites broadcast an almanac of locational data that the little receiver then synchronized before searching the sky for the strongest signal. He saw a string of numbers labeled SVN 54, SVN 67, SVN 32, and continuing until all operational satellites were listed. He now knew the location of every one, and Polaris synchronized the data. He turned to the laptop, engaging the equalizer button for North America but leaving the others alone. He touched the volume dial until it showed 6 seconds, the timing packet used by the second SOPS when working the constellation. His mouse icon hovering over the tuning dial, he debated on the degree of timing offset. He had no idea how effective his protocol was, and wanted to be able to register a disruption with his crude little handheld GPS. So he went ahead and dialed it all the way to the right. He connected to the Wi-Fi in his room, logging onto the internet, then pulled up Tor, a browser package that utilized a volunteer network of computers that would randomize his ISP, preventing a searcher from knowing who he was or what he had sent over the internet. He smiled at the irony of using something developed for the military to cloak his attack against that same body. Once his computer had accessed the Boeing desktop in his little frigid trailer, he stroked the keys, turning off the Boeing firewall. Everything set, his mouse icon hovered over the power button to the virtual stereo deck. He glanced once more at the second GPS sitting in the window, seeing the car still blinking in the correct spot. He clicked on. The little GPS blinked, then flashed the message, acquiring satellites. 2 seconds later, it showed his location as somewhere in northern Canada. 2 seconds after that, it went through the same process again, the icon ending up back at his hotel. A quarter of a mile away, at the 7-Eleven on Tower Road, a man attempting to buy gas for his rental car received the message, "Unable to complete transaction," from the fuel pump. He ran into the store to pay, dismayed at the line. He waited at the end, glancing at his watch every 5 seconds, growing more and more frustrated. The line didn't move as the cashier tried to get her machines to function. He felt the time slip by and wondered if he would make his flight. He needn't have worried. On I-70, a mother desperately trying to reach the airport before her plane left heard her GPS say, "Recalculating." Shoving a pacifier into her crying baby's mouth, she unwittingly drove past her exit while it bounced back and forth. 7 seconds later, when it finished calculating, it ordered a U-turn, causing her to scream in frustration. She prayed her aircraft was delayed. Her prayer would be answered. In the control tower of Denver International Airport, the largest airport in the United States by area and the 5th busiest by volume, the air traffic controllers were hard at work synchronizing a dizzying array of fuel-laden flying bombs. One of the first airports to be upgraded to the Federal Aviation Administration's next-gen architecture for enhanced efficiency, it depended on GPS for accurate approach and takeoff instructions. Because next-gen was fairly new, the tower maintained the legacy radio guidance should any receiver fail. In the span of 3 seconds, every single receiver began sending false positioning codes. An unforeseen catastrophic event. The massive data conflict caused the mainframe computer to lock up, crashing every heads-up display and scope showing inbound and outbound traffic. The radio guidance continued to work flawlessly, but was tied to a computer system that was no longer functioning. The room filled with screaming voices as the air traffic controllers tried to maintain separation of aircraft by eyesight alone. One man rebooting the system while another pulled an ancient set of binoculars from a closet. At 6,000 feet, United Flight 762 continued to descend as instructed. On approach for landing, the captain correctly assumed that continuing with his last instructions was a better course of action than retaking to the sky with no one at the wheel in the tower. On the ground before him, a Cessna 182 took off, the new pilot inside trying to decipher all the shouting in his radio. Climbing higher and higher, the pilot of the Cessna never saw the wing of the Boeing 757 that crushed his cockpit like he was a gnat hitting a windshield. Never saw the 187 souls screaming on their way to Earth. Never heard the captain grunting in the radio as he tried to get the plane to respond. Never felt the fireball that erupted when the aircraft sliced into the Earth, spewing flaming jet fuel, luggage, and body parts. Staring at his blinking little Volkswagen Beetle icon, Booth was very, very pleased. His code, created out of whole cloth and built in the dark of a basement without any testing, had worked flawlessly. He giggled to himself at the number of inconveniences he had caused, wondering how many people across the United States had just heard that annoying little GPS voice, or how many had had their ATM withdrawals spoiled, forcing them to start over after the 6-second test. He heard a siren and glanced out the window, noticing for the first time a giant black cloud growing from the airport. Chapter 40. A small trickle of blood still flowed from the gaping wound in El Comandante's head, tracking down his outstretched arm before dripping silently to the hardwood floor below the desk. The flow told the Sicario that the attack was fairly recent. He scanned the office, seeing a computer ripped open, wires sprawling out like electronic intestines. The desk had been rifled, with papers scattered about, but 2 separate bundles of U.S. $100 bills lay in the drawer, untouched. It didn't add up to a narco hit. The bodies lay as they had fallen. No messages sent through mutilation, no sign of methodical execution, and nothing of value had been taken. Yet someone had ripped through a Cetus safe house, killing everyone inside. Just like the Sinaloa safe house in Juarez. Someone with intelligence and the skill to use it. Who would that be? Who would have the capability to penetrate both Sinaloa and Los Cetus, then attack with a scalpel, hitting 2 distinct houses, getting nothing in return? No law enforcement proclamations about stymieing the drug trade. No riches from the houses themselves. He turned and found the journalist staring at the corpse, his face pale, scared by a dead man. The Sicario found it humorous. He said, "Sit on the floor in this room. If you move, you will look like El Comandante." He searched the rest of the house, finding more bodies, but from what he could tell, all were lying exactly where they had been hit. There were no narco banners left at the scene, no propaganda or bragging, no graffiti designed to intimidate. It was as if whoever had come had killed for no other reason than because they could, like the fox in the hen house of his youth. And like that same animal, they had taken the livelihood of the Sicario. Going down the steps to the basement, he realized that he would now be targeted. El Comandante had planned on taking him to Matamoros, which meant he'd probably already poisoned the leadership, offering the Sicario to deflect blame from the Sinaloa attack in Juarez. This assault would do nothing but confirm it, leaving him on the outside. He reached the basement, and as expected, it was empty. Although it wouldn't have surprised him to find the kidnapped victims killed outright as well, like the chickens by the fox. He went back up the stairs, contemplating what he should do. He couldn't remain in Mexico City, as all of his contacts here were Los Zetas. He couldn't trust them for help, and the city itself was foreign. Ciudad Juarez was more his style, a place where he understood the rhythm and flow. But after the Sinaloa hit, he was sure anyone associated with Los Zetas was being targeted, and he had no illusions about his picture hanging on someone's wall, just like Carlos's photo had been on his. It was pure luck that he hadn't been here when the assault went down in the first place, an interconnected event like all the other ones he'd experienced in his life. All that remained was how he would use it. "I need safety, someplace to hide. But there is no place in this country." He had one other alternative, a thing he'd always kept but never felt he would use. Maybe it was time to invoke his escape clause with his U.S. passport, disappear into America for good. What had been a scary last-ditch solution before his trip to El Paso, he now saw as his only option. Before, he'd been afraid of using it. But now he understood that he could cross the border and survive on the other side. Even thrive, provided he had money, a stake to get him started, which he was fairly sure he could obtain by selling the BMW and any other jewelry or watches he could find in this house. He opened the office door to find the journalist sitting on the floor